Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool, right on the banks of the River Mersey, in the heart of the city, a place of culture, music and sport, and this year's host of the 2018 BISFed Boccia World Championships. We have had a fantastic week here at the Exhibition Centre. We've seen 4 new world champions crowned on Wednesday in the individual competition, and now it's time to crown 3 more world champions in the team and pairs competitions today. You can just feel that excitement and tension has been lifted today as we focus all our attention on the show court. Only one court in use today, and it's bronze medal matches to start us off this morning. Our first game will be from the Team BC1, BC2 classification. It's a bronze medal match, and it's China against Brazil. And I'm delighted to say I'm joined by Scott McCowan to take us through this one. 2 really good sides, Scott. So this one should be a fantastic opening match on show court today.
Yeah, good start. The team event, as I said the other day, was probably my favourite of the team and pairs events, despite being a BC3 myself. So just like the different factors that take place in this event, obviously with 6 ends, 6 players, only 2 balls each. And yeah, 2 good teams have obviously made it this far, so deserve their place to be fighting for this medal. And yeah, I think I would make Brazil favourites, obviously. The world ranking of 3 to China's 14. But China have had a fantastic tournament already so far this week. Exceeded expectations, I'm sure. And yeah, you can't rule them out at this stage.
So looking at the teams for China, Yu Qi Guang, Lin Shai and Ji Quan Yang. And for Brazil, it's Jose Carlos de Oliveira, Michel Santos and Natalie Di Feria. It's set up to be a really intriguing match this morning. It's the Team BC1, BC2 bronze medal up for grabs this morning. Just a reminder, of course, of the rules. It is 6 ends with 6 minutes per end per team as well. So slightly different to the pairs competition and the individuals, where they only get 4 ends. And it will be China to start us off this morning. Number 42, Lin Shai. No other games going on around the courts today. All our attention, all our focus on the show court.
Yeah, and we obviously had that back on finals day in the individuals. And it was exciting to have the sole focus being on the show court. Big crowds at either side. Really added to the spectacle, and hopefully we'll get the same today.
How can China start this morning? Lin Shai.
Very well indeed.
What a start for China there this morning. That's perfect.
And with that ball, there's a tinge of sadness, because that now means it'll be the last first ball of the day, because there's no more days to come. The last day of the World Championships. And yeah, hopefully we can finish in style, and that's an early indicator of what we might see today.
It is our final day, but like Scott said, let's finish on a high. I'm sure we're going to see 6 absolutely cracking matches here on show court today.
It's going to be Massey out on the outside, taking this on. Great shot.
Really good start as well from Brazil, breaking the red ball of China away from the jack and giving another sighter now. And they've got the next ball as well.
It was a great shot. one of my favourite BC2s, Maciel Santos. Just love watching him play.
Number 2 in the BC2 category. You only need one BC1 player per team as well.
Yep, that's correct. You can have more if you want. But yeah, most teams tend to have just the one on court at any given time. We know how good this man can be, having watched him on the show court and the individuals.
Jose de Oliveira started off not as he'd have liked.
Yeah,
Past the jack.
not too bad, but yeah, he'll have wanted control of the jack there. Leaves an open jack ball for China to exploit.
Do you tend, Scott, to normally have your better player in those centre boxes, of course, with the capability of almost having free range of the court in a sense?
Yeah, I mean, there's different ways to do it. It's obviously with a BC1 player, more times than not, they'll be the lesser accurate player, just because of the nature of their condition, and the category just makes it harder for them to be as accurate. And they sometimes will tend to put them in the middle to have maybe more straightforward shots, less likely to be blocked out. But yeah, sometimes they might also like to go with the captain and their key shot maker in the middle, because they can greater influence the game. Just depends. Sometimes you see certain teams target a player, place a jack in front of them because they know they'll be more likely to miss than other players. All sorts of tactics in this team event, and nobody being able to re-establish control from the first ball.
Yeah, saw the first throw of Yu Chu Zhuan for China there. Just going left of the jack, right as you're looking at your screen now.
The BC1 assistant placing the ball into the hand. And now steadying the chair.
Oh, that's a
good shot.
Really nice shot from Yu Chu Zhuan. Not touching the jack, but certainly blocking it from view.
Yeah, just a little bit pacey. And that's why we have that separation. But good line. And now they'll just want to promote that to the jack. It's going to be Zijian Lan to go again. Good shot, does the job.
Very nicely done. Just nudging it onto the jack there. And you might notice one of the China players, if you've been following us this week, is Jiquan Yang, who got all the way to the BC2 final and played Sain Gampa. And it was a comfortable win for Sain Gampa that day.
Yeah, as I said earlier, fantastic championships for China. Kaisun picking up silver in the BC1 event. Zheng in the BC4s going all the way. And a medal here would be the icing on the cake. Oh, great shot from Natalia De Faria. She liked that one.
Yeah, great response from Brazil, breaking the ball away after the good work from China. And there is a ball behind the jack as well, which could be crucial.
Yeah, and she's cut it perfectly behind the blue to block out China, and yet the one at the back could still be added later. But that's covered that one a bit now. It was a quick shot there, he didn't hang around.
Yeah, he wasn't messing about in the final as well, Ji Quan Yang.
Just trying to knock the red on. Missing the target.
Oh,
Does it now.
very nice from Ji Quan Yang, just nudging the ball towards the jack.
Yeah, he's got a lot of power, this athlete. Does Brazil come back in? Maciel wants a look.
3 balls remaining for Brazil.
Yeah, we spoke about it all week. The importance of the ball count in Boccia. And Brazil have a number of balls left to do what they want. And I think Natalia might want to try and take that jack back again, or possibly move that closest red.
There's the angle there for Oliveira.
Yep. Got a few choices to make here.
Such a spectacle down there. The lights are down, the show court is glowing, and all eyes on China and Brazil first up this morning.
And this Brazil team up to this point have had a good year, winning the Sao Paulo regional event and then second in Montreal at the World Open in April. No. Oh, good shot.
Oh, very good shot. Initially, it looked off target.
Yeah.
It's a great shot from Oliveira.
Obviously, if he'd hit the whole of the red, might have been able to leave the blue in, but it's done the primary job.
Especially with China now played out, Brazil have a chance to maybe get a point on the board here.
Yeah, now they want to try and get this jack back, I think.
Oh, look at that gap now for Faria.
No, just got the ball. Good shot.
Nicely done from Natalie de Faria.
Brazilian team in good voice. Early doors.
They may not have had the tournament that, or the championships in general as they'd liked, but they'll want to come away with the bronze medal today.
Yeah. And we've mentioned before about Brazil, but they're no strangers to pressure. Having had the difficulty of coping with the home games, which I know quite well, how it's sometimes difficult to manage the expectation. At least I got a bit of a story about that when I was in Rio competing, and Brazil were obviously there as well. I remember just after Maciel Santos has been eliminated in the individual event, coming in to one of the rooms backstage. I saw him sitting down with his head in his hands at a table, clearly just absolutely devastated at what had happened. And you can't quite realise just how much pressure and expectation there was on them at that event. And they were probably more likely to perform and win medals than some of the other categories. Obviously the BC3s won gold, and that was a surprise. But yeah, it meant so much to him and that Brazil side.
Well, it's looking like 1 for Brazil. Maybe 2, just the shadows putting us off here in the commentary box. They're going to have another look.
Yeah, they could have done a bit better with that. I think it might just be the 1.
The confirmation from the referee. It is 1 point to blue, so start for Brazil. 1 point lead from the first end. Still a long, long way to go.
It was an early break on the opponent's jack. You always look to try and take a point early if you're blue.
A Mexican wave going on in the crowd. It's a superb atmosphere here today, and it will keep on getting better as we approach the finals this afternoon. Is that our first Mexican wave of the week?
Might be. We saw a lot of them in Rio.
Carnival atmosphere here in the exhibition centre in Liverpool.
And the Brazilian team as a whole always support their athletes vociferously. There's that famous chant, rivaling that of the Colombian song we've heard all week.
The Colombians, Canada, all been in great voice throughout the championships.
Yeah, Slovakia another. We'll hear them later in the final, BC4.
Yeah, final game of the day. That should be a cracker at 4:30. Slovakia versus Thailand. I would recommend you get a good comfy spot on your sofa and settle in, because it's going to be a fantastic day of boccia.
Yeah, and having seen what happened in the individual finals, you have been warned if you miss it. Natalia De Faria to try and get the first ball on the jack. And it's not too bad. Obviously the longer distance, so you have to adjust your expectations on how accurate you're going to be, but it's in line, and it's just a little short. Brazil going to test this Chinese side at a longer distance. See how they do it.
Experienced player, well, especially in this championships, he's built up a lot of pedigree. Shi Guan Yang.
That's a pretty good ball.
He's judged the pace so nicely there.
Yeah. And what you don't want to do when you've taken the end off your opponent on their jack is to give it back on your jack. So frustrating when that happens. You want to build on it. What can Marcel Santos produce with this ball?
Oh, yes. What a reply from Brazil. Santos with a brilliant throw.
Fantastic.
Deserves another replay, this.
Look at that.
Brilliant. And to say that it's early on in the end, and that both sides, well, Shi Guan Yang and Santos, of course, in particular, have really judged the pace.
Yep, but it's not closer. So they're going to have to get that pushed on. Having a debate about who to go now. It's going to be Marcel again, the captain, to use his final ball. Moving the red. Don't know if that was the intention. You probably want to hit it harder if you were going to do that.
Yeah, especially with a view of the jack for China as well. They could just nudge that, just the ball onto that red behind.
Yeah, Brazil jack ball is heavily written on. All sorts of words on it. It's not what you would expect normally.
What I can say is a piece of the commentary box, managed to make its way onto the court yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Great Britain BC3 pair were playing with my jack ball, but unfortunately it didn't help us too much yesterday. Chatting to some of the players last night, and they were all absolutely gutted, as you would expect. As will many teams be this week who have missed out on medals. But it inspires you to come back again next year, try again.
And she.
Oh, good shot.
Fantastic response from she.
That was almost perfect. Just rolled back a little bit. Lets Brazil still get a chance at it.
It's tightly balanced in this second end. No one being able to take control of the jack, but that's what happens when you play long. Natalie De Faria to throw next for Brazil.
Yep, world number 22. And this Brazil team have been around together for a while now. Experienced. It's been a fixed lineup for some time. That's a poor one.
Yeah, didn't get the line, or if she was trying to do anything with that ball, just didn't get the power required.
Yep. First real errant shot we've seen.
Oliveira, can we just have a look? There's still such a long way to go in this game. The only classification of the championships to have 6 ends.
Yeah, it's a different dynamic because one big end is less decisive. You've got enough ends to claw it back. Obviously at the moment, he's brought it in now, but it's Wheels on the sideline. And we know that if that is the case when the ball's played, that would be a violation. Got to stay within the box. Can overhang the sidelines. And in the case of the throwers, overhanging the front line's okay. It's just the ramp players who must keep the ramp from overhanging the front. Using his right hand to steady himself in the chair, and he hasn't got that up there.
I think there is a slight angle for Lin Shi as well on the far right to look at that jack and maybe nudge that red ball just to the left of the jack onto it.
There's a good chance here if they can get back in and move that Brazilian ball, but can Brazil do something about that first?
Well, it might have just blocked off the angle a bit, but still not the shot required from Oliveira. And now that's Brazil played out, so it's almost a similar situation. Just swapped round now, and it's in China's control.
Yeah, and that'll be frustrating because, as I said, you don't want to give it back when you've taken point off your opponent's jack. This Chinese side, haven't seen a lot of them this year. We're 4th in Bangkok the previous year at the World Open and 4th in the Asia and Oceania regional. 5th at the Paralympic Games in Rio. Consistently just about getting to the medal matches, but not been able to secure one as of yet. Of course, today could be the day.
I'm sure they'd love to claim a bronze medal, and that would round up a relatively successful week for Ji Quan Yang. Picked up the silver in the BC2 final. As much as he did love the gold, of course. If you can pick up a bronze in the team game, then it's a pretty solid week. Yuchu to throw next for China.
Choosing the ball that should like. See there, great line in.
Gateway to the jack. Off target that time.
Yeah, just lost the line there. Just coming across it. Final ball. Poor. And that looks a better throw.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, great shot.
You could see it work its way through that gap.
Fantastic.
That's a terrific shot from Yuchu Juan. Look at that. Superb. All the way through to the jack. And they have decided to concede.
Yeah, there wasn't much room for anything else there unless they had the ability to move that blue. But it's a risky shot. And that looks like 3, would you say?
Yeah, it looks from that angle that it will be 3.
Yep.
Yeah, what a reply this is from China after going 1-0 down.
Yep.
Brilliant response from China.
The longer jack backfiring for the Brazilian side.
Well, an interesting start on show court. No one's been able to take control of their jack.
Yep. Big team talk for Brazil now. China will be thrilled coming into their jack again.
If they can really utilise it, then they could build up a nice lead going into the 4th and beyond.
Yep.
Just a quick reminder of what's coming up throughout the day. It's bronze medal and finals day here at the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool. Next up is the pairs BC3 bronze medal match between South Korea and Hong Kong. Scott McCowan will be joining that one as well. And then after, at 12 p.m, we have Germany against Hong Kong in the pairs BC4 bronze medal match. And then we move on to the finals. 3 world champions will be crowned. And I thoroughly recommend that you do not move away. It's set to be an incredible afternoon.
Yep, and of course 3 world champions because the BC1 and BC2 divisions merge for this team event. And that's what's an interesting part of this particular category, because you have to manage both categories together into a team, and it throws up interesting dynamics. And it'll be the Chinese BC1 to start this end.
3 meters for Yuchu Juan.
Who
Like
had
we've said before, obviously that changes in terms of where you are placed on court. That'll be longer for the likes of Ji Quan Yang and Santos on the far left.
That's right. If you're playing at the back of the court, cross court, and you're in one of the wide boxes, it could be quite a distance of difference from being in the middle.
passed off. And it's still open up the jack.
Yep, chance for Brazil.
Just what they would have wanted after losing 3 points on their own jack in the previous end. And again, as of yet, no one's taken control.
Natalia to go first for Brazil. And that one's went to the side as well.
You can see how deft she was trying to be on the throw.
Yeah.
It still went wide of the jack.
Who can take advantage first in this end?
It's been like this so far. No one being able to take control of their own jack.
Both these teams opting to have the BC one in the middle box, which, as I said, is a fairly typical tactic.
And again, that's gone past the jack, although it is behind. There could be some use potentially for it.
Yeah, and the quality's just dropped off in this end, particularly at such a short distance. Maybe feeling the effects of the show court and what's at stake.
Lin Shi, can he take control?
No.
No. Does anybody want to get close to the jack, Scott?
Yeah. Any moment now. Might have some substitutes at the side. Thinking, can I have a go? And I got that. Four balls played, jack still wide open.
Who will take control?
Yep.
Who will
Well,
blink first?
Will Jose de Oliveira be the man? No, he won't either. Wow.
Goodness me. Who'd have thought this?
And the BC1 assistant there, with his head in his hands. You can't believe what he's saying. Now Natalie to go for Brazil. Surely we can't see another miss.
Can she take charge of this third end? It's been an extraordinary end so far. Errors bouncing off the players. Look at that jack, it's so wide open.
There we go.
Finally, someone has opted to go for the jack, and she's done it. And using the red ball as well of China.
And China will be kicking themselves, as would Brazil have been if China had got in first, because there was just so many chances missed.
There is still an angle there for Lin Shi.
That's right, to move it back, the jack, back to the red, or just go for the jack.
Important throw, this one for China.
Oh.
No, gone wide, and it's broken the ball away from the jack, but it's still open.
Yep.
For Brazil.
China haven't pulled off a shot successfully yet in this end. Struggling, to say the least.
Oh,
that's
there
the
we
one.
go. Ji Guanyang for China. That's some quality, although it's not touching the jack, but it's certainly a lot better than we've seen so far from China in this end.
Brazil to play. It's done the job.
Referee for this one, Adriano Osvaldo Altuna.
And I think it will be Marcial Santos to drive into the heart of the head and try and open that.
It's gone wide, and it's
Yeah, he's connected with the red and moved it around the corner to let him in a bit more, maybe.
yeah, there is a gap just forming there. Has been a very back and forth end, this one,
Yeah.
which emphasises what we've been saying, that no one's been able to take control of the jack.
Yeah, you can get back and forth for two reasons, but this is for all the wrong reasons so far. Misses. Trying to get right back in the box here, I think, for that angle.
Of course, each player has only 2 balls. This will be Santos' final throw in this end.
Yeah, and what that means is that key players have less of an influence. It's important that all your players are playing well in that case. That's a poor one again.
There's a slight nudge, but not enough.
And the longer the misses go on, other people start to become sucked into it, and it's a downward spiral.
At the moment, China will be claiming at least another point, unless Oliveira can do something about it.
Oh,
Nearly.
I think it'll be on to blue. No.
Just had a bit too much on it and bounced straight back out off the jack.
Yep, obviously that was the final Brazilian ball.
And you can see Ji Guanyang is just trying out his range for later end, so it will be 1 point added for China.
Yeah, good call. There wasn't a lot of room for any more. They'll be delighted to be 3 up.
Yeah, there was the potential to nudge that ball onto the blue behind the jack. So good work from Ji Quan Yang.
I think we might be having a substitution here because the substitutes are coming on to join the coach at this intermission, but I don't know. Yeah, that's the signal. It's going to be Natalie De Faria to come off. At least one, could be more. Oh yeah, Jose de Oliveira's coming off as well. The coach ringing the changes. He's not happy with what he's seen. You can understand that.
So it will be Paulo Naranjo and Wilhelm Moraes.
And they've not had it all their own way this tournament, Brazil. Obviously losing the semi-final, but lost to Great Britain in the pool stage as well.
We saw that extraordinary game in the pairs BC3 on the opening day where Brazil was so close to crashing out of the tournament.
Yeah, so it's Guilherme Moraes, the BC one in the middle now. And obviously the BC2s have swapped over as well. And it's going to be his jack, Guilherme, now.
So they find themselves 4-1 down in this fourth end. Still time to turn it around. The first time we're going to see, looks like the kicking option on the show court.
Yeah, that's correct. I don't think we've seen a kicker yet.
No.
Just the way it's worked out. But yeah, there's a few of them.
You can use any part of your body to propel the ball forward, so this is perfectly fine.
Yep, and it's really interesting. See some great kickers.
That's
wonderful to watch.
Far that's gone.
Really going to stretch the play now. And they'll often have a different shoe or boot on to propel the ball. Sometimes with a flat edge. Just trying to get himself settled
on the show court, and can you see what he does with his first ball?
Quite a bit short.
Way short, didn't get
but
the
look
power.
at that really good line. Remarkable to be able to kick that so straight at that distance.
It really is a fantastic skill. It's fascinating to watch. How can China start this fourth end? Ji Quan Yang.
Oh, and he's went along. Closer, but not the best.
Just stayed in. And I mean just.
That's the closest ball we've had to the back line, I think, on the show court. David Smith put one out the back of the court in the BC1 event earlier this week. And we know what happened at the back of the court in the BC3 final.
Wow, well that'll be a game that will be remembered forever. I'm sure that'll be talked about at some stage today when Greece take on Australia in the pairs BC3 final at 3 o'clock.
Here goes Maciel. And that's a pretty good ball.
That's a great effort from Santos. Judge
Pace
the
perfect.
Speed. That's the start that Brazil needed. Being 3 points behind China.
Yeah, and you see actually the short ball of Guilherme Moraes is actually quite awkward for the two Chinese players in the middle. Just gets in the way of the line. Makes it trickier. So they have to exploit the wide players' line in Zijian Lan. And that looks pretty good. Oh yeah.
Look at that. What a response from Lin Shi.
Great line.
And from a tough angle going across the court as well.
Yeah, so you know that distance is considerably longer than the line of the players that are nearer to this side where the jack is playing.
Chance for Paolo to showcase his skills on the show court. What a fantastic occasion for these players. All the attention on them.
And it shows the strength and depth this Brazil side that they can bring on. Two players from the substitutes bench. Not everybody has the luxury of a full complement.
Great pedigree in Para Sport de Brazil.
And that's wide of the target.
So it's going past the jack. It's so hard to judge the pace and to keep the line from that distance.
Both substitutes need to settle fast because China's not going to let them find their feet.
They've certainly come on in a pressured situation with the bronze medal up for grabs. Moraes to kick now. Second ball for him.
And that's wide, but it's pretty good pace, gotta say.
It's still in play, so he judged the pace right. The line was off.
So much of the kicking is down to feel, and they don't tend to have many swings of the leg in practice. They just tend to go when they feel the time's right.
Blocking off the view, maybe, but there is actually amazingly a gap there for China to exploit. Yuchu Guang. Still Brazil to throw, and it's going to be Santos on the far left. That was nearly very close. If that had got a bit more edge.
Brazil are played out. It's the BC1 assistant. Comes on to bring them both back in the box. And that's just common courtesy to move back to let your opponents play.
Oh, look at this from Xi
Oh,
Guanyan.
great shot.
Fantastic, and that is at least another point on the board for China.
He's going for a look now. Great image there.
Brilliant shot from Xi Guanyan, showing all his experience and what a championships he's had.
Yep, and he's not shy in getting his orders out to his teammates. He knows exactly what he wants them to do, and they know what's expected of them. And it's fantastic. I mean, when you obviously see the numbers on two of the Chinese players, they're quite far down the seeding list, but are competing and obviously beating a team like Brazil comfortably at the moment. So potential for these players to move up that ranking list in individuals. That one's quite a bit off target.
It's a chance for them to showcase their skills and build up a reputation, a momentum, experience for the Paralympics in 2 years' time, and looks like Ji Quan Yang will bring this fourth end to a close.
Yeah, and of course we've got the BC1 silver medalist Kai Soon on the bench, which is interesting. That's a player you want to bring on.
Yeah, a lot of great players in this China team. Confirmation from the referee.
So the longer tactic didn't work again for Brazil. Substitutes weren't as effective as they were hoping, and it's really getting away from them now, this game.
And again, no one's been able to score points on their jack, which is really remarkable. Wow, 2 red for China, and that puts them in total control with 2 ends to go. They're not out of it, this Brazil, with of course those 2 ends, but a lot of work needs to be done.
And they're starting to see a change in tone here. Coach realising that, you know, trying to G them up hasn't worked. He's just trying to calm it down now, I think. Reminding them that the game's still there. It's still possible, albeit remote.
You can see Ji Quan Yang just popping his head round.
Yeah, he's still behind them. Not going for the huddle, China. But there's a discussion on the court now. BC1 assistant and coach just talking to the players about where he wants the jack to go in this 5th end.
Well, China 6-1 up with 2 ends to go. Brazil staff and players just trying to G up their teammates.
Probably the key man in the game so far to play the jack.
And that's a nicely placed jack for China. And with the prowess of Ji Quan Yang, can he follow it up?
Oh, good ball by Yan.
It's blocking off the ankle of Santos on the far left.
Yeah. And obviously he's the player that started the game, so they want to shut him out. And I think I actually incorrectly said earlier that the BC2s would be swapping, when in fact that's not the case, obviously. There's BC1 that came on as well, so there's 2 BC1s now on the field. And the BC1 assistant has to go between them.
Well, can Paulo Naranja respond to that?
Yes, he can.
Wow, look at that. That's the best shot we've seen from Brazil.
It's assistant tapping him on the shoulders to signal how happy he is with that. And so he should be.
What a moment for him on the show court. Will be China to throw next. Lin Shi goes to his basket.
Yeah, and he's got the ability to go for the blue or the white here. Going for the finesse shot. I thought there would have been a better aggressive call there, but they've decided not to.
Looks like Lynchy will throw again, maybe to secure that red ball.
China will be trying to put the game beyond doubt. In this end, they don't want to go into the last end with a chance for Brazil. They want to be home and hosed.
Well, they've certainly secured it, but it's not very open.
And I think ideally what the coach would like is to be able to get his substitutes on in the last end for them to enjoy the show court experience. Because obviously every player is a key part of the teams involved here.
Well, it'd be great to see Kai Sun out on the show court. What a character he is.
Yeah, very vocal on the court.
Saw him in the BC1 individual final against David Smith. It wasn't his day, but he's had a fantastic championships. And like Ji Guan Yang would love to pick up a bronze medal to go with his silver.
Good shot.
Very nicely done. He's just moved the red ball of China away and nestled his ball in there.
It's much better from Brazil.
Brazil coach would have been thinking, why couldn't we have done this from the start instead of having to chase the game?
Yeah, it'd be so frustrated how they started the game. New day, of course, but maybe they just weren't able to get over the disappointment of the semi-final. It's taken them a few ends to wake up to that. And maybe it's the change, the substitutes, eager to impress, don't have so much of the baggage of defeat yesterday, so they probably weren't involved as much, if at all.
YouTube, Joanne.
Oh, great shot.
That for a response.
Jan clapping vigorously. He really enjoyed that.
With another look on the replay. Brilliant. Just using the ball of Brazil to wedge it in between.
Yeah, and just when we thought Brazil were going to get a foothold, China respond with that. And Maresh will play now.
Flying past, it's a really hard angle.
Yeah.
For Moraes with the kicking action he has. Three attempts left still for Brazil.
Obviously, as it stands, if it were to finish like this, only a tie break would be possible for Brazil.
Yeah, he's just trying to nudge that blue ball in front of the jack closer, but just didn't get the power required.
Yeah. And even if they get the one, Brazil just looks so hard to see a way back in the final end.
All square in the amount of balls
Marcel
thrown or
Santos
kicked.
So often the man they look to in difficult situations.
Even this could be too much for Santos.
Such a lovely throwing motion, Marcel Santos. When he's playing his best, there's very few that are more enjoyable to watch, in my opinion.
You can see how far he's gone back into his box and the angle he's had to create for himself. Was just throwing across.
Yeah, and I think what he's trying to do is get that closest red taken out of there. Looks like it's going to be a power shot. Oh, great shot.
Oh, fantastic from
Well done.
Santos.
Big pressure ball there. Absolutely nails it.
Well, the angle has worked for him.
That's a great shot. Maybe he hasn't got the luck he wanted there. The luck he deserved with that ball. Oh no, they're okay.
How can Ji Guan Yang respond here?
Probably going to try and move that jack back to the reds.
Didn't work. You can see the power we got in it.
Yeah, he's got a lot of power. Does Yan?
Doesn't waste any time either.
And I think he might have pushed the blue closer now, actually. Might have made that worse. Brazil will be ticking the balls off. And it's going to be the middle player, the BC one, who has the ball left.
Yu Chu Juan for China. Can she save this fifth end?
I think the BC1 assistant is asking the BC1 player from Brazil to move out of the way a little, give them some room. Presents the ball. Oh, might have had that. Nope. It's up a little bit, I think.
Yeah, they were looked happy from their view.
And there might actually be a chance here to wedge another one in there. And if there was a man you wanted to have a ball left, it would be Marcel Santos.
How critical is this throw for Brazil? They've already got 1 point as it stands added to that scoreboard. Another one would create a fantastic finish.
Oh! Has he got it?
The assistant rocks back on his chair.
I think he might have.
Oh, this is very close.
Oh, we're going to have to see an aerial measure here.
This is the first one we've seen on show court, and it could be absolutely massive for Brazil.
Look at this. Oh, fantastic.
If only it just rolled
Yeah, normally
ever so slightly.
they just fall into that gap. It's just a bit softer and it stayed up. And referees hate this.
I mean, the slightest of touches could move that blue ball off the stack. This is incredibly close.
Hard to tell. 2, I think.
Well, that was very quick.
Yeah, looks like definitely 2.
You hear the roar from the Brazilians.
Yeah, they're all down. BC3s, BC4s.
Confirmation from the referee.
No, just the 1. Thought that was 2, but no.
I did as well. It looked very close. So another added to the scoreboard for Brazil. So we go into this final end. China 6, Brazil 2, and still a chance.
Yeah, that extra 1 would have made all the difference. Inspired play by Maciel Santos. I think we'll see another long jack.
Put China under pressure.
And there's going to be a substitution for China. Surprising. Choosing to do it now because it's still in the balance.
It's going to be Zhijian Lang.
Maciel with the final jack ball.
The placing of this jack could be crucial from Brazil.
A few of the players on the court. Still suits the longer jack for Brazil now. Guilherme Moraes was definitely more accurate at the back of the court with that kicking style. But we'll see. Yeah, sticking to that tactic. All about the first ball now. If we can nail this, particularly in the team event because they have less power than BC3s or BC4s, it can be really decisive. And if they're not able to shut it down, leaves openings. So definitely not over.
8.5 meters, the placement of the jack. Big follow-up ball for Santos.
Whoa.
Nearly. It was so close to being nailed on. Now did China respond?
At this point, it's a 1 ball end. As far as China's concerned, they just got to get 1 in there.
Yi Kuan Yang. Oh,
Very close as well.
not far away from either side. It looked very good initially.
And he's going to go again. Not much thought going into it. Deciding early.
Yan to go again. Oh, just goes past.
And that's their key player with both balls played. Brazil will be thinking, I'm quite happy with that. Still a chance here. All blues are in play or to come. None out so far, so very much still in it.
Brazil to throw.
Well, he's done the job. Just about.
Paulo Naranjo to throw next for Brazil.
Yeah, and Paulo was terrific in that last end with his opening 2 shots. Gave Brazil the opportunity.
flying past.
Yeah, just trying to move that jack, I think. Back and sit, but lost the line. That's one ball away of the 4 that they need.
China will be counting down the balls left for Brazil.
And of course, another ball goes out of court. Only the tie break's possible.
It's going to be the foot of Reyes to go next. Oh, look at that. What a kick from Moraes just when they needed it, Brazil. That is such an art to do that. Fantastic skill.
That is, I can't tell you how good that is. At that distance, at this time in the match, line and pace, absolutely phenomenal.
And it's not affecting Ji Quan Yang as well, because he's thrown his ball. So
exactly.
This is really on.
It's not bad. It's in the vicinity. But China will be a little bit worried now. And now the substitute, who's just come on.
You wouldn't have been expecting this type of pressure.
Oh, and that's a well far distance away from the jack.
What drama on the show court already. And what is going to be a spectacular day here at the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool.
Pressure's now on. The sole player left with balls.
Bronze medal up for grabs for either China or Brazil.
Oh, that's gone.
Oh, it's gone sailing past. And you can see instantly that Ji Quan Yang is giving advice.
Well, there's a possibility now. If this one goes straight. This is a crucial ball, maybe.
Oh, he is close, and that really...
They know the importance of that ball, and I think that's just sealed it. There's not a lot of room now. This would take something spectacular from Brazil now.
What a response from Yu Chu Juan.
I think what they'll probably do is Marciello want to try and give himself that last ball to work something at the end, get his teammates to play and leave him something, leave him a chance. So you want at this point an opportunity to win the game or force a tie break. I mean, I've seen some incredible last ends throughout the championship. Great Britain, of course, beating Colombia in the last end. We've seen Francis Rombu of Belgium coming back with a second left to beat Pataya Tadtong of Thailand. who could forget the BC3 final? So there's examples out there this week.
This would be right up there if Brazil could pull this one off. Well,
yeah, it needed to
gone
be
wide.
in line at least to give Maciel a chance. And I think it's gone now, unfortunately for Brazil.
The speed was actually really good from Moraes. It was just, like you said, Scott, the line that.
And as I said, up there, it's often a one-ball end. And that crucial Chinese last ball, I think, has got it for them.
One billet clock sounding for Brazil. Paolo to throw next. Oh, wow.
Oh, great shot.
Look at that.
Well done.
Well, they might not win this game, but they're certainly trying to end on a high.
Yeah, there's obviously 3 balls close and 1 left. But if Maciel Santos can pull 4 out of this, well, it will be probably the best shot I've ever seen.
Here we go, Santos. Can he put it off?
Oh,
no way!
wow.
That is amazing!
Oh my goodness.
Santos has potentially pulled off one of the greatest shots we have ever seen.
Are you kidding me right now? I don't think it's 4, but what an effort.
He wants to have another look. And I think you're right, Scott. I don't think it is the 4 points. But what an effort from Santos. And you see the applause he's getting from his teammates.
What a fantastic shot. And he just couldn't move the jack enough. Oh. And it is that final Chinese ball that's done it, because it just changed the dynamic. Brazilian fans are devastating. But what an attempt.
A piece of magic on the show court. Fantastic.
And guys, this is just the first game of the day.
Well, what a start to our final day at the Championships. An extraordinary game. No one could take control of their jack, but it went right to the end. And just look at that scorecard. It twisted and turned, and Brazil, nearly at the death, pulled it out of the bag. What a start, Scott, to these bronze medal matches.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, China deserved to win. It would have been a shame if they given it away on that last end, because they were the best side, but well, we nearly saw some drama. And that's what can happen with a long jack. Anything's possible. And yeah, I mean, the rest of the day just gets better and better from here.
Well, some of the highlights from what has been an incredible match here on show court. And it's just the start. We've got 2 more bronze medal matches and 3 finals to come. That man Santos nearly pulled it off for Brazil. We'll have the bronze medal match in the pairs BC3 coming up for you next. South Korea against Hong Kong, only 10 minutes away. And we have another BC4 pairs bronze match in Germany versus Hong Kong to round up the 3rd versus 4th playoffs. But next up, I spoke to Dame Catherine Granger about what a fantastic week it's been here at the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool. Well, Catherine, 4th day into the Boccia World Championships, you must be delighted of how it's panned out so far.
Yeah, I'm delighted on a couple of different levels. One, the event itself is incredible. It's the first time I've seen Boccia live. I've seen it on television many times, but it's the first time I've been to an event. It's being hosted brilliantly in Liverpool, a great crowd, and also just seeing David Smith win his world title is brilliant for the British Boccia. And
in terms of parasport, you must be really delighted that it's getting more and more coverage over the years. Is that something you're going to really try and push for the future?
Yeah, I think, it's global, you see it happening, but especially in Great Britain, there's an amazing support for the para team, and I think every time you see more and more excellent, absolutely world-class performances, more people get to understand the sport and the athletes behind it and get, rooting forward as everyone looks to Tokyo now.
And just tell us how much work actually goes into all these events. One here in Liverpool is Boccia World Champions, has been so good. How much work actually goes into it?
Yeah, there's a phenomenal team behind the scenes that put these things together, these major events. And what's brilliant is that all throughout Britain we're seeing, whether Glasgow just hosting the European Championships, obviously the Commonwealth Games, soon going to Birmingham, was in Glasgow before, the London Olympics, but then all the individuals. So the Netball World Championships is coming back to Liverpool next year. So, the UK is getting known to host absolutely major global events and being recognised as doing it brilliantly. So every single event that comes here, there's an amazing team that makes sure that it works as smoothly as possible, but gets the crowds behind it, gets the fans in, gets new people in, people who might never have seen these sports, get to come and see it for the first time live. And there's something very special about live sport, very like live music or live theatre, when you feel part of the process and you get, every time you see it, you get people, leaving delighted or emotional, or all these different great things that come through sport. I think you get in live sport especially.
And finally, what do you see next in the next 5-10 years in terms of UK sport? What do you see happening in the country in the next 10 years?
I think we've been in an amazing time so far, the last sort of 20 years, especially since the national lotteries come in. We've seen both the Olympic and the Paralympic sides, just more and more sports coming through, more and successful. We've got greater expectations, and the lovely thing is that the public have come too. The public really want to see these amazing athletes doing better, whether in this country or abroad. And I think we've got some great major championships coming up, both winter and summer, and we just want to see more of the same and even better to come.
Well, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us, and we look forward to seeing what happens in the UK over the next 10 years. Thank you.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympic Games in 1984. In the Paralympics, it's played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball. Boccia balls can be rolled, thrown, kicked or released down a ramp. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sport assistant on the court and deliver the ball using the ramp. The sport assistant is not allowed to look at the court or communicate with the athlete. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. The aim is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls in each end. Individual and pair matches consist of 4 ends, whilst team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack, then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer to the jack than the opposition's nearest ball. Boccia balls also get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result, the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point each ball that's closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. Boccia requires strategy and pinpoint accuracy, where just one good ball can make all the difference.
Boccia is a Paralympic sport and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? 2 sides compete against each other as individuals, a pair, or as a team of 3. One side has 6 red balls, the other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. It is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. Individual and pairs play 4 ends. Team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympics at the New York and Stoke Mandeville Games in 1984. Nearly 30 years on, London 2012 plays host to this event here at Excel, right in the heart of London's Docklands. Boccia, the stats. Boccia comes from the
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our second game of the day on our final outing of the 2018 BISFed Boccia World Championships. And we turn our attention to the pairs BC3 bronze medal match between South Korea and Hong Kong. Some star names on show for you this morning. And this one is set up to be a cracker. And I'm delighted again to be joined by Scott McCowan for this one. And after a fantastic start in the Team BC1, BC2 bronze medal match, I'm sure this one will just be as good, Scott.
Yeah, and all you're looking for in these games is to have a chance for both teams in the last end. And I say, that last game, we had just that, and hopefully we'll get it again here. This is the battle of the angles. All 4 players can get great angles in their boxes, so we should see a game where it's very difficult to shut the opposition out. And already we're seeing a statement of intent from Hong Kong with a long jack and a warm-up. And I can see the thought process with that because of how good Korea are in the shorter areas and how much the BC3 final has influenced things since will be interesting. Obviously, Oh Won Young lost the lead in the last end in a long jack, and that maybe gave them cause for optimism.
Well, just confirming the teams for you. For South Korea, as mentioned by Scott, Hwan Jong, he'll be partnered up with Junyup Kim. And for Hong Kong, Young Kai Ho and Wing Tu Wing Tung Lu. Of course, Hao and Jong involved in that extraordinary BC3 final that we saw on Wednesday.
And it's interesting that Wing Tung Lu getting the nod alongside Yoon Kei-ho instead of Ling Yan Sang, who started the semi-final yesterday. We know that Hong Kong didn't play well yesterday, and when she came on, she did quite well, and has obviously done enough to get selected here. Don't know whether that has something to do with her greater accuracy at the back of the court, because that looks like they're going to play here.
Yeah, she really impressed in the final end against Greece in the semi-final. Me and Peter Maguire discussed that there could be an opportunity for her to play in this bronze medal match, and she's been given the nod today. Partnership of Hao Wan Jong and Jun Yup Kim is a formidable partnership.
Yeah, and you might have expected that obviously one of those players getting the silver and the other one finishing fourth would have meant that in the pairs they would have been the ones to beat. But it's a different game. Doesn't always work like that. And yeah, these two have been back together for this championship because Oh Won Young has been out of the game since Rio. For many years it was him and Kim Han-soo, another Korean player, who were the starting pair. But these days, Yoon Yup Kim has joined them. And they're actually quite similar in terms of the way they play, the general physical profile of each other. Although Oh Won Young has greater use of his hands. But they get similar angles. And we start as expected with the long jack.
8.5 meters for Wing Tung Lu. Seven minutes in total per end for each pair, and it's 4 ends in the pairs BC3 as well.
And that's just drifted on by. Not the best start.
The jack is still open after that start from Hong Kong. South Korea beaten by Australia in the semi-finals. Hong Kong beaten by Greece.
It's going to be the Paralympic champion and World Championship silver medalist this week to go first. And you might think chance for bronze and a silver, not a bad week's work. But such is the dominance that this man's had over this division, he'll be disappointed with that.
Been away for a couple of years and he's back in full flow.
And that's pretty good.
It's a nice start from Hao Wan Jong. But not perfect.
No. But at that distance, very hard to be exact. So much that can go wrong with a ball on the way to the jack at that distance.
It must be encouraging for him after he failed in the final end against Polykronidis over the long distance. I'll just give him a bit of confidence.
That's right. But if Yoon Kei-ho can stick this on the jack, we'll have an interesting end in store.
Hold number 3, Yoon Kei-ho. It's looking good. Oh, Very close to being nailed on. Referee Paul Coffey for this one. It's very close.
Yeah, just rested on the blue, but they can use that to promote to the jack now, even if they're not closer. Such a shock to see South Korea so comfortably beaten by Australia in that semi-final yesterday. And if they come out of this pairs event without a medal, it will be greeted with shock, I'm sure, back home. Such is the standard that they're accustomed to seeing from this team, or this pair, I should say.
Young Kai-ho to go next for Hong Kong.
Want to push that on? Yeah,
Oh,
good shot.
Fantastic. That's the best shot we've seen in the early stages.
Great control, great touch.
It's blocking it off for Jun-Yup Kim of South Korea as well.
Yep, and will we see the first glimpse of the wrecking ball that he possesses? That hard ball that opens up ends.
Of course, 3 balls each in the pairs.
Right up the top.
Fantastic response from Paralympic champion Hao Wan-jong. Open it up again. Fantastic from Hao Wan-jong.
And now it's going to be Jun-Yup Kim to try and touch the jack. Who we witnessed in the bronze medal match on the show court in the individuals. Most notable was that crazy angle and lining up position that he took in the last end to play that shot.
It was incredible to watch. It really was.
And that's way wide.
Just not judging the line at all. Jun-Yup Kim.
That's a poor one.
That's a long way off, actually.
Yep.
Very surprising from Kim. To go again, Jun-Yup Kim. Looks a bit better.
Oh, just a bit pacey.
Very close to being perfect. I think he might just be slightly closer. He is. Hong Kong to go next.
Yeah, but they'll rather have been the ones to go again, because Hong Kong's now going to have a free shot at the jack. Looked like the pace was okay at that point, but seemed to get a second wind.
Almost an extra boost on the way there. I agree, it did look very nice at first glance.
Oh, yes.
What a shot.
Terrific.
Young Kai Ho has really took advantage of the error from Jun Yup Kim, and that is fantastic. It stuck to it like glue. She got the pace and accuracy just right. Definitely worth another replay. Just guided in there. And to do that from such a long distance is a real skill.
You might think, you see some of the shots at this distance, why more teams don't play there, but simply down to consistency. The next time you play that, could be well out, and it can just change so quickly. And apparently no reason at times.
You can see what Jun Yup Kim was trying to do there.
Yeah.
Just went through the two red balls.
Yeah, he just caught it very slightly, just didn't quite get it full enough.
One ball remaining for South Korea.
What can he do now? And there was a lot of talk in the build-up to this event about the level of Ho Won Young after so long out of the game, internationally at least. I think we've all seen that there's nothing wrong with his game.
Already picking up a silver medal in the BC3 individual competition. Can he help South Korea?
And that's just a blocking ball, I think, now. Just trying to keep it tight.
He did, got the pace really nicely there, did Ho Won Young, but I agree, it does look like he's just trying to go for damage limitation.
Yeah, defending the closest blue. Because if that had been taken out when it was loose like that, and then there would have been a lot of room. Now with two balls against each other, you're not going to be able to take them both out. Well, at least not without some truly wonderful shots. And obviously Hong Kong only have two left, so if they did manage to get that out with two strikes, there would be no balls left for further scoring anyway. And I think this end will probably end 1 to Hong Kong. Another good crowd for this game.
Fantastic atmosphere around the exhibition centre today, as it's been all week. Oh, nearly, we had too much power really.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the tactic was there. It looks like maybe they were trying to drive into red and jack, move it back enough to get that other one in play. But no, didn't get it right.
One left for Hong Kong, and it will be Wing Tung Lu to...
We can't see in the darkness, but I'm sure there'll be a lot of BC3s down there in attendance watching this game. So many BC3s are students of the game, love learning more about how to improve, and there's no greater place to do that than in the medal matches at a World Championships.
Seeing the best of the best here on show court. Already had one extraordinary game. Can Hong Kong take advantage going into the second end? Slowed up.
Oh, that.
Secured the 1 point.
Yeah, they were trying to hold that one, but it's just going to roll back.
That is one added to the score of Hong Kong. Another replay here.
Good line. Very good line.
The pace was just too much. But it is a lead for Hong Kong going into the second end.
Yeah, they've won the end, but they would have wanted to take in more, I'm sure. Coach coming over to offer advice.
Well, we've got some fantastic games coming up for you this afternoon. 3 finals, 3 world champions to be crowned. And of course, still one more bronze medal match coming up for you in the pairs BC4 as Germany take on Hong Kong.
Yeah, don't miss that one. Germany's had a wonderful championships.
In particular, Boris Nikolai, his last appearance on the show court. What a player he's been this week at the championships.
Yeah, they're great people. Really pleased for them.
It will be South Korea to place the jack.
Today really is a lineup of some of the stars of the game. No more so than in this game.
Ha Wan-jong, Young Kai-ho, Jun Yup Kim. Like you said, Scott, it's a star-studded lineup.
And the standard Korean jack position.
3 meters for South Korea.
And we saw a rare moment in the BCT final when Ho Wan-young missed the first ball. I can't recall the last time he'd done that, so I'll expect this one to go perfectly onto the jack.
Follows it up. It initially looked like it might have had too much on it, but it just slowed right down and just guided it onto the jack.
Yeah, and the softer balls, the minute they come off the ramp and they don't have that momentum, they can slow up quite quickly. And you see Wing Tung Lu way into box 1 to line this one up. And she hasn't produced a bad performance so far. So not normally the substitute, as we said, but doing well so far. And we see the hand pointer again for the release here. Looking sideways to get that release. Oh,
nearly.
and that ball has fell from the ramp as it moved, and the referee deeming that to have been released. You can't stop a ball once it's been released, so the assistant there was wrong to collect it.
That's the first time we've seen it happen on the show court.
So the player has to be the last one to connect with the ball, and you've seen there that clearly hadn't happened. The ball fell of its own momentum because of the movement of the ramp.
Discussions with the line judge.
Yeah, an important part of the team is the line judge. Have to have good communication between them and the referee.
Just having another look at this. Yeah, you can clearly see he stops it.
Yeah, and actually I don't think that would probably have been an illegal release when I see it again. If he hadn't stopped it, I think the player might have made contact, but he obviously knew that the rapid movement might not have been a good shot, so sometimes it's almost subconscious without thinking. You just put the hand up to catch it, like you would in training, but you can't do that. As we see another appearance from head referee Teresa Calverot.
We've seen her a lot in the BC3 pairs games.
Yeah, so often the case, because there's so many rules to follow. And that ball has been retracted, as you hear the referee say.
Well, first retraction of the World Championships on the show court.
You just can feel things beginning to turn for Hong Kong now. They'd made a good start.
South Korea don't want to be giving any slight advantages to.
Perhaps the inexperience of the substitute or the assistant coming to the fore.
Wing Tung Lu, the player involved on that far right for Hong Kong, came on as a substitute against Greece in the semi-final and performed well, so she was given the opportunity to perform in the bronze medal match here.
Just got to get that out of her head now and keep going. A mistake like that can easily destroy the confidence of a player, especially one that's inexperienced. Had violation distractions myself, and it can rock you for the next few balls if you're not careful, because it's just such a cheap one to give away. Frustrates you. That's a great release.
Just knocking the jack back with the blue ball of South Korea and just opening things up a bit.
Yeah, and being able to open it in one is such a difference maker. But of course, the fact that they've had to waste a ball means it's actually been to no avail. Most players would take two to move that and get in, so she's not gained anything by her angle because of the mistake.
So technically this is Hong Kong's fourth ball, in a sense. After that retraction.
Yeah, no, I think the graphic has counted the retracted ball here, so this is just the third. Perfect shot.
Nicely done from Young Kai Ho, the experienced player in this Hong Kong side.
Yeah. Needed to get that one. And you see there the extensions are outside of Yunyup Kim's box, and that's perfectly fine until the ball is released. Saves time and gives you room at this point. But just got to be careful not to forget to bring everything back in.
Well, we saw an extraordinary scene in the pairs BC3 match between Portugal and Brazil on Wednesday, where a stool was on the line when the shot was played.
Yeah, that was a dramatic game for reasons a lot of the time other than exceptional boccia shots.
It went all the way to time.
Oh, and there's another error. And the ref quickly in to stop that affecting the head. And the arm of Yoon Kei-ho's assistant goes up. That looked like a simultaneous release to me, where both player and ramp assistant released at the same time. It looked like the assistant took his hand away, and look at that stare by Yunyup Kim. I think we know who he's suggesting was at fault.
Yeah, he's certainly not happy. He's wide open from Junyup Kim. And a second mistake in this game.
And thankfully, alertness from the referee made sure that that didn't affect the head. He got in there early. That's why you have to take up a good position. And I think that is the case. As soon as he let go of the ramp assistant, the ball fell from the ramp. And there must be a clear, an obvious moment where the ball's there and then the player releases. Wow, I didn't see this coming.
Well, in the bronze medal match, two high quality sides and two mistakes, one for either side. Take two. Wedged him the ball in there. Quickly rolled away.
And as we saw in that Portugal game, when a ball does connect with a head that's deemed to be a foul, then you get into all sorts of problems and discussions. So we avoided that because of the quick actions of the referee.
Which you're perfectly, of course, allowed to do, the referee, and in that sense, spot on.
The only trouble being, if you stop a ball and then establish that you made a mistake and there was no foul, then that really is a problem. So you've got to balance the, between do a step in here to make sure we don't get into a territory of disrupted end, but I have to be sure in what I saw.
Junyup Kim to go again for South Korea. What has been a really dramatic second end. Hardly talked about how close the balls are to the jack.
Yeah, no, you've put me on the spot early here, having to go through my knowledge of the rule book. I was looking for a nice quiet morning.
Well, you've described them perfectly to us. Gone through all the regulations involved.
Oh, and that's not good from there. Really.
Still open, isn't it, the jack?
Yeah, that was a pretty straightforward. He had to cut it, but no, he won't be happy with that. Lights Hong Kong right in now.
And he talked about how players should clear the head after making an error. And could that be the result of that error that was from Junyup Kim? The shot we saw there.
Maybe looking at Yunyup Kim's assistant, maybe still kicking himself for the error that took place because his head's down in his hands. Yunyup Kim looks straight ahead, reflecting on what's happened. And if Yoon Kei-ho can do what she normally does and nail the angle on an approach shot, Hong Kong can wrestle initiative back. Oh, yeah.
Look at that from Young Kai Ho.
No, I don't think they're closer, but that's okay. Because if that red is pushed on, or they move the blue, then they'll be sitting in control of the jack. And control of the jack is sometimes more important in a subsequent shot than making your opponent play in one, if they can just easily get back in. That's something that often confuses first-time viewers to this game.
You don't necessarily need to be touching the jack all the time, do you?
No, and it's because of that difference from bowls, where in bowls it's alternate shots. The fact that you can build ahead, build an end, because of that distinction. What makes it so exciting, in my opinion.
I certainly agree, Scott. It's what has made the championships so thrilling to watch.
What can Wing Tung Liu do about this? Trying to promote the red. Gets it.
Really nicely done from Liu.
And crucially, leaves the knocking ball in the head to serve as a blocker or a ball you can use later. So important to be as efficient with the balls as possible.
Hong Kong have used up all their balls now, remember that retraction. So that really was a clever shot actually from Liu with only one remaining.
Yeah, I think she's played very well so far.
Taking her opportunity.
Considering she's ranked 114. But that's probably more to do with the fact that she's just not played in a lot of individual events. You have to stay active in the competitive season to maintain a high ranking, and that's why Ho Won Young's ranking has slipped since winning gold in Rio, because this is his first event since then. Of course, he had the luxury of many points as a result of his dominance last cycle. And as each year goes on, the ranking points accrued depreciate.
Oh, that might have just nudged the jack.
Yeah.
To the blue.
Good shot there, I think.
Yeah.
Nice.
Very nicely played from Ho Won Young. Brilliantly played. And the torch just coming out from the referee, potentially.
Will we see the torch? Can we see it? No, he's going for the filing gauges. And each one of those little gauges is slightly thinner than the other one, till they find the correct width to fill the gap. Red to plate. That was a very good shot. And he knew that they only had one ball left, so he'd rather get them played out and then assess the situation, because it gives you so much more control. Young Kei-ho right back in the box once more. Deep into the box of Yun Yup Kim to get this angle. And again, that's partly to do with the small wheelchair. .32 minutes gone in this match. A little bit slower than average. but we've seen a couple of refereeing decisions.
See how far the junior Pubis kip has gone.
Oh,
Into
yes.
his box, and a fantastic shot from Young Kai Ho.
That's a terrific shot. That was so good to get the line to that blue. Assistant with the hands wide just to make clear that there are going to be no release errors here. Sometimes the referees get a little bit trigger happy, for want of a better phrase. After seeing one, they're just keeping an eye on it and maybe think, oh, I don't want to be the referee that misses it. They accidentally call something, so just make clear to the referee that nothing's happened.
And this really is an important shot for Awan Yong.
Yeah, he's got to get this here. Oh, pushing it to the limit here on time. Oh, he couldn't, he was trying to get the jack. And that'll be the one to red.
Yeah, you can see what he was trying to do, but it will be a point to Hong Kong. And they've scored one in each end so far. So a 2-0 lead now. Going into the third end. Still all to play for. Only 2 points behind the South Korea. Just a reminder of those finals that I mentioned earlier coming up for you this afternoon. In the Team BC1, BC2 final, Thailand take on Japan at 1:30. Set to be a brilliant match. And then the pairs BC3 final, another incredible encounter in store between Greece and Australia. And then to wrap us up for the World Championships, it's the pairs BC4 final, Slovakia versus Thailand. And I know, Scott, you are incredibly excited, even though it's not Great Britain, for the pairs BC3 final between Greece and Australia.
Yeah, it's the culmination of the BC3 tournament, and it's the best players that have made it to that final, obviously. So you want to see the pinnacle of your sport being played out under the lights of the show court. But I'm also looking forward greatly to the BC4 final. That's going to be terrific. And Peter Maguire will be taking you through that. It'll be my opportunity to get into the stand and get a feel for the crowd down there. Take it in.
Young Kai Ho has placed the jack at 8 metres.
Yeah, sticking to the tactic. What I like to see, I think. They're doing well, they're 2-0 up, don't get on the defensive now. Stay aggressive.
She can follow this up. It will be a superb start and really put the pressure on South Korea. Another thing of note, of course, Hong Kong playing with two ladies, which we've not seen a lot of in the championships.
No, we saw Brazil do that, but yeah, it's good to see both sexes being represented in this sport.
Yeah, it's been great for that this week. Seen a lot of male and female taking part in Boccia.
Oh, that was so close.
Just a bit too much power on it.
And the difficulty at that distance is, with no markings on the court, it's very hard to see exactly how far up the jack is from your box. So you have to judge where it's landed to then work out the pace required for your next ball. The closer it is, the easier it is to tell how far you've played it. It's amazing when you've been involved in BC3 for a while how much better your powers of distance judgment improve. Oh, yes.
What a shot! Just showing his pedigree and classes, Hawan Jong, and that is superb.
And he was a little bit out on the line with that ball in the end one, but he's adjusted, and that doesn't get any better.
Well, he really struggled, as we all know, in the final end in the BC3 individual final. He must have been practicing it after that final, going into this team and pairs competition, in the pairs competition.
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you? Always learning, even with the medals that this man has around his neck over the years.
And that's just the start South Korea would have wanted in this third end.
Putting the pressure on Wing Tung Loop. Good shot.
Very nicely done.
Well played. Important who's to go now. Crucial, this one.
It does look, from initial distance on that initial angle, that it was going to be South Korea, but of course we'll have a measurement from the referee just to double check.
He's pretty happy. Signalling the blue bat.
See the frustration from Lou there.
Yeah, it's so annoying when that happens. And will the dead-eye accuracy of Hawan Jong continue here?
Looking straight down the ramp. Well, a good response from Hawan Jong, who's placed it in between the two balls, between blue and red.
Yeah, that is a fantastic shot. Look on the replay here, we'll see just how good that was. 2 in a row. Pinpoint accuracy.
Fantastic from Hawan Jong. He's got his speed just right in this third end.
Stretching right up to the top again, Wing Tung Liu, to try and get another Korean ball off the jack. Well played again. Oh, surely not.
Hawan Jong can do.
Surely they're not closer again.
That's a real kick in the teeth for Lou.
Oh, they are. Oh, man. Oh, well, just rolled a little bit at the end. Maybe not. Let's see. That would just be so unlucky if that happened. I think the Blues. Do we see red to play? Oh, that's okay. They deserved that.
Sigh of relief for Lou there. She'll be delighted now. Chance for Hong Kong to take advantage.
That's some cracking shots to start this end. Wing Tung Liu living with the accuracy of the Korean pair. She's done very, very well in this important match.
Bear in mind, she didn't even start the semi-final, so she's really showing what she can do on the show court this morning.
Yoon Kei-ho as well, though, was exceptional in that second end. To get that blue ball away right at the end and tucked it back in the box. Oh, perfect.
Oh, nearly perfect, but really good from Yoon Kei-ho.
Yeah, I thought that ball might have been a bit softer and it would have held, but no, it's just a bit heavy and that meant it didn't stick on. See it again here. Yeah, it held on the blue, which is good. Still tricky for Korea.
Kim to go next for South Korea.
See there, one eye dominant in the lining up.
Saw some incredible angles he pulled off in the individual competition.
Yeah, with his head turned on his side. I don't know how you possibly line up like that, but he manages it.
Incredible skill.
Let's make sure of the release here.
Doesn't want to do it again. Got off right there. Straight through the gap.
Oh, fantastic.
Cracking shot from Jun-Yup Kim. Responds brilliantly. What an end this has been.
That was great. To edge that ball out and then just hold on the jack. Terrific. But funnily enough, every time we've seen one of these great shots, there has always been an escape for the opposition. And again, the case here is Yoon Kei-ho as the jack to move back here. Normally one of those shots would have been a good chance at an end winner. But we're seeing some great quality at the back of the court. It's been a nice change from so many of the short ends. That's the one. Oh no.
Oh, it looked nailed on.
Didn't it? Those are the margins. And now it's tough because Wing Tung Liu cannot see that jack, so cannot play that shot.
It was down to Yoon Kei-ho. It looked bang on. And suddenly swerved away.
Yeah. And now I think the best shot is a defensive one, and the red that's closest for Hong Kong, if she can sit one on that to stop Oh Won-young and Korea from removing that from play, that'll be the best outcome, because if that goes, there's potential to lose more than one.
What incredible pressure on Wing Tung Liu. She's pulled off two brilliant shots in this third end.
Yeah, she has. But this is a level above now, the accuracy of a approach shot, line and pace required. Not going for that one, I don't think. Well, that's a mistake, definitely. I don't know what the shot was there, but that was not the one you want. See, the jack's now open for Korea.
What a chance for South Korea this is. 1 point already.
Hong Kong's made that easier with that shot. That wasn't the shot I suggested, I'm pretty sure. And you see now, that jack could be easily pushed back or just fill the space. Both of them have a line in. 3 balls played. And a big momentum shift in progress here.
What a chance this is for South Korea to apply the pressure to Hong Kong and send us to a incredible finale.
See, I'd be interested to know what the decision was in that last shot. Because you just felt that the one there had to be defensive. I know you want to win your end. Sometimes you have to accept when it's not there. And the minute Young Keho's ball just missed the jack, you felt they had to switch strategy. And I feel they might be punished here. It's a difficult skill to release from that angle. Oh, yeah.
Brilliant from Jun-Yup Kim. He's just opened that angle up now for Hao Wan-jong to exploit.
Yeah, and I thought they might go for the jack, but they went for the reds to push jack and blue towards the middle of the court. I think that might be two now. Don't know.
Yeah, it's very close. Need a measurement. What a chance this is.
And Jun-Yup Kim covers every bit of his box in a game. Uses it all. Lots of angles. It's almost impossible to shut him out fully. And normally I would say that's why he's in the wide box, but actually, even if they were the other way around, I still think Hao Wan-jong would get similar angles. It's great options to have. Oh, that one's away. And out of court, I think.
Close.
Ooh.
Ball is
Yep.
out.
And if that ball had been overhanging the white line, that would have been okay. It has to touch.
So it's now down to the Paralympic champion. If South Korea can add another point and send this to all square with one end to go.
Yeah, let off for Hong Kong with that last one. But I think they're still looking likely to lose three if we assume that other one is closer. He's already nailed two. Can he make it a hat trick on this end? This, I expect, is the hardest of the three balls, judging on the way the last two ran in. So this will be trickier. Has he got it? You bet he has.
Brilliant.
Fantastic.
Hao Wan-jong is just a sensational player. He is a pressure player, and he's pulled it off again.
That is a fine ball, and I think it might actually just be two.
Yeah, I think it's very close, but
It looked like he was trying to play into that, clip the other blue to get the third. But it will be a measure. And the game is turned on its head. All square.
to be so precise, the referees.
Shadow makes it difficult for us. It's very close. So Won Young moves in for a better look. You see there, look to be sticking more. Measures made.
Confirmation from the referee now.
Just the two.
Well, 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 we are going into the final end, all square and all to play for, with a bronze medal in the offering for either Hong Kong or South Korea. What drama.
Crucially, Korea Jack and Ho Won Young goes round to give the pep talk to Yun Yup Kim. Just reassuring him, I'm sure. Leading by example in that last end, he was 100% accurate.
Well, Hong Kong 2, South Korea 2. It's been a fantastic game.
There's a big job in calming him down here. Ho Won Young's assistant involved now as well. I don't know if that suggests a little bit of apprehension on his part, which would be understandable considering it's his jack ball and the game's on the line.
What a momentum shift this is. South Korea now have the chance to place the jack in the final end at all square.
And I said at the start of the game, all you want in the finals day is to have both teams having a chance going into the last end for an excitement factor for the fans. And we've got exactly that.
Going short is Kim.
Perfect.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Gun-Yup Kim. And what a start to this final end.
And the ramp assistant gets up, takes a seat in box 6. And that's just to allow Young Kei-ho room to play her shot. And it was Yun Yup Kim, if I'm not mistaken, that defeated Young Kei-ho in the individual event, so bit of revenge here, I'm sure she's thinking.
Can she respond?
Pretty good.
Yeah, not too bad from Young Kei-ho.
Got it level now.
Just moving the blue ball of South Korea around and giving Hong Kong a better look at the jack.
Yeah, good shot from the Montreal Open champion. And she defeated Kim Han-soo of Korea in the final, who isn't here this week. That just shows you the strength and depth of this Korean national team.
Will be Wing Tung Lu to go next for Hong Kong. Furthest away from the jack.
Oh, well done.
Brilliantly played from
Fantastic.
Tung Lu. She's been superb this morning as Wing Tung Lu.
Yeah. Really been impressed.
He's taking a chance, and having another look here on the replay. Lovely.
Not being overawed by the occasion.
All eyes on show court. She's taking a chance. Junyup Kim for South Korea.
Oh, good shot.
Lovely. Junyup Kim just nudging that jack away now. All the good work from Wing Tung Lu is now undone.
And I mentioned a few days ago how often you see these shots executed now. Cuts on the jack. It's a good one to be able to do. And it's always about 15-20 centimeters that you want to try and move the jack, because the balls tend to end up in similar places. Just it's an escape shot, if you like.
Wing Tung Lu to go next for Hong Kong. She's already performed two. A fantastic shot, but can she do it again?
Well, it's opened it up a bit.
Yeah, it certainly has. The balls are now spread around that part of the court.
That hit both balls. I don't know quite what the strategy was, but either way, there's now a knock-on shot for Yun Kei-ho, I think, promoting the red to the jack. But already onto the fourth ball. It's not ideal. Should add, if it's not universally known, because obviously we have a lot of first-time viewers this week. In the call room before the game, there'll be a coin toss to decide who will play what colour. So obviously we don't know who called or who won, but often players will choose to go blue for this very scenario, to give them the control of the game in the last end. Or some players will like to take the initiative early. But so far, if they did choose blue, Korea, it's went exactly the way they would have wanted. And that's not the best.
No, it's not.
It's done the job, but it's could have been better.
Yeah, she's managed to nudge the red ball closer to the jack, but it's not touching, and with two balls remaining, South Korea remaining charge at the moment.
And I think Yup Kim can wedge one in there. And I think if he gets it, could be game over. Having said that, it's at this point when the pressure is at its highest, and it can affect players in different ways. Just got to keep calm, make sure of the release, make sure of the pace that he chooses.
Really important shot this for South Korea.
I don't know if he is going to go in the gap, judging by how hard this shot is going to be.
He wants to clear that red ball out the way.
Yep, and does.
Does it. You could see straight down the ramp what he was trying to do.
And I think, although it gives Hong Kong a free hit, a free go at the jack, they're banking on the fact that with only 2 left, they're going to have a chance to get back in. But if they can get this absolutely perfect, who knows?
Yeah, it will have to be a really good shot from either Young Kai Ho or Wing Tung Lu. But if anyone can pull this off, it is Young Kai Ho.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier in the week she's so good at the approach shots to the jack in the short areas. Very rarely misses one. Probably the strength of her game. Main strength, I should say. Or maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I've just put the
Jinxed
curse
her a
on
bit.
that one.
Yeah. Certainly, from this angle, looks like South Korea are closer.
Yeah, we're right in the pressure moments in this game though, so maybe just got a little bit cautious on that one and didn't give it enough. Easily done.
So here we go, Hong Kong have 1 ball remaining, and it will be Wing Tung Lu to go for it.
And when you're in that situation, you have to gamble getting that to the jack. It's no use at this stage leaving them short. You've got to take risks when you're down to 1 or 2 balls.
1 minute remaining.
What can the substitute from the previous game, starter in this game, produce? Who has been excellent throughout, Wing Tung Lu. Here we go. Oh, and the line judge on blocked by the referee. And what a sad way to finish.
Oh, what a shame for
This is
Wing Tung Lu.
the 3rd fouled ball of the day. And that's a really sad ending. And she didn't deserve that with how well she's played.
What a shame for Wing Tung Lu.
Sharpness of the line judge right away. And I think the back wheel, the back right wheel, is on the back line. Impossible for us to see from here. That looked like the call. And that's where you're most vulnerable. You can't see behind you. And Korea, as we expect, throw away, take the bronze medal in a game that Hong Kong let get away from them maybe.
A game full of errors, but it leads to a South Korea win. After being 2-0 down, they have come back to win this game 3-2. The experience of Hao Wan-yong and Jun-Yup Kim, too much for Hong Kong. But another fascinating affair on show court. And it is the bronze medal for South Korea. A silver And a bronze for Awan Yong.
And another absorbing contest.
It's been a fantastic morning, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, really enjoyed my 2 matches. And now look forward to that BC3 final, and I will join you again.
Just having another look at the scorecard.
Yeah, very close game. Not a lot in it. But there was 3 balls left at the end for Korea. South Korea in the third end. The fantastic accuracy of Ho Wan Yong in that end. Took it away from them. And Korea saw it out well.
Well, what a match and what a start to the final day here at the World Championships. 2 absorbing encounters. Got one more bronze medal match for you before we get stuck into the finals this afternoon. It's the Pairs BC4 bronze medal match that will be coming up for you at 12 p.m. It'll be Germany against Hong Kong. And until then, don't go anywhere. It's set to be an intriguing afternoon here at the World Championships.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympic Games in 1984. In the Paralympics, it's played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball. Boccia balls can be rolled, thrown, kicked or released down a ramp. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sport assistant on the court and deliver the ball using the ramp. The sport assistant is not allowed to look at the court or communicate with the athlete. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. The aim is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls in each end. Individual and pair matches consist of 4 ends, whilst team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack, then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer to the jack than the opposition's nearest ball. Boccia balls also get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result, the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point each ball that's closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. Boccia requires strategy and pinpoint accuracy, where just one good ball can make all the difference.
Boccia is a Paralympic sport and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? 2 sides compete against each other as individuals, a pair, or as a team of 3. One side has 6 red balls, the other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. It is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. Individual and pairs play 4 ends. Team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympics at the New York and Stoke Mandeville Games in 1984. Nearly 30 years on, London 2012 plays host to this event here at Excel, right in the heart of London's Docklands. Boccia, the stats. Boccia comes from the same family of sports as boule or bowls. In the Paralympics, it is played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball, weighing approximately 275 grams and measuring 27 centimetres in circumference. They can be rolled, thrown, kicked, or released down a ramp. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes, in which the competitors must remain during play. Botcha Essentials. The aim of the sport is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to a white target ball called the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls on each end. Individual and pairs matches consist of 4 ends, while team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack first, followed by one of their own red balls. Then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played 1 ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer than their opposition's, or they run out of balls. Boccia balls often get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. Watch out for the jack or nearest scoring ball being moved. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point for every ball that is closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia, the competition. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. 104 athletes will compete for gold in individual, pairs, and team competitions. These have been divided into 7 events based on classification class. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sports assistant on the court and deliver the ball using a ramp. The sports assistant must never look onto the court or communicate in any way. Boccia requires strategy, intense focus and pinpoint accuracy when just one good ball can make all the difference. Prepare to be bowled over. Let the games begin.
My name's Nigel Murray and I've been playing boccia competitively for around 17-18 years now. I first became aware of it through my work. I work with people with disabilities and I went along to a disability sports taster day where I first saw boccia being played. So I thought it was a sport I could take back to people I supported, work with, and that's really my first introduction to boccia.
There's 4 categories within the international level. There's BC1, which is for cerebral palsy throwers, the most severe cerebral palsy throwers. BC2 are the more able cerebral palsy throwers. BC3 uses a ramp or assistive device to propel the ball because they're unable to throw it. And my class is BC4, which is for any other neurological condition.
The BC3 category is for people who can't naturally grip and throw a ball, so they use an assistive device or a ramp, and we have them bespoke made for us. They also use a head pointer to release the ball, and the degrees of accuracy that these guys can get are unbelievable. And partly that's about communication, so there's a ramp assistant or a performance assistant who sits on the court, who's very much part of the playing staff here rather than support staff.
Play with leather balls. So, they're quite soft. Everyone has a jack ball, and each team has 6 red balls and 6 blue balls. And the object is to get as close as possible to the jack ball. But unlike bowls, you don't alternate shots. So like, I would throw the jack ball, then my first red ball. And blue would continue playing until they get closer. So technically they can be out of balls before the next red ball's thrown. And then at the end of the end, if 2 reds are closer than the blue, it's 2 points, etc.
I don't think there's a sport in the whole Paralympic movement that represents the Paralympics more than boccia. They couldn't do any other sport. They can't play wheelchair rugby, they can't do Paralympic athletics, they can't do the swimming. But this, for anybody with the conditions that are severe enough to direct them here, but they're sporty and they're competitive, this is an outlet for that. So I think it's wholly representative of what the Paralympic movement should be about.
Boccia to me, it's my living, it's my work, it's what I do professionally. So obviously I want to be the best at it for as long as possible, win as many competitions as I can, sort of leave a legacy in this country.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympic Games in 1984. In the Paralympics, it's played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball. Boccia balls can be rolled, thrown, kicked, or released down a ramp. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sport assistant on the court and deliver the ball using the ramp. The sport assistant is not allowed to look at the court or communicate with the athlete. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. The aim is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls in each end. Individual and pair matches consist of 4 ends, whilst team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack, then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer to the jack than the opposition's nearest ball. Boccia balls also get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result, the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point each ball that's closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. Boccia requires strategy and pinpoint accuracy, where just one good ball can make all the difference.
Welcome back to the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool. Our third and final bronze medal match. And we turn our attention to the pairs BC4 category as Germany take on Hong Kong. It's been a fantastic BC4 competition this year. The final, our last game of the day, and some really great players in this match, including one Boris Nicolai for Germany. And I'm delighted to say that I am joined by Peter Maguire for this one.
Hi there.
And it should be a fantastic match, Peter.
Yeah. Every country at this level here, and these world champs are top notch, and it's just a shame one of them has to lose in the end, you know?
Yeah, it's a real shame that one of them won't be picking up a medal.
Yeah, they all deserve it. Great performances all round.
And they've had the chance to sleep in it, of course, you know, reflect on the semi-final losses. How will they be going into the bronze medal match, of course, knowing that they had the chance potentially to be challenging for that gold medal?
Well, some people like to just pick themselves up right away, get right back in it, don't think about the match. Others sit and fester, think overnight, you know, that game over and over in their head, and find it hard to sleep. So, again, it's personal preference and how you actually approach it. So, speaking of Paralympic level, I know like Hong Kong before, we experienced a loss, and one day they had to carry on overnight to the next day to get that win, and they have. So they could cope with it, but I don't know about Germany yet.
And just confirming the two sides for you. For Hong Kong, Wai Yan Lu and Yuk Wing Lung. And for Germany, Bastian Keller, and that man on screen now, Boris Nicolai, who has had a terrific championships, Peter.
Yeah, really good. We've enjoyed watching him perform here. We always like those kind of unknown entities coming through in World Championships, and he's been the one this so far this year.
Must be great for the sport that you see these new players challenging the big guns of each classification. Boris is another one who, unfortunately, in terms of Great Britain's sake, knocked out your brother.
Yeah. So we actually adopted him for a little while, you know. He's been through it. So yeah, we've loved how Boris has progressed this year. But it's maintaining that level as well. Once you're in the mix, it's really hard to stay there at the very top.
It's often the case for players that they can build the momentum to the top, and it's the pressure they have when they have reached the top of the rankings.
Well, everyone wants to try their best to beat you. That's it.
Exactly.
So you need to be in your A game every time. We see for the teams here, what they've did is kept the same boxes that they have in previous games. And that's pretty consistent with the guys at this level.
Boris has opted for the middle box for Germany. On the far right is Bastian Keller.
Usually they would stick the stronger guys in the middle, but I see Long has gone wide, and I know GB, Stephen also sits outside. He's going right.
Four and a half metres for Bastian Keller, but like we've said in previous games, of course that's a far bigger distance for the players on the far left, of course.
Yeah. But you get a much easier angle in once this ball's sitting next to Jack.
A bit too much power on that one, just
overcooked it.
Deflecting off the Jack and leaving it open, so not the start that Keller would have wanted for Germany.
No. Both opponents can see it now. Looks like Vivian's going first.
Wai Yan for Hong Kong to throw the first blue ball for Hong Kong. Oh, what a start from Wai Yan.
Yeah, that's what you want.
Wai Yan Lu starting off brilliantly for Hong Kong and makes early inroads and puts pressure on to Germany.
Our confidence went through the roof as well, taking that shot knowing that Keller had missed right away. So going, yes, this is mine. I've got this. I'm in.
Well, she certainly did that.
Yeah. How does he respond? Lob shot or push? Oh, bad one.
Well, that is unbelievable. He's completely took out the wrong ball there. That's a big mistake.
Looks confused sitting there. What happened? Just held out that ball too long, pulled it back across his body. Release point should have been lower.
Still the onus on Germany. Bastian Keller played two of his balls.
Yeah, but again, it's Keller's angle. He's the best and easiest way to open that head up.
I think Boris has took in upon himself to take this one.
Decide to block up now.
Well, that's amazing that so early on that they're on the defensive.
Yeah.
Hong Kong have only played one ball. Shows the pressure of what a great shot can do.
These medal matches here, you don't want to lose big in the first end as well, so maybe they think you don't want to let it slip away too soon. You need to stay in the game. But they're forgetting. It's Hong Kong. 5 balls. Could be deadly, they can pick up a lot of points. Open things up.
It's gone short of the Jack, but it's actually blocked off the view of Hong Kong there. Wai-Yan Lu in between Nikolai and Boris Keller. Bastian Keller, do apologise.
Let's go and push.
Well, if anything, he's opened the gap up.
He's fucking for the other team.
Well, not the start that Bastian Keller would have wanted. A shake of the head and bemusement of that start for Germany.
He needs to compose himself for the next end.
Well, it's the closest they've got, pretty much. But they've now used up all their balls, so a real chance for Hong Kong to take a big foot forward in this game.
Yeah, long, you can take out the 2 reds, are close to the jack, or you can lob the jack back. Plenty ball.
Going to see our first look in this game of Yuk Wing Lung.
Oh. Didn't push it far enough.
Yeah, the pace just wasn't there.
He's got to come in between the 2 balls now. He's got a line.
Wai-Yan Lu seem to take the next one. There is a gap there. Boris Nikolai, arms crossed, watching on. Just nudging the Germany ball away.
Yeah, it's just one.
Moment it is, but let's see if Hong Kong can add to that. Got Qing Lung to go next for Hong Kong.
Bit more power needed this one. I think looking over the gallery into the crowd, maybe that's kind of upset Keller. It's totally new setup with the lights dim and the eyes on him. That was a great shot there.
Yeah, lovely shot from Qing Lung. Another replay on that one.
Yeah,
Oh,
3 points.
wow, what a shot that was. But I agree, it's a totally new sensation Keller will be feeling today. All the lights down around the centre here, and the glow, the intense glow of the show court today.
It's a bit like the Crucible in Sheffield with the crowd around there as well.
Slightly bigger
Oh yeah.
surface area, I think, for the court. But I totally agree. It's a great example. It's just adding to the drama of the final day here.
Intimate, intense. Here we go. Just try to clear it there for his partner.
See the smile on his face, just not what he wanted there. Went sailing out of court. Well, I'm sure they'll be absolutely delighted with the start they've made, and they won't want to do anything to jeopardise it.
So I confirm before they do anything else. seeing if resting against those two blues actually scoring.
Kick the head, and Hong Kong are going to concede the final ball, it looks like.
Yep.
They are. So what a start for Hong Kong. This is 3-0 up after the first end. A terrific start. And Bastian Keller will be wondering to himself how he's let that happen.
What happened?
Yeah. I think that's one just to scrap and start again.
Yeah, just put out of your mind. Don't think about it. Fresh game. 3 ends to go, 1 point each. Tie break, you win that. Game over. That's the way to do it.
You make it sound easy, Peter.
It can be as simple as hard as you make it to be. Just has to get his head back in the game. Forget about everything else around him. So back to basics. Jack ball, colour ball, get them together. And when need be, open apart.
Lisa Hansens, the referee for this one. Relatively easier job, that one, of racking up the points. What a start this is for Hong Kong. Not only have they got the 3 points, but they've now got control of the jack as well.
Yeah, did it in their opponent's jack, which you shouldn't let them get advantage in doing that. So they're cruising here. Spirits up, momentum going their way. Can all change. Can all change.
Looking back at these semi-final results from this one. Germany losing out to Thailand 5-3 and Slovakia beating Hong Kong 5-1.
Really short here.
Right in front of the line of Yuk Wing Lung.
I actually sat and watched the Hong Kong Slovakia game in this exact same spot that they played against the Slovaks there.
Oh, what a start. You could just see the concentration on her eyes there as she went through the motions.
Yeah, just focus on that angle. Take the two opponents out at the same time. Make them use your balls. Try and open up again.
Yeah, just that from Boris Nikolai. Has opened it up again.
Yep, but can Keller see it? If not, Boris will have to go and he's down to 1 ball.
Yeah, just yeah. That's a really good follow-up shot from Nikolai.
It is. What was needed as well from Germany.
Exactly, yeah, they needed the good start. Going to the second end, already 3-0 down, remarkably.
See this jack moving pretty far back. Gives it a good contact. Oh, he's just decided to go a little bit. Make him play again. Two guys kind of snookered. Not be able to see it.
Actually a very clever shot from Yuk Wing Lung.
Just resting behind that blue. He's on it.
Yeah, he's done really well actually, because he's just nudged the blue ball away as well, so he's got a line to nudge that red ball in place. Actually, it's even better than I first thought.
Vivian can knock this one. Superb.
Brilliant from I am Vivian Liu. Just made it look so easy.
Yeah, stuck to that jack ball as well. Nestling it behind those blues. Can Keller see it? It's pretty wide.
Well, Bastian Keller didn't have the end he wanted in the first one. He'll want to start well.
Yeah.
He's under pressure already. He's got the sight of the jack.
Oh. He has the goods, he just has to deliver. He can do it.
We've seen it before, Peter. He's played well on the show court as well, so just can't get too down about it. He's got to pick himself up and just refocus his mind. You've talked a lot about it, Peter, actually this week, about the mentality side of it and just clearing your mind. It's so important in boccia.
Very important. It is, especially at these levels. And distraction. Because it's fine margins. So either way, you know. Yeah, precise. You just have to be so focused. This one has to ball short. That's an open jack. That's a Christmas present there.
It's wrapped up with a tinsel on top.
Yeah. Just collect the points. There you go.
Nikolai just looking on, just saying, come on, Bastian, you can do this.
Those minutes go really long in a position like he is right now. Just again too heavy.
Yeah, he just can't judge that pace, and you can see the shake of the head straight away from Bastian Keller. Jumps off the jack. 3 balls remaining now for Hong Kong, so this is another great opportunity to add some more points.
Do you knock the blues out first, or just try and push that back red further away? Create a bigger scoring circle?
Well, he's actually nudged one of them away, which he now can't use, but he's wedged himself in there.
One measure.
Yeah. Very close. He's got one. Of course, it's still Hong Kong's to go as Germany have played out, so.
I think it should be his partner to go now. Rest down those reds at the back. These guys know how to break this down. shouldn't take him too long to discuss about it.
See Bastian Keller to the right just shaking his head again and again. He's really unhappy and frustrated with his performance so far in this bronze medal match. Let's have another look at that one. That was very powerfully hit.
Jack nerved also.
They've got 2. Could be a measure really for 3.
He has to come in the back, take out that red. We get a chance to get 3, possibly 4. If the hit and sit with the next blue ball, stays there, so that red goes away.
Will be Wyan Vivian Liu.
Let's go push that blue up. 3.
Definitely 3, nestled in. A push for 4.
I myself would have came in the front of that box and used that red ball loosely there, we see at the bottom of the jack. That was the opportunity there to take 4 points. That outcome was achieved.
Hong Kong have doubled their lead. It's now up to 6. What a start. As the bronze medal is in touching distance for Hong Kong. Well, how did Germany respond? You can see the puff of the cheeks from Boris Nikolai. What do you do now, Peter?
Yeah, it's all about psychology here. Keller isn't really managing well in this game. They have a sub. Do they use it? Because again, you can't win and end with 3 balls against an opponent as strong as this.
The obvious substitution would be Bastian Keller for Anita Magawaran.
Haven't seen much of a sub being used before, Germany in these games.
Do normally like to stick with their lineup, and they've done it again. So they obviously trust Keller and believe in his ability, which he clearly does have. He's shown us before on the show court this week.
Yeah, he has that ability, but having that Gareth Southgate moment penalty.
Yeah, I haven't had that. I haven't had the brutal moments. You need the Gareth Southgate manager moments now.
Yeah.
Boris Nikolai places the jack. Three and a half metres. And it's just a tad wider for Keller, but it's almost pretty much similar position as in the first end.
Yeah, carbon copy. Great angle. That's what we need in the first end.
Nice from Nikolai, it's blocked off. Yu Qing Lung. Only the slightest of sights for Vivian. Of course, all attention on the show court. Nothing that's happening around the centre. Breaks them apart. Look at the power in that.
Unfortunately, they don't get a chance to go again.
Which is what you try and aim for. And we saw it in the opening game between China and Brazil. In the team competition, no one could take control.
Jet nerves all round. Great response.
Very nice from Keller, and that's the best shot we've seen by a country distance for Keller in this match.
Yeah, will it be too late now?
Great shot there, just showing the glow from the show court, the anticipation, the atmosphere, the tension down there. It's reached peak levels with medals up for grabs.
All you're missing is a knife to really cut the tension with now. Yep.
Nicely done from Waiyan Vivian Liu, just breaking apart the ball that Keller had placed and giving them another sight at the jack.
Partner roll up here now. Leave her with one ball in case any angles open up her way.
Oh, what a response.
Yeah.
Brilliant from Qing Lung, just placing it in there, putting the pressure back on Germany again.
Make them play, make them play. That's what you want now. You have to get the points, and best way to get points is having all your balls at the end to rearrange them the way you want to. If you only got one, you can only get 1 point. Yep.
Trying to break away the jack, and he's done it.
So has to follow up now, back on that jack. Yeah, there's one ball left.
You can do that, but like you said, Peter, follow it up. Can he place it in there? This will be just important for Keller, just for his confidence, really, more than anything.
Definitely. Especially moving forward now. Knowing that he can compete at this level in these medal matches. Crunch time. And it's
brilliant from Keller. He's been so frustrated in this game, and he's pulled off a shot and shows his true qualities.
Yeah, look at that, a little kiss on the blue, just help putting it back into position.
Boy, did he need that. As Hong Kong just come for a meeting, discuss the next throw.
Push that blue closer, one between the two reds, and towards the jack. And even if it goes behind the jack, that'll stop Boris from lobbing it back later on in the game. Gum can change again in this throw.
Oh, brilliant from Waiyan Liu, just nudging that blue ball to the jack.
Set, make them play, make them play.
Make the mistakes, and which they have done, Germany, in this game so far, although better play from Keller.
And go in here, hit and sit, pushing that blue back, I said earlier, giving them 2 points. That's it.
Oh, nicely done from Nikolai, who's been on the money all week.
We like that, just not as follow through as far as it did. Maybe 3, but again, long. Get pathway in there.
Yeah, 2 more still for Hong Kong, so what can change?
Just nicely between the red and the white here. Oh, he's going to smack it.
Oh, wow.
There we go.
Use the power. And look at that, just broke it apart.
Saw a line in we couldn't see. You do that. Now 1 ball left here for Germany. Have to get in the scoreboard.
One ball remaining for Germany and Hong Kong. Germany really need the points going into this final end. Oh, just nudging it back.
Yep.
Nice job. But there is an angle potentially there.
Just fell back, protecting it a little bit. No, he doesn't want to measure. He sees it himself. He knows what it is. Why waste his own time? He's going to go for every point.
Quing Lung. Can he secure the win with an end to spare?
Yeah, they bunched up 3 balls with 2 blues and the red. Yeah, oh, almost.
Oh, nearly, but it's looking like it's going to be a point added for Germany, and it is.
Yeah, a lot more power that would have fell over behind that red. I think that's what he's trying to do there.
One red to Germany, a fist pump from Keller, but gives me a lot of work to do. They'll need the perfect end to win the match. Need 5 points to send it to a tie break, so still definitely the onus is on Hong Kong, and that bronze medal, they can almost smell it, almost touch it.
Yeah, and it looks like here also Germany's going for a sub. So we'll see who's changing, who's staying.
Smile on the face of Boris Nikolai. He knows he's had a good week. I'm sure he'd love to have added the bronze medal in the pairs, but he's got the bronze medal in the individual BC4s. And what a great moment this is for Anita Magwaran. I know the game is almost lost, but a chance for her to perform on the show court, which is an incredible experience.
It is. Obviously takes a lot back from this.
You can already see the smile on her face. She's so excited to be there, and that's what it's all about.
Being able to perform at the highest level on the show court, the World Championships. That's what they all dream of, especially a medal match.
It's gone short as Quing Lung.
Has to get this. His own jack against Slovakia. Fourth end, he fell a bit short, letting him into the game. He got it.
Yeah, it's not touching, but it's good enough for Yuk Wing Lung.
I think Keller can see a little bit.
Hasn't had the greatest of matches as Bastian Keller, but he'd like to end on a high.
Will he rest up or push away? Rest.
Nice from Bastian Keller. He's finishing strong after a disappointing start.
Nice applause there from Vivian. Congratulating him.
That's what's so good about the game. So much respect between all the players.
Yeah. Although we're at loggerheads on the court, off, you know, very nice and friendly all round.
Wing Lung just powers it through.
So those hard balls are for.
The owner's back on Germany.
Very hard.
Yes, such a little angle to work with. Tight view of the jack. This will be Anita's first throw, it looks like. No messing about.
Up and
Oh, very nicely done.
Yeah, that's there to use now. Push that again. Set that jack on the red.
What a start for Anita Ragwaran.
Here we go again.
Oh, brilliant. What a start. She's certainly taking a chance.
And very quick also.
Yeah, no messing about. The adrenaline looks like working in her favour.
Yeah. Sharpened and focused now. I think Keller's just asking her to go again.
Can she nudge that jack into that group of red balls?
Yes.
Oh, brilliant. And a round of applause from Keller and Vivian as well from Hong Kong. And rightly so. That is a brilliant piece of skill from Anita Ragwaran, who's performed brilliantly on her debut on the show court.
100% execution in all those three balls. That was really nice.
Well, she certainly played her part.
Do we go into the back of these reds, push them away? I'll lob them back. Opportunity wrong top also. Hitting that white.
Just nudging the blue ball closer to the jack. So we have the look, the referee.
Make it 1-1. You make it, you break it.
Be Hong Kong to go next. She's taking her time. Huayan Lu. Oh, obliterates through the group.
Yeah.
Just need an overhang look at this. Look on the replay.
Still think red's touching there. Equal distance. Blue to go. I think Vivian should go again. So a little bit of clearance in that red. Knock it away.
Two balls remaining for both sides.
No.
No, not quite for Vivian Liu.
I think the game's over. The end just got to be 1-1. I think they're just pleased with that.
Well, it's been an exceptional performance from Hong Kong, but of course mistakes from Keller has led to this result for Hong Kong.
Yeah, so early in the game you can't do that. You have to be off the mark pretty good from the start. Two balls left, see what you can do with them.
I'd like to finish strong. They've had a fantastic championships in the BC 4 pairs, and they'd love to take away a bronze medal. Looks like it will be Keller to go next.
He's got to push this jack, yes. Watch, he doesn't take the red out. Has to be straight through with that white ball. If he does hit that red, his head will drop right on the floor afterwards.
Yeah, he's sort of built throughout the game. He started slowly and he's pulled off some cracking shots in the last two ends. Can he finish off strong?
Laying up.
Not quite for Keller. See where he was trying to go. The pace wasn't too bad, it's just the line.
He should have driven that home really hard.
Especially with the red ball behind as well.
He's took the red ball off the white now. It's one blue. Seconds.
Last throw for Germany in the pairs BC4 competition. Can they finish off strong?
Wrong shot choice.
Went for it and he's looping shot and it's taking it away, and it's Hong Kong are closer. So 1 point very least for Hong Kong. And they opt to hand in their final remaining ball, and it is the win for Hong Kong. A terrific performance, but an error-strewn match for Germany, in particular Bastian Keller. But he's a good player. We've seen him do well on the show court, and he'll come back strong, I'm sure of that.
Yeah, it must mean the set and the new set up here for the finals, the medal matches. Just kind of like a deer in the headlights, kind of froze in those last couple of ends. Threw a couple of wobbles with those balls that he actually threw out there.
So a bronze medal for Hong Kong. Delighted with that one. And that's our bronze medal matches all round up. Only the finals to go, the all-important finals. Having another look at the scorecard, it was Hong Kong who took control of the mistakes from Bastian Keller. doubled that in the second end. And they almost had it pretty much tied up with 2 ends to go.
Yeah, you see also those groupings. Hong Kong made Germany play a lot of balls. They had them in sticky situations early on.
Well, what a day we've had so far here at the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool for the BISFed Boccia World Championships. Here's some of the highlights of what we've just seen. Got 3 new bronze medal winners: China, South Korea and Hong Kong. But now our attention turns to the finals and who will be crowned world champions in the team and pairs competition. We'll start with the team BC1, BC2 final between Thailand and Japan. That'll be coming up in around 45 minutes time. And we'll see you then. You don't want to go anywhere. It's going to be an incredible afternoon here at the World Championships in Liverpool.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Boccia is a Paralympic sport and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? 2 sides compete against each other as individuals, a pair, or as a team of 3. One side has 6 red balls. The other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. It is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. Individual and pairs play 4 ends. Team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympics at the New York and Stoke Mandeville Games in 1984. Nearly 30 years on, London 2012 plays host to this event here at Excel, right in the heart of London's Docklands. Boccia, the stats. Boccia comes from the same family of sports as boule or bowls. In the Paralympics, it is played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball, weighing approximately 275 grams and measuring 27 centimetres in circumference. They can be rolled, thrown, kicked, or released down a ramp. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes, in which the competitors must remain during play. Botcha Essentials. The aim of the sport is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to a white target ball called the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls on each end. Individual and pairs matches consist of 4 ends, while team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack first, followed by one of their own red balls. Then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer than their opposition's, or they run out of balls. Boccia balls often get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. Watch out for the jack or nearest scoring ball being moved. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point for every ball that is closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia, the competition. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. 104 athletes will compete for gold in individual, pairs, and team competitions. These have been divided into 7 events based on classification class. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sports assistant on the court and deliver the ball using a ramp. The sports assistant must never look onto the court or communicate in any way. Boccia requires strategy, intense focus and pinpoint accuracy when just one good ball can make all the difference. Prepare to be bowled over. Let the games begin.
My name's Nigel Murray and I've been playing boccia competitively for around 17-18 years now. I first became aware of it through my work. I work with people with disabilities and I went along to a disability sports taster day where I first saw boccia being played. So I thought it was a sport I could take back to people I supported, work with, and that's really my first introduction to boccia.
There's 4 categories within the international level. There's BC1, which is for cerebral palsy throwers, the most severe cerebral palsy throwers. BC2 are the more able cerebral palsy throwers. BC3 uses a ramp or assistive device to propel the ball because they're unable to throw it. And my class is BC4, which is for any other neurological condition.
The BC3 category is for people who can't naturally grip and throw a ball, so they use an assistive device or a ramp, and we have them bespoke made for us. They also use a head pointer to release the ball, and the degrees of accuracy that these guys can get are unbelievable. And partly that's about communication, so there's a ramp assistant or a performance assistant who sits on the court, who's very much part of the playing staff here rather than support staff.
Play with leather balls. So, they're quite soft. Everyone has a jack ball, and each team has 6 red balls and 6 blue balls. And the object is to get as close as possible to the jack ball. But unlike bowls, you don't alternate shots. So like, I would throw the jack ball, then my first red ball. And blue would continue playing until they get closer. So technically they can be out of balls before the next red ball's thrown. And then at the end of the end, if 2 reds are closer than the blue, it's 2 points, etc.
I don't think there's a sport in the whole Paralympic movement that represents the Paralympics more than boccia. they couldn't do any other sport. They can't play wheelchair rugby, they can't do Paralympic athletics, they can't do the swimming. But this, for anybody with the conditions that are severe enough to direct them here, but they're sporty and they're competitive, this is an outlet for that. So I think it's wholly representative of what the Paralympic movement should be about.
Boccia to me, it's my living, it's my work, it's what I do professionally. So obviously I want to be the best at it for as long as possible, win as many competitions as I can, sort of leave a legacy in this country.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympic Games in 1984. In the Paralympics, it's played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball. Boccia balls can be rolled, thrown, kicked or released down a ramp. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sport assistant on the court and deliver the ball using the ramp. The sport assistant is not allowed to look at the court or communicate with the athlete. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. The aim is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls in each end. Individual and pair matches consist of 4 ends, whilst team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack, then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer to the jack than the opposition's nearest ball. Boccia balls also get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result, the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point each ball that's closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. Boccia requires strategy and pinpoint accuracy, where just one good ball can make all the difference.
Boccia is a Paralympic sport and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? 2 sides compete against each other as individuals, a pair, or as a team of 3. One side has 6 red balls, the other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. It is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. Individual and pairs play 4 ends. Team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympics at the New York and Stoke Mandeville Games in 1984. Nearly 30 years on, London 2012 plays host to this event here at Excel, right in the heart of London's Docklands. Boccia, the stats. Boccia comes from the same family of sports as boule or bowls. In the Paralympics, it is played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball, weighing approximately 275 grams and measuring 27 centimetres in circumference. They can be rolled, thrown, kicked, or released down a ramp. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes, in which the competitors must remain during play. Botcha Essentials. The aim of the sport is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to a white target ball called the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls on each end. Individual and pairs matches consist of 4 ends, while team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack first, followed by one of their own red balls. Then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer than their opposition's, or they run out of balls. Boccia balls often get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. Watch out for the jack or nearest scoring ball being moved. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point for every ball that is closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia, the competition. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. 104 athletes will compete for gold in individual, pairs, and team competitions. These have been divided into 7 events based on classification class. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sports assistant on the court and deliver the ball using a ramp. The sports assistant must never look onto the court or communicate in any way. Boccia requires strategy, intense focus, and pinpoint accuracy when just one good ball can make all the difference. Prepare to be bowled over. Let the games begin.
My name's Nigel Murray and I've been playing boccia competitively for around 17-18 years now. I first became aware of it through my work. I work with people with disabilities and I went along to a disability sports taster day where I first saw boccia being played. So I thought it was a sport I could take back to people I supported, work with, and that's really my first introduction to boccia.
There's 4 categories within the international level. There's BC1, which is for cerebral palsy throwers, the most severe cerebral palsy throwers. BC2 are the more able cerebral palsy throwers. BC3 uses a ramp or assistive device to propel the ball because they're unable to throw it. And my class is BC4, which is for any other neurological condition.
The BC3 category is for people who can't naturally grip and throw a ball, so they use an assistive device or a ramp, and we have them bespoke made for us. They also use a head pointer to release the ball, and The degrees of accuracy that these guys can get are unbelievable, and partly that's about communication. So there's a ramp assistant or a performance assistant who sits on the court, who's very much part of the playing staff here rather than support staff.
Play with leather balls. So, they're quite soft. Everyone has a jack ball, and each team has 6 red balls and 6 blue balls. And the object is to get as close as possible to the jack ball. But unlike bowls, you don't alternate shots. So like, I would throw the jack ball, then my first red ball. And blue would continue playing until they get closer. So technically they can be out of balls before the next red ball's thrown. And then at the end of the end, if 2 reds are closer than the blue, it's 2 points, etc.
I don't think there's a sport in the whole Paralympic movement that represents the Paralympics more than boccia. They couldn't do any other sport. They can't play wheelchair rugby, they can't do Paralympic athletics, they can't do the swimming. But this, for anybody with the conditions that are severe enough to direct them here, but they're sporty and they're competitive, this is an outlet for that. So I think it's wholly representative of what the Paralympic movement should be about.
Boccia to me, it's my living, it's my work, it's what I do professionally. So obviously I want to be the best at it for as long as possible. Win as many competitions as I can, sort of leave a legacy in this country.
We've had some.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympic Games in 1984. In the Paralympics, it's played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball. Boccia balls can be rolled, thrown, kicked or released down a ramp. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sport assistant on the court and deliver the ball using the ramp. The sport assistant is not allowed to look at the court or communicate with the athlete. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. The aim is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls in each end. Individual and pair matches consist of 4 ends, whilst team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack, then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer to the jack than the opposition's nearest ball. Boccia balls also get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result, the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point each ball that's closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. Boccia requires strategy and pinpoint accuracy, where just one good ball can make all the difference.
Boccia is a Paralympic sport and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? 2 sides compete against each other as individuals, a pair, or as a team of 3. One side has 6 red balls, the other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. It is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. Individual and pairs play 4 ends. Team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympics at the New York and Stoke Mandeville Games in 1984. Nearly 30 years on, London 2012 plays host to this event here at Excel, right in the heart of London's Docklands. Boccia, the stats. Boccia comes from the same family of sports as boule or bowls. In the Paralympics, it is played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball, weighing approximately 275 grams and measuring 27 centimetres in circumference. They can be rolled, thrown, kicked, or released down a ramp. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes, in which the competitors must remain during play. Botcha Essentials. The aim of the sport is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to a white target ball called the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls on each end. Individual and pairs matches consist of 4 ends, while team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack first, followed by one of their own red balls. Then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer than their opposition's, or they run out of balls. Boccia balls often get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. Watch out for the jack or nearest scoring ball being moved. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point for every ball that is closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia, the competition. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. 104 athletes will compete for gold in individual, pairs, and team competitions. These have been divided into 7 events based on classification class. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sports assistant on the court and deliver the ball using a ramp. The sports assistant must never look onto the court or communicate in any way. Boccia requires strategy, intense focus, and pinpoint accuracy when just one good ball can make all the difference. Prepare to be bowled over. Let the games begin.
My name's Nigel Murray, and I've been playing boccia competitively for around 17, 18 years now. I first became aware of it through my work. I work with people with disabilities, and I went along to a disability sports taster day where I first saw boccia being played. So I thought it was a sport I could take back to people I supported, work with, and that's really my first introduction to boccia.
There's 4 categories within the international level. There's BC1, which is for cerebral palsy throwers, the most severe cerebral palsy throwers. BC2 are the more able cerebral palsy throwers. BC3 uses a ramp or assistive device to propel the ball because they're unable to throw it. And my class is BC4, which is for any other neurological condition.
The BC3 category is for people who can't naturally grip and throw a ball, so they use an assistive device or a ramp, and we have them bespoke made for us. They also use a head pointer to release the ball, and the degrees of accuracy that these guys can get are unbelievable. And partly that's about communication, so there's a ramp assistant or a performance assistant who sits on the court, who's very much part of the playing staff here rather than support staff.
Play with leather balls. So, they're quite soft. Everyone has a jack ball, and each team has 6 red balls and 6 blue balls. And the object is to get as close as possible to the jack ball. But unlike bowls, you don't alternate shots. So like, I would throw the jack ball, then my first red ball. And blue would continue playing until they get closer. So technically they can be out of balls before the next red ball's thrown. And then at the end of the end, if 2 reds are closer than the blue, it's 2 points, etc.
I don't think there's a sport in the whole Paralympic movement that represents the Paralympics more than boccia. They couldn't do any other sport. They can't play wheelchair rugby, they can't do Paralympic athletics, they can't do the swimming. But this, for anybody with the conditions that are severe enough to direct them here, but they're sporty and they're competitive, this is an outlet for that. So I think it's wholly representative of what the Paralympic movement should be about.
Boccia to me, it's my living, it's my work, it's what I do professionally. So obviously I want to be the best at it for as long as possible. Win as many competitions as I can, sort of leave a legacy in this country.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympic Games in 1984. In the Paralympics, it's played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball. Boccia balls can be rolled, thrown, kicked, or released down a ramp. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sport assistant on the court and deliver the ball using the ramp. The sport assistant is not allowed to look at the court or communicate with the athlete. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. The aim is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls in each end. Individual and pair matches consist of 4 ends, whilst team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack, then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer to the jack than the opposition's nearest ball. Boccia balls also get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result, the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point each ball that's closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. Boccia requires strategy and pinpoint accuracy, where just one good ball can make all the difference.
Boccia is a Paralympic sport and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? 2 sides compete against each other as individuals, a pair, or as a team of 3. One side has 6 red balls. The other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. It is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. Individual and pairs play 4 ends. Team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage.
Sorry, mate. Sorry. One question. Is someone going to operate this camera? No. All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Cheers.
Welcome back to the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool. It's finals time, it's crunch time. And we have our first final here on show court. It's the BISFed 2018 Boccia World Championships. And we have a superb game coming up for you in the Team BC1, BC2 category. It's the final, it's Thailand against Japan. And I am delighted to say that David Smith, BC1 gold medalist, has joined me in the commentary box for this one to help us guide through this enthralling final. David, welcome to the commentary box. How are you feeling?
Hi, yeah, thank you very much. No, it's great. You've got a cracking view up here, haven't you?
It's not bad, is it?
Yeah, it's awesome. No, yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. I have to say, normally you'd expect Thailand to walk this, but Japan have beaten them before, so I'm actually hopeful.
No, it's going to be a really intriguing affair. Thailand and Japan, full of brilliant players. We've seen them in the individual competition. And of course, team competition is 3 aside. Some superb players out there for both sides. Who are you looking at from both sides to be the main catalyst for this game?
Obviously, I'm a BC1 fan. So I'm slightly biased, but I think it's going to be the battle of the twos, really. I think because the BC ones are fairly similar in terms of how they play, so it depends on the twos really to control it, who can get on top. The Thais have got so much power. The Japanese guys have got to be really accurate, and they're tactically a very strong team. They know exactly what they're doing, and they find weaknesses very quickly. So I'm hopeful that the Japanese can find a weakness, and I'm going to be watching carefully, so when the GB team play the Thais eventually we can copy them.
Well, let's run through the 2 lineups for both sides, starting with Thailand. Vitsanu, who predicts Wadarut Gampa and Watchfrafon Vongsa. And for Japan, Takumi Nakamura, Takayuki Hirose and Hitaki Sugimura. So we've seen a lot of them through the individual competitions and of course the pairs and teams competitions over the last coming days. David, just a quick general question. How do you feel about the championships back on home turf, of course? It's been a brilliant week here in Liverpool. How do you feel it's gone as a whole, the tournament?
Yeah, I think the tournament's been spectacular. I think the crowds have been great. I think we've had some awesome games. I think just generally the standards, I mean, it's a cliche and they always say the standard gets higher and higher each year, but I genuinely think it's true. I think the courts have been nice and quick, so it's been quite hard to read the pace, and I think that's made the games more interesting. And I think there's been upsets, there's been controversy, it's been great. I've really enjoyed it, and yeah, obviously getting the world title for myself was great, but obviously in the team game, I was part of an awesome game, which was really good, and there's been so many good games across all the classes. It's been good to watch.
It's certainly been brilliant from the commentary box, and like you mentioned, David, the view we've got, we can look over all the courts pretty much and see what's going on around them and hear the roars and the screams and the passion from all the sides here. But all our attention on the first final of 3 on the show court. Thailand versus Japan. It's set to be a fascinating match. Of course, for you as well this afternoon, the pairs BC3 final between Greece and Australia, which is set to be another absolute belter, and the pairs BC4 Slovakia versus Thailand.
Yeah, that'll be a good game. I'm hopeful the Aussies can beat the Greeks. That'll be good. Yeah, I mean, they played really well all week actually, and they're a bit like individuals in terms of how their game went. And yeah, it'd be good. Someone different to win in all the different sort of classes, and the denominations would be good. Makes the medal table look quite interesting. Everybody's on 1 gold or whatever. So yeah.
Yeah, Daniel Michel's put in a really good performance for Australia in the individuals. Got the bronze medal, of course, so I'm sure he'd love to add a gold to that trophy cabinet.
Yeah, they're a good team as well. A good group of people, good bunch. So yeah, good luck to the Aussies.
They'll just have to come up against a guy we all know very well in Gregorius Polykonidis.
Yeah, a nice easy game for them. Yeah. No, Greg's been in such good form.
Yeah.
It's just
he's really been a pleasure to watch this week.
I mean, he's played well all year, to be fair, but it just he's just a cut above. He just knows what to do when.
And as we see, first jack placement from Vongsa on the far right for Thailand. How can he follow up his first throw? Nicely done. What a start from Vongsa.
Yeah, good angle. Box 2, but he'll be fairly happy with that. Ideally, when you're playing from box 1, you want to try and cover the guy that's next to you, not really get worried about the other boxes. It's sort of like you pair up against the guy next to you, and you've got to try and beat your near side opponent. So, yeah, that'll do.
Not a bad start for Vongsa, but of course, like you mentioned there, David, in the team games, no angle is covered.
No, exactly. That's why you've got to focus on the guy that's next to you. You want to, when you put it on, you want to just put it straight on in front of you. Pretty much, you don't need to worry about the angle so much. It's more about just getting it nice and straight on, and then make the wide box do the hitting, and make them spend their balls quick.
And of course, just the formalities in terms of there is 6 ends, of course, in the team competition, and 6 minutes per end per team, not individual. So they've got to work together and make sure they get all 6 balls out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, not quite for Sugimura there.
He's got a bit more gap than you can see from there. Yeah, that's all right. It'll probably be box 6 now, just to lay in. Anything that sits between the red and the white is hard to move then, because you can use that red as an extra blockable.
So we're going to have a look. Our first glance at Takayuki Hyros on the far left. Perfect, absolutely perfect from Takayuki. He's nailed that one.
He's a bit unlucky actually, because he hit it nice and it just bounced off slightly, and as you can see, the angle's not quite great. The problem is with the Thailand team is you give them a sniff and they'll the power they've got, they'll just destroy it.
Yeah, we've seen it all week with the players from Thailand. They've got so many great players. I mean, if you look at that lineup out there, it's just fantastic player after a fantastic player.
I think there's a nice little knock on there, and as a BC1, you want a nice, fairly gentle start, and he's got a really nice angle there, because even if he misses the red, he's probably going to take off the blue. We BC1s tend to like margins of error, so if you've got a big margin, you're happy.
Well, let's have a look at Vitsanu Hybridats.
Yeah, that's a good line. You'd fancy that. He's not caught it right.
No, just a slight glance, wasn't it, on that one?
Yeah, hit it on the wrong side as well. Didn't play to the margin. I would have played that more on the right-hand side, knowing that if I missed the red, I was going to take off the blue. So, a bit of a nervy start. That's interesting.
Just having another look on the replay. Did get a bit of movement to the jack, but not much.
Yeah, just needed to hit it fuller and more on the right-hand side. It just would have done a better result, but that's okay. Yeah. His twos will save him.
Yeah, of course. Got to work together in the team competition. Sangampa, what a brilliant player he is. He's already picked up the gold medal.
It's just the action he gets on the ball when the backspin is just awesome.
So good to watch, isn't he, Sangampa?
It's like a coiled spring, and he just lets it go and bang.
You just don't expect it, and then suddenly it just flies out the hand. Brilliant player to watch. I'm sure he's going to be a key part in this final.
Shot. Ooh, no, that's not. No, that's not great. He didn't want to do that. Again, a little bit nervy, the Thais at the minute. They're not quite firing. He hasn't quite I think they just need to settle down now. Okay, it's not gone the way they wanted to do. They're not playing quite how they want it, so they'll just pop a ball on it now, close it down, reset for the next end. I think it's, yeah, all a bit nervy. Not understandable, it's the final, you know. Good thing is they've all got the ability to close it down as well as they have to open it up, so.
Yeah, all brilliant players on. You just can't give them any sniff, can you? They're so clinical. Normally, of course, we just mentioned there, they look a bit nervous, I have to admit. More nervous than I've seen them in the championship so far, but very early days, of course.
It's also good to remember that the Japanese have beaten them once before, so maybe that's on their minds a little bit as well. But, you know, they're up for this one. You know, sometimes being nervous isn't a bad thing. It focuses the mind a bit. So.
Oh, lovely
shot. Yeah, they always had that in the locker. So, yeah, that's good.
Brilliant response from Vitsanu there for Thailand, and it's put the pressure back on Japan.
The BC1 Union is happy.
Always look out for each other, don't you? The
yeah,
BC1s.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is such an interesting dynamic with the BC1s and BC2s together, of course, and you only need one BC1 per team, of course. So
yeah, you need that's the rule. You need one on the side at any one time. So for example, in our team we had Ricky as well, but you know, if we had a two, they couldn't substitute me for the two. That I'd need to stay on all the time, which makes it interesting. Usually you play the BC1 in the middle. Sometimes it depends on what the BC1 can give to the game and what their strengths and weaknesses are as well. Both these teams line up fairly conventionally with the two sort of being the pincer movement with the power, and then you have the BC1 as the sort of layer upper.
Nakamura, first look at him in the final. How important is the role of the captain in this team? Of course, he wants to get the players all fired up and ready for the game, but he's also got to make sure that they don't get too ahead of themselves if they're in a really good positions as well.
I do think both these teams don't communicate that much. Certainly not as much as we do, but I think it's because they've been playing together for such a long time. There's almost like that understanding. They all know what they're going to do. So in their teams, the captain's role isn't as big. That's a good shot.
Good reply that from Nakamura.
Anything that widens the target, gives the two something to go for. So yeah.
Anything Vitsanu can do, Nakamura can
match
do
it
as well. On a start to this first end. Another look on the replay.
Yeah, Red's still holding one, but it's not like so with the two blues being sort of behind-ish now. You've got options. You can either clip the white back or you go through the middle. Depends what they want to do. Again, you don't want to open it up now because obviously the Thailand have wasted 4 balls already, and you kind of think, well, you can stay in the game now. You've got a chance, even if you just take one on that first end. It's Japan will be happy with that. You don't need to force it. So yeah, it'd be interesting whether the near side decides to, because actually that's the only shot he's got, and he might as well take the opportunity while he's got it, knowing full well that there's balls left to come from his teammates, so he can be positive with it and see what happens.
Of course, only 2 balls per individual in the team, so Sugimura's got 1 left on the far right for Japan.
They've kept the spread quite good with Japan. We always try and play that way as well if we can. Obviously it's not always possible, but you want to try and have each player with a ball left. It just means that whatever happens, then you've got an angle. Every eventuality is covered.
Yeah, we saw that actually in the previous bronze medal match. Yusan Zheng just went for it 2, and then that angle was blocked off. They couldn't get to it.
Yeah, you need to be careful with that. Sometimes you have to do it, and we had situations where we've had to sacrifice that ideal. But to be aware of it and to make that conscious decision. Good shot.
Nearly actually stacked it on top as well, and Peter Maguire calls it his profiteroles.
Yeah, yeah, I'm not sure about that analogy, but I'll let him have that. I call it a pile-up.
Yeah, that's the more technical term, I think we like to call it.
But yeah, I mean, that's not bad. Again, I think he could have been a bit more aggressive with that. From that line, he could have given that a bit more power, and I think even if the white springs a little bit more to the right, it gives the angle then to clip it back to the blues. So I think it was a little bit tame. I would have been a bit more positive of that, but I like power, so I'm a power freak.
Maximum power But now let's see what Sugimura can do on this far right second ball.
Yeah, he's gone for that. That's the shot I saw. He's done it. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, made him play. Take that. One ball left. Left it open though.
Yeah, he certainly has, and just see it there, just sandwiched in between the.
The only thing is, because you've got the blues behind, if you lay up to the white, you're not guaranteed to be on it. So that's why they're coming out to check it. I mean, you could be really mad and actually go over the top and try and take the two blues off in like a single lob shot, which the Thailand team aren't adverse to doing. They do tend to like to play the crazy shots.
Well, they're so good that they can nail them half the time, can't they?
Exactly. So, and they've got the power as well. Or you could actually aim for the red that's near the white and sort of smash it through and see if he can get the two blues away and leave it open. I wouldn't be surprised. Anything can happen here.
It's always good to have options.
Yeah. Power gives you options, I think, and the Thais play that way. The more power you've got, usually you can control the game better. And also it doesn't matter if you miss them because you can deal whatever someone else throws at you.
Sayangampa throw next for Thailand. See that power straight away from Sayangampa.
Yeah, it's quite a nice controlled shot actually. He didn't give it full whack, he just kept it low, put a bit of spin on it and managed to flick the red around to get it touching the white. That wasn't full power by any stretch, so that was good. I like that. Nice and controlled throw. You can see what he did there just to bring the red back into the middle of the jack.
You can see the effort he's put in to try and sort of turn his body as well to get that spin as well.
Yeah, spin and control. That was a nice shot. Yeah, not always easy. I've got a similar wrist shape to him, so those sort of shots where you try and stay low and not hit it too hard when you've got so much power, it can be difficult to control them. And actually, I find that the more power I throw it, the straighter the ball goes. So for him to hit that well, good for him. Yeah.
Just having a meeting, the Thailand players.
Yeah, they never seem to run out of time, so they've got a bit like it's good to go out and have a look. A good team actually. Again, they don't communicate too much unless it gets a bit sticky, and it has got a bit sticky at this end, so the communication's good. They all know what they're doing, so yeah.
Long set, throw next on the far right.
Let's see what he does here. He could lob it. I don't think he will. I think he'll just try and push the red in.
30-second clock sounded.
Yeah, he just pushed the red up.
Just securing it, isn't he, with the jab?
I mean, even if it's not one red, they would take one blue as well, because again they're so confident that they don't really mind if they're one down, one up, two down, three. I mean, they probably would only start panicking if they went 6-0 down.
And even then, I wouldn't even back them to come back into the game. But of course, with the difference with the team game is the 6 ends. It's so crucial, isn't it? You've got so much more time in the game.
Yeah, you can't. There's no danger really. I mean, obviously, with their team, they've got the stamina and they've strength to carry on. It's, obviously for us and for the other teams, every end is really important because you need a good start and you need to gradually build it through. But that's where sort of Thailand and sort of Japan as well are slightly above the rest in that. For them, they've just got that little bit more quality to be able to, turn things around or catch people on the hop, as it were.
Yeah.
And they don't panic sometimes.
Japan have one left, and they've handed it in as well. So that'll bring the end to the first end. It looks like.
Yeah, both teams sort of feeling each other out at the minute. No one really committing for the jugular shot yet, which is fair enough. I think it'll probably come on the sort of second, third, fourth end. You'll start to see the fireworks.
Could be a bit of a slow burner, but good start nonetheless. A tight start, some great play we've seen so far in this first end, and it's 1-all.
Sensible start. You don't want to give too much away in the first end, and they've done. Both teams are just sort of feeling each other out at the minute, not really committing. So it's all good. Keeps it interesting.
Yeah, it certainly does. Going into the second end, 1-all.
It's even more interesting. Yeah.
So there we go.
I think Japan will be more happy with that. And in that case, because they're jack now. Interesting to see where they go. You see, a lot of people try and take Thailand a bit longer because obviously you limit their power, but then you don't, Okay, they've still got it, but
I know what you mean though. There's no
the effect of it.
They lose the control a bit, don't they?
Yeah.
In terms of throwing it longer.
But then also the Japanese play a little bit like we do centrally, so it's like they have been known to play sort of cross at 4 meters or maybe a little bit beyond the cross. So again, interesting. Well, they might move it around as well. They sometimes play the jack all over the place. They never keep people guessing then.
No, it's certainly going to be really interesting to see how they play this next one. And of course, what we're trying to do here is inspire the game of boccia and give it the coverage it really deserves. And if you've been inspired by what you've seen this week, David, what's the best way of going about it? How do you get involved into boccia?
Well, I mean, there's lots of clubs now actually across the country. There's lots of things online. If you go on to like Boccia England or Scotland or Wales, or all of the websites have got information on local clubs and areas. And we've got some good coaches. We've got competitions all over the place for people to take part in and just get into it. So yeah, and it doesn't have to be even if you're not quite in the Paralympic classifications. There's obviously the boccia is played at the Special Olympics, and boccia is also all over the used across the country in sort of schools and stuff like that as well. So again, it doesn't have to be disability orientated. Anybody can play it. So I would just say get out there and chuck some balls.
Why not? And then whilst at it, watch the professionals. They're about it, and we.
This is very interesting. I really wouldn't have predicted them putting it there.
It's right in the line of Nakamura.
Yeah, I just kind of think like you're playing at them at the same game. It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, they'll probably prove me wrong now, but yeah, don't know about that.
Be intriguing to see where they go now. This is an important follow-up ball actually for Sugimura.
Yeah, I remember being in that position in London. Absolutely nailed it against Thailand. Didn't last very long. They sent it straight off and yeah, similar to that actually. But it didn't last very long. Yeah, it was. Yeah. But yeah, this ain't gonna last very long.
It might look like a good start then for Sugimura.
Yeah, it was a good start, good line, good angle. But like I said, the first ball in that distance, it's too easy to knock off. So it's too early to tell whether that's good or not.
Especially with the power that Thailand possess in their ranks.
See whether he could go for the blue or he takes the white back. I would have said he'd go for the blue, but who knows? This could go anywhere.
This really could. This is. It'll be intriguing to see how he goes for this one. Of course, he has got that sight of the jack as well.
Yeah, he's got power, but he might not use it all. I would personally put a marker down, just clear it and go again. But yeah, he's gone for it.
Just driving it and putting it further away, but now opening it up.
Yeah, interesting position that's gone. Obviously the blue very straight, quite short, so blocking the BC1, but giving Hoopert a really nice line in. Just anything past that blue, you'd say, does a really good job. Forces the right-hand side to play more. You can use that blue as a guide as well, which helps.
Yeah, we've seen that often. That's the one thing I've really picked up on throughout the week, is it's not necessarily the best shots are the ones touching the jack. It's ones that can block and you can use as a guide.
Yeah, he's good at this shot as well. He's got a nice pace control about him. Again, BC1 Union coming out there. But no, he's good. He's good. They've got a lot of time for him. Nice chap as well. So
it's Snoop who predict. He's taking his time.
They don't want to take too long with the BC1s. The longer the take, the arm stiffens up. I should know. And you just want to get rid of it. So you're struggling a bit here. Just calm, mate. Calm down. It's all good.
Pressures of a final running through his head.
That's okay. Yeah, he's definitely struggling then. You could see this. You could see with the cerebral palsy, the shoulder stiffened up and he wasn't able to get his arm up as high as he normally does. Again, been there, and it's a horrible place because you know you can do it, but your body just thrown at you. And you just like, you almost want it. The thing is, you've got to put it back, but BC1s don't like giving the ball back to their assistant.
Yeah,
it goes against every every grain in your body is like, no, just throw it. So yeah, that's makes them play at least, but it's not great.
Yeah, there's a clear sight here for Takayuki on the far left for Japan.
Shot.
Brilliant for Takayuki. He really loves that as well. Look at the reaction.
He knows, you see, he's got the two. He's got that blue that's short. He's got the red in the way. That's really covered it up, and yeah, the Thais don't look on it at the minute. They're not firing at all. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Japan maybe start pushing on now and just trying to get a bit of a lead, because you can never write the Thailand off for long. So you've got to, when you get a chance, you've got to take it and take it well.
Well, that's what we've seen the best players do throughout this championships. When there's been errors, they are so clinical. Will be.
Oh, he has got a line actually. That's okay.
So yeah, just about, hasn't he?
Yeah, just about. He's okay. Sigh of relief. Shot.
Yeah. Broken away. He's done the work. Undone the work of Takayuki.
That's a good thing about the twos. Like, even if Hoopertit is struggling, it just gives the BC1 that little bit of confidence that his mates are going to help him out if it's not quite working for him. And then as he grows into the game and gets stronger, they start executing 6 out of 6 or whatever. It's so hard to play against. You literally just can't miss against them. And again, the same with the Japanese team as well. The twos are very good. So as a BC1, you're just like, it just gives you that chance to grow into the game.
Just gives you that more energy and that bit more time, and I certainly agree with that.
Again, I'm sure the twos up here will be saying, if only we had a good BC1 in our team, it would be great. But yeah, so you appreciate the other team members' abilities and stuff like that, and you just, when it works, it's beautiful. And when it doesn't, it's very frustrating. Shot.
Great shot. Sign Gamper this time.
See, the good thing with that is he's got the line spot on, so box 6 can't really hit that and split it. The only way he can hit it is if he hits it back. So he's forcing box 2 to play, really. I mean, it kind of works, because if box 2 hits the white, it goes behind the blue, so that's okay. But it's good that it's forcing only one player to play. Ideally, you want to have multiple options in case you miss. But this is sort of they can't miss now. If he misses this, the Japanese could be in a bit of trouble. So yeah, it's good. I like that shot. Pressure on.
Certainly is. What has been a very tense and fascinating BC1, BC2 final on show court. All eyes are on it. The glow from the court.
Interestingly, the ball count is good for Japan though. So again, I'm always thinking about that when I'm on court, like how many balls have I got to my opponent and all that. So 2 to 4, that's a good shout. They'll be happy with that. Obviously, if we can get this white back to behind that blue, they'll be really happy with it.
Certainly will. Sugimura. He's got 2 balls in line with the jack, but he has got that slight angle of look at the jack.
I think it's one of those shots where the harder you play it, the safer it is. The harder you play it, the short ball becomes less relevant, because the balls they kind of get thinner as harder you throw them, because of the softness on them. So, power. He's gone for it.
Oh, he has.
Yeah, that's okay.
It's not too bad, is it? It's not the greatest of outcomes, but it's not too bad.
No, that's right. I mean, as long as they play again now, it works. I mean, and then they're ahead on the ball count, so that doesn't matter. That they haven't quite got the result they wanted then. The fact that it's opened it up is good.
Game management's so important in not just the individuals, but these team competitions.
So I see a blue ball sandwich coming on here, but I don't think he'll play it. But the shot I would be tempted to play would be a bit more power into the jack, try and knock it on to touch the dark blue, and then you have a blue on one side and a blue on the other. Hence why I call it a blue ball sandwich.
That's the first one we've heard on the commentary. It's a great analogy, actually. It literally is just sandwiching them together.
Yeah, and then what that does then, it gives them two birds to knock off. But certainly give the Thailand team a bit of a headache with only 2 balls remaining. I don't think he'll play it though. He'll probably just lay up to the white. It's still early days.
He's gone for it.
That's a good shot.
Very nicely done from Nakamura.
But with that blue being behind, it means that if Thailand either go too aggressive or don't block this out very well, means that the Japanese team can be a bit more aggressive now, and they know they've got that covering ball behind. Always like a ball behind. It just
gives you added a bit of comfort, doesn't it?
Yeah, it means you don't have to worry about pace. Obviously, pace control is the hardest skill in the game. Obviously, the lining up is not so bad. You know, sometimes it can be a bit under the pressure. The lining up does go, but actually, no, the pace is the toughest skill to get. It's I always like a little pace and space up the side. It feels so good when you get the pace absolutely spot on, even if you don't quite get it on the white.
Will be Boccia on the far right.
Yeah, he has got a shot there actually, because that red's in front of those two blues. If he hits the white back, probably 30 centimetres, red go back in control and blue end up with a bit of a sticky situation because the blues are too close to the red ball. Precise shot though, has to get it spot on. Yeah, that's not bad.
It's not too bad. It's not. You can see in his reaction.
He wanted to hit that harder. Yeah, I think he was sort of betwixt and between. He kind of did neither. You think you either, do I just lay up to this or do I knock it back a bit? And he ends up doing a bit of neither. But that's okay. I mean, they're holding two. I mean, they won't be for long, but they've got balls in the head. I think Japan will probably win this end now. But pressure on the BC one. He's not got an easy shot. The problem is his margin's a bit tight now because obviously either side of that blue and he hits the red in.
Exactly, yeah, it is.
So, and obviously that goes through your mind when you're playing. You've got to turn that off in your head and go, right, just focus on the target, give it plenty and hope for the best.
Probably the best advice you could think of, just focus on the ball, see the target.
The quarterfinal was pretty accurate at that, the straight on, so he's got it in his locker. He can do it, but again, under this pressure, there's with Thai also, with the Thai who's holding two, he knows this is the key ball, and also the angle's a bit tight for his teammate, so he's the one here. It's him or nobody. So, how's your temperament? Pretty good.
Oh, lovely. Fantastic. And like you said, David, the precision he had to get on that with the two red balls next to the jack, and he's nailed it. He's done really well there.
Yeah, he gave it plenty. Like you can see he gave it plenty because that blue's not touching the gap between the two blues, so he gave it a little bit extra just to make it get out there. And that's what you need to do. You can't, in this sort of situation, you can't sort of faff around trying to be precise. You've just got to hit the target and hope for the best. And let the ball do the rest. Yeah, you see, it's interesting. Interesting. Got a tough shot here. Can't really see how he can get out of it, to be honest. I mean, he's probably got a bouncing shot where he can bounce over those two that are blocking him and try and sort of in off the red on the left. As he's looking at it, so on our right.
Yeah, it would be an incredible shot if he could pull it off.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be in it, but a good effort though.
He went for it.
Yeah, that's the shot. I mean, probably wrong side. I would have gone for the inside of that ball, but same difference. But he's got it round, so I don't think Japan are going to score many more than that now. Particularly with where the balls are coming from, there's not really anything on. I mean, that red could have done with being a bit further actually, because if it goes behind the jack. Yeah, they're looking at it. There is a possibility of moving the jack back towards the dark blue. It's a difficult shot though. You'd have to. It's very risky as well because you don't want any miss on either side. It's not good. But if he aimed for that red where they're pointing, and if he got a bit of luck and catches the blue that's on the jack instead, then the white goes back towards the blue. So there is a bit in it. He might go for it. No, he hasn't. Yeah, fair enough.
I think that is completely understandable. It's going to be a tight game. You already have that feel after two ends.
Good. We like tight games.
Yeah, they create the drama that we want all the way through. And it will be Japan who will take the 2-1 advantage going into the third end. Information from the referee. 2-1 to Japan and all to play for. Very exciting start. Tense start as well.
Yeah, I think Japan will be pretty happy. They've I think they've pretty much bossed that. They've been in total control of that all through, and Thailand have been done well to stay in. But if I was the Thai coach now, I'd be giving them a few stern words. You know, if they want to win this, they're going to have to show it. And actually, I would start taking some chances now. You know, the way they play is attacking Boccia. It's time to break. Time to take the handbrake off, as I say to some of my teammates sometimes. You know, get rid of the handbrake, play with freedom, show us why you deserve to win this.
Let's have a look at how both Thailand and Japan got there. Convincing win for Thailand over Brazil, and the 6-5 win for Japan over China. It was a brilliant game.
Yeah, Portugal did well in the. I mean, obviously 9-4 sounds like a big win, but against Thailand, that's a pretty good score for Portugal. Fair play to them. They took points off them and they made them fight to the end. I think the Brazil game, Thailand versus Brazil, is a bit like kryptonite on Superman, because the Brazilians aren't blessed with power, and obviously the Thais are blessed with an awful lot of power. And Santos is a genius, but he's not a miracle worker. I think that was just more a case of the teams matching up in a way that suits Thailand and not necessarily Brazil.
Well, we move on into the third end now, and it will be Thailand to place the jack, and who predict to do that. Important placement of the jack, this one. We've seen in a couple of matches so far that no one's been able to take much control in the games.
No, it's interesting in the team games. Like I was saying, my jack first ball was pretty poor. Has to be said. Don't worry. My assistant was very vocal after the games about that. But no, he's got a good position there. That's fine. That's where he'd want it. I would probably put it there as well as an individual. But I mean, obviously in the team, I would play a bit more centrally to keep the others involved.
Well, you say there because it's 3 meters for that. But of course, with the players on the far left, that is significantly, obviously, a lot more. So
well, if anybody's proficient in Pythagoras, you can work it out. But it does make a difference because each box is a meter. So so it can be from box 6 all the way across to the short flank, 3 meters. It's about 6.5 meters, which is equivalent to throwing way past the cross. So you can imagine that it's quite a difficult skill to be able to get all the way across from the wide boxes.
And not only that, of course, on the angle as well. So
but also they're required to do the hitting a lot of the time from the angle. So you're factoring in distance as well. So shot.
It's there, and it's a good one. Nearly.
He celebrated premature. I do that too. And it just bounced off. Unlucky.
Yeah, I sort of went with the celebrations. They initially looked like
he thought he'd had it. I think he felt good. It looked when he threw it. It looked like he felt good. This floor is very quick, so I'm forgiving if you don't quite get it right. It will bounce off. So that's what we like. The floor to be difficult to play. It forces the players to be more skillful and nail it.
We see the best out of the best when it comes to the World Championships, especially in the pressures of a final.
Yeah, he's got a nice shot here. I mean, but it is crucial because obviously he's the only one that can see it. So he got 2 options. He either whacks the jack back to open it up for his teammates, or he just lays in and takes control. I think he'll take control, but who knows? Is he having a bit of doubt?
Yeah, he looked initially like he was set, and then I'm just having second thoughts.
2 options. Like I said, you've got 2 balls, so interesting. He might just get it off because the red is touching the white, so he's not guaranteed to be on it if he lays up. Yeah, that's the sort of play. Played it with a bit more power just to make sure that he's got it.
Look at the reaction from Sugimura, and it is, like you said, David, brilliantly played because it just allows.
It's good that he stopped to think about that. I think he was initially going to play it a bit harder to try and move it back, and then realised actually I can play it softer, but still get the same outcome and a better outcome. And he's got the best outcome really because your red's now a blocking ball. Using your opponent's balls to your advantage.
Boccia on the far right to over Thailand.
Yeah, he hasn't been at his best this tournament, but that's good enough. Yeah,
not too bad. Yeah, like you said, David, actually he crashed out in the early stages in the individual competition, so you'll be desperate to pick up a gold medal here.
Good player, usually really good in terms of the pace control. Probably the opposite of his fellow two in terms of how he plays. Just he's a bit more controlled and a bit more delicate about things. Still got enormous power, obviously, but yeah, slightly different styles. And it just hasn't been on it this tournament. I think again potentially the floor being so quick hasn't suited him, and just meant that the little nudges and the pace shots that he likes to play, he hasn't been able to execute as well as normally. So yeah, I can understand that.
Of course, his teammate, like you were saying there, well, in the twos is Sain Gampat, who is an explosive player on his day. And we saw that in the BC2 final.
Yeah, he just had far too much power for who he played against. He just, far too much power. But I mean, to be fair, he's got far too much power for anybody. I kind of refer to him as me on steroids, really, because he's just got so much oomph.
It was Ji Quan Yang in the final. Yeah, it was far too much for Ji Quan Yang. He actually.
But it's interesting, actually. It's interesting though, because the Chinese BC2 has got a lot of power himself, but it would just seem that he wasn't quite on it, didn't it? He just didn't quite have that mentality. I think he almost given up before the game had started, and that's a shame because he could have made he has been known to make a good fist of it, and it just. Again, he probably hasn't been at his best this tournament. He got to the final, but he probably just hasn't quite been firing. Again, maybe the quick floor doesn't enable him to maximise. That's a nice shot.
It's a very nice looking shot, just slightly blocking off the angle.
Interestingly, that he went to the back of his box, presumably to try and get up the left-hand side and get in there. But I actually think coming out the right is better. So, and you could probably see more of the white on the right-hand side as well. And he's right-handed, so I kind of. Bit strange that he decided to go up the left at that point. I would have, if he'd have been at the front of his box and played that shot, that ball would probably be sitting closer to the white now, and Thailand would be playing. My sports reliably told me that the captain told him to do that, which is true. So captain takes the hit on that one. I've been known to make the odd dodgy decision myself, so yeah.
The voice you hear in the background is, of course, your assistant Sarah, giving you all the insights.
Yeah, she plays a crucial role in the team. Obviously, all the assistants do, but it's not just about picking up balls. You know, psychology as well, and in between ends, the chat, in the call-out room as well. She's the only one that's there. So you know, it's all that sort of stuff, and getting to know you outside, and you know, knowing your personality, and being able to get your head in the right place before you get on court is hugely important. All the assistants do a spectacular job for the BC ones. Yeah. Again, BC1 Union coming out, but yeah, the assistants are great. You know, I know both the BC1's assistants quite well, and they're so nice, and they do a great job for them. I know it's appreciated.
That's a really nice follow-up shot from Nakamura.
He found the line that time. He done what his captain asked. Still not totally convinced it was the right shot, but yeah, he done what all you can do in that situation is play the shot. The captain sees it, play the shot the captain asks, and he did it, fully committed. And that's what you want. That's what you want from a team. You want to just play what you see in front of you, and you know, because there's no right or wrong really. As long if the shot works, the shot works.
Saw the reaction there from support base of Japan, and they have been so vocal around the courts. They've saw a great reaction when they beat South Korea in the quarterfinals.
Cracking team, a really nice bunch, and obviously looking for Tokyo as well. So it bodes well. It's good to have a strong team going into the home Paralympics. We had it in London. They had it in Tokyo. It just means we may get the coverage now in the Paralympics in terms of having live feeds and stuff, because we struggled for both London and Rio to get the sort of camera time that we thought we deserved, and we didn't really get half the coverage we've got this week. So you know, hopefully in Japan they'll really get involved with Boccia. I'm aware that they are actually quite involved in it, and they're very popular over there. So looking forward to it.
That's nice.
Didn't quite hit it as well as he wanted to though. Again, margin of error. I think he could have gone into the red, and actually I would have potentially pushed the red up, because it just guarantees position, whereas this has left it open a little bit, and it gives the Japanese team a fairly straightforward escape now, because you just lay into that jack now as it is, and it's going to be tough to break it out.
Yeah, it's Sugimura who has a
beautiful line.
Really lovely look at the jack here.
Yeah, I mean, and he could play it either way. He could play it, he has to lay in gentle, get it on the white, or he can actually push it back a bit. Yeah, I've just been reliably informed. Again, you see, I don't see everything. But actually, there is a shot on the coming in on the back, so he probably doesn't want to push the jack back too much because obviously Mr. Power himself is coming from the right.
And with 2 balls remaining as well, Saingampa.
Yeah, good spot, Sarah. Well done.
Keen eye.
Yeah,
from your assistant Sarah.
Yeah,
covering all angles.
That's why she sits at the back of the court. You see, sees it all. Oh, that's not great. That's not great. Stop celebrating.
Not the result that Sugimura would have liked that.
No, I don't think that is. I think he got too much of the red, and therefore the blue ball jumped up a little bit and then rolled back. Needed to hit the white flush. Shouldn't have wiped its feet with the reds. It's a bit of a lapse in concentration, really. I'd say didn't need to touch the white at all. Touch the red at all, really.
We've talked a lot on commentary throughout the week about the mental side of it and how much if you do a bad shot, you've just got to clear it out of your mind. How important is the mental side of boccia, more as the physical side of it?
The mental side is probably more important. You can have all the power in the world, but if you're not going to hit the target, you're pretty useless. So mental side's really important. I mean, obviously, you could argue that was a little bit unlucky because it could have bridged in between Jack and red, but I think it was a little bit of lapse. I think he probably thought he had more room than he had, and he just needed to focus on the white and just push it in.
Well, it will be Japan to throw next, and
this is where Thailand are exceedingly dangerous. I mean, you're looking at the ball count now. Japan are starting to struggle. They're going to be 5-3 down on a ball count soon. So yeah, and the guy you don't want with balls left has got 2 of them.
He's sitting there waiting to pounce, isn't he?
Yeah.
You can see it in the background as Takayuki goes up next.
Shot. That's cracking.
Class from Takayuki.
He is a class act. He knows he's done a good job there. That's pretty awesome. He got that so well, because to keep the blue that you played in as well as knocking on, and then end up with holding potentially 3, maybe 2. That's great, and it's also covered the line. The tiger was waiting to pounce, and the prey's just got away, kind of thing. It's kind of like that now, and I mean, there is still the shot. I mean, he can still play the same shot, the whack, to hit the light blue, which sends the white across. But it's much harder now because he has to rely on a bit of luck, where the ball split, and the blues could go with the jack as well when he hits it. So, yeah, good shot. Well done, Japan. Got out of that well.
And he will put all the pressure, like you said, David, on Saingampa in Thailand to force the initiative and get back in this game.
He's got a choice. He either goes controlled and just try and nudge it through, or he goes full out and open it up as hard as he can. I kind of think full power is best, but oh dear.
He tried again. It didn't have the desired effect.
He didn't commit to it. Again, sometimes when you're in that position where you can see the shot that you're going to have in a minute, and then suddenly a player comes on and totally, like the prey that got away, you then as a predator, you're a little bit disappointed. And I think he sort of he jumped up then like the wounded tiger that hadn't quite got its meal, just like and sort of slipped off. So hopefully, come on, mate, get your
act together and see what you can do. Saingampa, he's such a great player with the power he possesses.
Better.
Yeah. That's a bit better from Saingampa. Went for it, full commitment there compared to the last show. He seemed to pull out a bit.
Still not happy, but that's not bad. He just, you can see, he's just disappointed that he didn't have the chance to do what he wanted to do. But you can't always rely on that. You've got to wait until everybody's played out before you can. But you just got to. I tend to just expect the worst. You just sit at the back, wait, and you think, yeah, they're going to put it on in a minute. It's going to be, and if it's at this angle, what am I going to do? If it's at that angle, what am I going to do? If he does the worst case scenario, what am I going to do about it? And I think in that case, he just got a bit blinkered into, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do. Oh no, I'm not, because he's just done a good shot. Yeah.
It's amazing how the mentality can change so quickly. The referees, line judge, just coming to.
It's probably an issue with the clock. Sometimes the line judge might have clicked. Yeah, okay. Just been reliably informed again. You see, useful information up here. The referee showed the wrong colour of the bat, so that where the timekeeper then pushed the clock for the wrong team. It's not a problem. You just reset the clock, and then the referee will just call the right colour, and we'll get started again.
Well, these referees have been absolutely brilliant throughout the championships. Just how they're such an important role, and they're so precise when it comes to measuring the ball and using all the different equipment.
Yeah, we're blessed in Boccia. We got a really good set of referees. They're really nice as well, and they're professional. And there's a good respect between players and referees. You don't often see controversy or angry controversy. Obviously things happen and it's sport, but you don't often see. It's normally good-hearted, and there's normally a lot of respect between the two sort of sides of it, and it's good. And they do a great job, and it's a tough job as well, because obviously one slight mistake you can move the head and it's all curtains, but they don't, and they steady hands, and yeah.
We just saw the shot previously of the spectacle of the final, the lights down, the glow. It's really set up for a really great atmosphere for a final.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, I had a cracking atmosphere in my final. That's a good shot.
That's a great, really good shot from Boccia. But yeah, just talking about your atmosphere. You mentioned to me, and you talked to me. You said the atmosphere really helped you.
Yeah, it did. No, it was really good. I was pumped up for the final anyway. But yeah, it's always nice to have a crowd supporting you and cheering you. I mean, in the semi-final, the crowd was great as well, which helped, because obviously that was arguably my tougher game. And yeah, it was great. Ooh, that's a bit quick.
That suddenly came out of nowhere.
Yeah. Again, not quite maximising there, Japan.
Whoa.
Probably get a bit rough. I don't know whether they ran out of time. Maybe there was a little bit of a time issue, and they had to get it out quick. But that was a good shot by Thailand to just get rid of that second blue, which sort of minimised the Japanese chance of scoring anymore. Well done, Thailand. Did well then.
Yeah, Thailand are back in this. It's a game that's swinging from one way to the next. It's been an intriguing final so far, and we've still got 3 more ends to go.
Well, I said around ends 2, 3, and 4 that things will start opening up. We're on M3 now, so hopefully N4 things will get a bit more crazy.
Yeah, it's been a tight and tense affair so far. And
yeah, we like open games. When the balls are moving around, it makes it's far more dynamic. And it's quite quiet out there as well, I think, actually. The crowd have been good, but it's been quite nervy. There's definitely a tension in the air. I didn't feel that when I was in my final. But it's all a bit quiet, and all a bit just need a little bit more oomph and a little bit more noise from the crowd, and a bit more of players as well to start vocalising and getting into it. And I think the standard will pick up a bit more, and it'll become a bit more open.
It does feel like a game that who will break first, doesn't it?
You would sense, I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, Japan have got form. They've beaten Thailand before. They're probably the closest to them in terms of the team game, as it's proving in the score as well. But Thailand are obviously favourites, but it doesn't mean much in this situation. You've just got to play the shots, and I think Japan will still be the happier of the two. 2-2 at half time, as it were. Yeah, excellent job, particularly as Thailand have had 2 ends to their 1. Yeah, happy days.
Yeah, going into this 4th end, Japan, of course, like you said, David, have the jack, so really important one to see how they go. We did discuss off air, and you briefly mentioned on commentary, you thought that Japan might go long against Thailand, but they've
I thought they did, but they seem to be sticking short, and I think that what they're trying to do is contain them, and they're doing really well at it. Actually, they're forcing the 2-2s to play more layup shots and less of the power, which is great. I mean, obviously when it works. I mean, when it doesn't, you get knocked for 6. But but no, so far so good. So yeah, why change it? Yeah, see where they go. I mean, they've always got the option.
For Japan. And how will he follow it up, Nakamura?
I mean, this is the difficult one, because obviously BC1 usually less control and less likely. So a lot of the teams tend to focus on the BC1 as the opportunity end, the end where you could end up with an open jack after the first ball. Normally, when I play, they get less optimistic at that point. But no, it can be a focal point as a team. You think, oh, the BC1 end, there may be a chance. Oh, and there we go.
And you see the mistake there. And just like you mentioned, David, it's now opened things up a bit.
Yeah. Thailand will be rubbing their hands together.
You can see how quickly they came forward there. They were really up and at it as soon as the ball rolled past.
Yeah, keen for this one. I would be too. Yeah, get the Hoop Petit playing the right call. Get the middle box done first. Keep your BC2s back with the two balls, because obviously they got the power. So he's the layer upper, so he is going to be, when I say laying up, I mean just rolling up to the white. Sorry, GB terms for the same shots. But yeah, when he's the guy to do that in their team.
Perfectly described. It is almost like that pincer movement in action, isn't it?
Yeah.
With those BC2s to the right and left of you.
And he's very good at laying up, so I would expect this to go on. Yeah.
That'll do. That's not a bad start for Hoop Predict.
Just puts on a bit of pressure. Also forces the wide box to play now, which again you want to do. You want to force your twos to be laying up.
You want to be. You want those twos to be the attacking outlets, don't you?
Yeah. So the fact that they're having to defend now is good. He has got a knock-on shot. There is a shot to bring the white back to the blue, but as I proved, we've done it a couple of times. We did the ball to the back. It doesn't always work because it still leaves the white fairly open. If he can get it behind the blue, then it's great. But I don't think he can from that angle. So he's going to have to just maybe do a blue ball sandwich. You never know.
Yes, from Takayuki. Great response.
That's quite good in a way, because what it's done now is there's no way to knock that back from box 5. There's no way, because you're going to just send it straight to that blue. He has got a shot where if he hits it well, he could get it through and out away from the blue, but it's such a tough shot, he wouldn't play it. There's no point at this moment in time. So it's got to be wide box to come in, maybe even knock on the red, but it's just he's got to hit it as hard as he can. Hit it as hard as he can, move it as far as you can, hope for the best.
And here's Vongsa from the right hand side.
Yep.
Oh, went through the gap.
Had the power.
The power. The radar was switched off.
Yeah, I said before that he hasn't quite been on it this tournament, and he hasn't got the slingshot that his fellow 2 has. I mean, he wasn't far away, was he? But
no, he wasn't a million miles away, was he?
But he had quite a big target as well. Let's be frank. Even if he'd have missed the red on the right, he would have hit the blue and taken it off that way. So again, not really using the margin there, probably being a bit too precise. With the hitting shot, sometimes you've got to make the goal as big as possible.
With a player like Vongsa, though, is it hard to sometimes think, oh, I've just got to go back to the basics and think about things a bit more when he knows he's got the capability to do it?
I think it can be. I think there's a little bit sometimes of potentially overconfidence with the Thailand team in terms of that they're not able to kind of go back to basics when it gets a bit sticky. He might do it this time though. But that's probably hitting the blue. You see, you send it back.
With that blue behind the jack as well, it's.
See the shot I would play. They're probably going to play the Thai 2 first now, but I would be playing Hoop Petit again, just to wedge in between jack and blue, because it just keeps him back with the 2 balls to save them if they need to. So it'd be interesting to see if they play it that way, but no, he's going to go first. But yeah, I would play it the other way. It's risky, but it's in this situation, I think they need to be risky.
Yeah, of course, in a final.
He's left-handed as well.
Take the initiative. There is that gap there, isn't it? Oh, just a bit too much on it.
Yeah, they're starting to get a little bit ragged here.
That's not the usual Sengampa that we've seen throughout these championships. He just.
And that's why I don't understand why he would lay up to that. It doesn't make sense to me. I think his teammate could have played that shot and just wedged in between blue and the jack. I don't know. Maybe he couldn't see it, but we're not blessed with the best. From the camera angles, it's not always easy to see what the line they've got. But I'm pretty sure he could have got inside that blue. It's a wasted chance. And now he's going to have to play himself out to get in there and hope for the best. And he hasn't done it.
Again, it's almost just too much power, really, for Sengampa, even though he's trying to go as light as possible.
Yeah, but that's not his game. That's not his game. You're trying to square peg round hole. His game is about dynamic power, jack moving, laying up, knocking on, laying up, knocking off, laying up, knocking off. He shouldn't be playing 2 layups in a row, in my opinion. and that's just wasting balls. And Thailand are in problems now.
Well, now it's down to
well, they're playing
Upedit as well.
They're playing the shot that I said they should have played at the fourth. But he's got to put this ball in.
And if you look at the ball counter as well, Japan have got so many balls left, 4 to go.
Yeah, and every box has got a shot.
So they've got all angles covered. So
the shot I would play in a minute if I was Japan, depending where he puts this, would be to bring the jack left as they see it. So right from our position, to bring it in front, almost towards the cross. And then it's going to be curtains for Thailand. Yeah. So
what a chance this is for Japan, and they can sense it.
This is the chance. This is the shot. All it takes is one really powerful shot into that jack, send it as far left as possible as they see it, right in towards the cross. Anything, it doesn't have to go far, but the further you go, the bigger your margin is, and it's going to maximise the score. Then they're going to have, if he gets this well, they're going to have 3 at least.
And what a margin that would be with.
And he's got the power to do it, so he can do it. He just needs to hit this as hard as he can, and you want to see that jack going in front of their BC1. If it's not in front of their BC1, there could be a little bit of bother, because obviously he's got a couple of balls to get in, and they might end up only with 2. But if he can see it all, they've got a good chance.
Important shot this for Takayuki. He sees the gap. There is a sort of opening of the ways there.
Yeah, he's just got to hit it as hard as he can. There's no danger. Oh, he hasn't gone for that.
He's trying to
dear me.
Bury in between that.
I cannot believe he didn't see that. That is such a waste. Oh dear. Yeah. Sorry. I like maximising the score, so when people don't take the opportunity, it gets me annoyed.
Well, when you're in these type of games and you're trying to get the points on the board in a tight game, you know, you've got to take these opportunities.
Yeah, that's poor. I don't know. I can't believe he didn't see it. I mean, he's got the power. He just smashes it wide open, and they got an easy free.
Well, we talked earlier about the lack. You feel the lack of communication, and
yeah,
maybe Sugimura and Nakimura not telling.
Well, exactly. I mean, that should be captain's call at that point. He should be saying, "Hit it." I would be screaming at Claire to give that a whack, and she would be saying, "Yep." So yeah. But you know, that's where sometimes competitive advantage. You know, our team, we feel, you know, on our day we can give any of these teams a run for their money. And yeah, you know, as a slightly biased individual now looking at this game, you know, it's good that sometimes, you know, these aren't super. You know, they're human after all. They can make mistakes, and it happens in sport. Doesn't always. They're not going to play champagne boccia all the time. Sarah's so I've just heard reliably informed again. Well done, Sarah. So Japan like to keep the scores tight, so they don't always go for the jugular in terms of the points, but they like to keep the scores tight and sort of work the pressure. Although that was quite a very strange shot. But yeah, so obviously they saw the chance, and they obviously see that they're missing a chance now, and I think it might be 1-1. So, but they do like to keep the scores tight, Japan, and that's how they play. They keep it tight and sort of wait for the mistake. Although I kind of think in this case they've kept it tight, the mistakes happened and they haven't actually done anything with it. But hey, who am I to judge?
Well, 2 more balls left for Japan in this 4th end, and
yeah, he's got a raw smile on his face. He knows that they've wasted a chance there, but I think the blue's touching the white. So as long as the blue's touching the white, doesn't really matter that the red's touching it either. You know, they go 3-all into the next end, and it's their end. And it's the tie end, so it's all to play for. Even Stevens after 4 ends. I mean, he's probably looking. You could try and lob that red, that if it's touching the white, looks like it is, off. At which point you could end up, you know, with the one that you've still got. But it's so risky.
Yeah, they certainly have, and it means that
what a waste! I can't believe it.
Go into this 5th end at. Looks like 3-all. We'll get confirmation from the referee.
Yeah.
With 2 balls remaining, but
yeah,
they must be seeing things we can't see as well in the angles they can see.
I mean, the 2 balls remaining, he wasn't going to do much with them. I mean, it was so risky. If he comes in hard and hits that, the white could go back, and then you end up with 2 red. So at that point, there was no risk, there was no point. So I agree with them totally that just take the 1-all. The mistake was that box 6 didn't give it, with his 1 ball remaining, didn't absolutely belt it to send the white left, which would have opened it up for his teammates to pile in. But hey, you know, it's all to play for. Keeps it interesting for us. Happy days.
1 ball, 1 blue to Japan, so
not totally disaster. I mean, it was going to be either 1-all or 1-0 to blue, so yeah, great.
3-2 to Japan, going into the 5th end. It's all to play for still. Fascinating final.
Yeah, it's good. I'm really enjoying it, actually. It's interesting to see the standard. It's, you know, it's been good. But it's not been as good as I thought it was going to be. I think both teams are definitely playing with the handbrake on. They're not as free flowing. There's a lot of respect, too much respect, I think, going on between the two teams. They respect each other too much. They need to ditch the respect quickly and sort of have a go at each other.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you see the quality on the court, such as Saint Gamper and Boccia, although it hasn't had the comp championships as we all expected. Who predicts as well?
I mean, the Thai team, you know, with the twos, I mean, obviously only one of their twos played in the individuals, but the person in box 6 is a highly regarded player in the scene. He's been around for many years. He's got a lot of power. He's beaten top players before. I think he might have even beaten one of the Thais once. So, you know, he didn't play in the individuals, but he's a top player. So the Japanese team have the ability to really cause Thailand problems, and like I said, they didn't in that end, but they got the 1, which was what they wanted. Now it's Thailand turn to try and come back, and hopefully this time they were going to be aggressive.
3 meters for Saint Gamper in Thailand.
They're running out of time, to be fair. The 5th end, it's time now or never, I would say, for them.
Yeah, if Japan can get a couple of points on the board, then it would be setting up a perfect final end for Japan.
Yeah,
good layup.
Good line. Yeah.
Good start for Saint Gamper, and just what Thailand needed. That's the Saint Gamper we've seen at championships. And
yeah, you just see him relax. He knew what he was doing then. He just put it there, beautiful. I mean, the angle doesn't really matter in the team. So yeah, people were saying, well, the angle's not great. Well, it's not, but actually it doesn't matter, because what it does do is it forces the hit, and the white is going to move now, and that's what Thailand like. Thailand like the jack to almost zigzag down the court from left to right. So this is fine. And it's a good start. So hopefully we're going to see a zigzagging white from now on.
We'll have 2 ends to go. Time's running out. We've just gone past the hour mark here on show court. Sugimura, throw up next for Japan.
Yeah, I think he'll hit it. I don't think he'll lay in, because even if he does, his teammates haven't got a line, so he has to hit it, which is what Thailand want. Yep, he does.
Brilliant from Sugimura, opening up again.
So it's one part of the zigzag complete.
Well, when you look at that, that's almost the type of shot they wanted in the final end.
Yeah,
so
I mean, but that's not great, because the problem is now, you see, blue's closer than the red. So now red have the advantage, because if they can pop it on again, blue are back in to do another hit.
He always likes to try and follow him up.
Yeah, see, normally with a hit shot, he didn't hit that hard enough, because you want to, when you do a hit, you want to make sure that your ball is nowhere near the white when it stops, so to make sure that you get to play again.
Well, here's Vitsnu, who predicts to...
So it's like laps with the Japanese then.
Thailand.
Yeah, got a good chance here. He'd fancy that. Pop it in. Force the Japanese to play another hit shot. Yep.
Nicely done.
And it's forcing, and the way he's played that, he's forcing it to come from the left. So the targeting the captain here. The captain has left himself a bit of a hole, because he didn't play that knockoff shot how he should have done. So yeah, Thailand are looking strong here. Japan could be in trouble if this doesn't go according to plan. Interestingly, they're going for the BC1, which suggests to me they're thinking defense.
Yeah, trying to protect they've got.
I think it's dangerous because I just don't think they can get around that red from that angle. I think he has to hit it from. I think you have to take the hit as the captain and go, no, you know what? I need to open it up for you guys. I'm going to hit it again, send it out towards the cross, and give you a big target. But no, he's shanked responsibility there.
Nakamura, as he always does, his little ritual, he goes through 3 or 4 practice throws and then takes the ball.
I think he could try and lay up to the white, dead weight. Such a difficult shot though, and he can't see much of it. He probably can only see maybe a quarter to maybe just under a half of the jack. And because he's right-handed, he's coming across it. Yeah, that's the problem with that. If he was me, I'm a lefty, it'd be a more comfortable shot. But because he's right-handed, it's not.
Such a hard thing to do, isn't it, to come across?
To come across it. He's always going to come across it. So he had to aim narrow, and he did. And it just, I don't see that as a good shot. But, you know, it's in the head, so that they can defend with it now. But I just think Thailand have got too many balls. So I think you need to make them play at least one more before you start blocking it out. But they've only played 2 balls. And I can't see how Japan are going to get in before Thailand get to unleash the guns.
Unleash the ranks at the side of them as Sayangampa and Vongsa. Already seen it in this game. Not to the full effect that we've seen in the individuals.
I mean, Thailand should be on a positive now because they know that Japan aren't going to take their opportunities when they get them. So you kind of think if Thailand can score in this end maybe 2 or 3 points, give them a little cushion going into the Japanese end, they should be fairly set and just. They're not going to attack, they're not going to take their chances, so we can actually relax into it. Dangerous place to be for the Japanese then, when you don't take your chances and your opponent knows you're not taking your chances, that's not good. So, come on Japan, you might be winning, but this isn't
over. Nakamura
that's
goes
a nice
in.
line. It was a good effort, but again, if he was left-handed, that shot's on. I don't think that shot was on from being a righty.
Yeah, it was such a difficult one to do with that closed angle.
I mean, he's given his captain an in-off now, so that's okay. But he's given the box 6 nothing, apart from maybe an in-off on that short red. But yeah, there's not a lot he can do there. I mean, from box 6, you would say, I mean, there is a shot actually to hit the red really hard and to send the white in front of those 2 blues. But he hasn't. I mean, he didn't want to hit it the last end. I haven't seen him play a power shot all game.
No, I haven't either, and I haven't seen him in the championships.
And now you're asking him to do probably hit it spot on at full power and try and get the white behind those blues. I just think you're leaving it too late if you're Japan. He should be getting his firing arm going much sooner. As a player who likes to do a hitting shot, I'd want to get a few hits in earlier on in the end to just make sure that I'm hitting, if I can. I mean, sometimes it's not possible, but he's going for a layup here. He's not going for the hit, so.
Yeah, you can see he's gone right back in his box as well.
Yeah, just off the red, I think, is the shot.
Just going for that gap in between the blue and the red.
Ricochet, maybe.
Straight through. Brilliant.
He got the in off. Not the right ball from right, my bad. But yeah, he got the in off. That was the shot round the back. Again, it's not great though. But at least he's making Thailand play. So, on that sense, happy days. Thailand are playing a shot. They can breathe easy for 1 ball.
Yeah. Just calm the nerves down a bit. Getting to the final stages.
So the shot that Thailand should play now would be to try and get on the white. It doesn't have to be perfect. Just get it on. Just to make Japan play their final ball or final few balls. And then go with the hit. But I think that's his last ball, potentially, maybe? They've all played 1, so yeah. Yeah.
Wrong set for Thailand.
That's his first ball. That's okay. He's got a ball left.
Oh,
he went for power early. Okay. Yeah, that works.
To break it away and give themselves an angle from.
See, I don't agree with that decision. I think you need to play rope-a-dope in that situation. You need to suck Japan in to play their last ball into that head and then move it. And I think if he had 2 balls, I think he did because they all had one. Now they've all got 1 left. I think he's moved it too early. I think he could have just laid in with that, got it on the jack, let the Japanese play another ball into it, and then shift it.
Just a bit too eager maybe to clear it out.
Yeah, I mean, you can understand it. You can understand it. They're losing, so they need to get back on the board. And they like the power game, so you totally understand it. And obviously a lot of pressure now on Japan to try and get it on. If he doesn't get it on, then that decision's vindicated. If he nails it, I think I was right. He hasn't nailed it, so the decision is vindicated.
Should have been listening to your advice, David, down there, if they could hear you.
No, that was cool. That's fine. It doesn't matter how you play it. There's no right or wrong in boccia. It's just different ways of doing it. Like I say, I like to play a more rope-a-dope style, so I'll try and suck people in before I do the power shot.
Okay.
Just because I'd rather not have to worry about them nailing their first ball on an open jack. I'd rather just have 3 balls left to the open jack myself. But you know, doesn't really matter. As long as you score, as long as you win the end, no one really cares.
As long as you're winning the ends and winning the game, you can do as you please. Now here comes who predicts the BC1 player. He's got a full look at the jack.
So from Japan, the only shot left is their captain, and he's pretty much snookered. So if he can get in now, straight on the white, don't give him too much of an angle. That's on. Oh, look at that.
Who predicts? He nailed it. It's what Thailand needed.
So Thailand have got 2 balls left. Japan have got 1 ball left and are in trouble. And Thailand have done to Japan what Japan should have done to Thailand last end by moving the jack late on into a totally new position.
It's completely backfired on them, and Sugimura now.
It just shows you can't be against Thailand when you got your chance. You have to be as aggressive as they are going to be to you when you give them a chance.
Sugimura, pressure of Japan on his shoulders.
Oh no, you don't. No, that's not good. That's giving them a nice target. Yep. Oh, that was just. I heard the crowd cheering. I was thinking, oh, they like that shot. Good shot, but no.
What a chance this is for Thailand now to get in there.
Yeah. Yeah. I would imagine they would score. I mean, they should be aiming to score 3 here. That's what I'd be.
Another look at this on the replay.
Oh, okay, I can understand why they clapped that. It was a good effort. He got it over the blocking balls, but it's so hard to judge the pace when you're bouncing over another ball. It's like you've got to hope that it just hits and sticks. But this floor is quite unforgiving when it comes to pace. If you get the pace wrong, it will spit it out, and it did.
Boccia.
Yeah, he's going to. And the problem is with that ball being to the side now, it gives Boccia the same shot, and he can play it with freedom, knowing that that blue is going to hold the ball for him.
Lovely from Boccia.
Just played it with freedom. Didn't need to worry. He knew that even if he hit it too hard, it was going to bounce off. And I mean, it went bounce the wrong side, but if it bounced the other side, that blue was going to just hold it there. So yeah, and he's also given his teammate a lovely little target as well. So yeah, that's going to be free to Thailand. I'd almost put a mortgage on it.
Well, it's definitely going to be 2, and they're going to go into the final end with a lead. Can they go in?
Yeah, they need the 2 points.
Cushion.
I would be. You need the 2 point cushion. It's so important. Particularly as all the ends have been 1-1, 1-1, 1 up until this point. That 2 point cushion could be crucial. And then Japan have to break out and go aggressive, which will suit Thailand.
Do it. What a shot.
Yeah, it was going to be free. He had such a big target. It was quite straightforward actually for him. He likes targets, so yeah.
Well
done Thailand. Good play.
What a switch around on the cards here. 3-2 up with Japan, and now.
Just think they played it too early. Still think they played it too early. I think they maybe had an easier chance for possibly 4 if they'd have waited a little bit longer. But hey, got the 3.
Got the 3, and you can't have it all sometimes.
I'm greedy. I am. Yeah, give me 6 all day. Yeah.
Thailand, well, they go into the final end 5-3 up. We're still set up for a fascinating end to this BC1, BC2 final, and there is still 2 brilliant games to come as well. Our next game will be the pairs BC3 final against Greece and Australia. Do not go anywhere this afternoon. The best of the sporting action around the country is right here. It's going to be an intriguing end to this game.
That's what Thailand can do to you. Give them a sniff. They take 3. And, you know,
Even though they've not been at their best, have they, in a sense?
And Japan didn't deal with that very well. And it all started from the end before, where they had the chance and they didn't take it. And like I said, I cannot believe that he didn't give that a whack. Still can't fathom where the communication. There was definitely a breakdown in communication. You know, if I was the BC one in the middle or the two on the left, I'd have been screaming, just get that jack out, because yeah, it was so there for them. And that's the price now. They put themselves under pressure. Thailand worked that in well, which they were going to do at some point. They're going to have one good end, and Japan could have quite easily been 6-5 up going into the last end or more. They're now seeing themselves 2 points behind with a mountain to climb. And I don't know where they're going to put the jack now. It'll be interesting. He looks like he's going a bit longer.
Yeah, he's certainly put his arm through, and he's going to go and test out the Thailand players.
He's gone for the seam, the old Japanese seam. They played that way against me, just straight down the middle. There's a nice little where the court joins together on there. There's a nice little ridge, and the balls just don't quite like it. So the Japanese are trying to make it messy. I don't blame them.
Crazy finish to this final. Takayuki follow up.
This goes on. Chance.
Still in the open. Yeah. You can hear the roars from the players and staff of Thailand.
Yeah, I mean the line, the pace is great, which is really annoying when you go along and you get the pace spot on. You just think, oh man, what are you doing? Yeah, the line.
The hardest bit, and you just want to get the line right.
But the line, like I said, the line on this floor is hard because of the crease, but it's backfired on them. And in Thailand, they've got a BC1 who is one of the best in the world at the long stuff. So, yeah, leave him an open jack, he'll fill it.
He's certainly a clinical player. Hubadit lay it up for Thailand. Can they take control in this final end?
Just got to make sure his shoulders relax. Don't hold it too long. Yeah, he looks fine to me.
Looks so composed now.
Yeah, he looks
goes for it.
He's got a nice line. Yeah, that's good. All Thailand need to do now is just keep making Japan play. They don't have to be on it at all. Actually, the fact that it's not on it sometimes can work in their favour because it just keeps making Japan lay up. And Japan don't want to do that. They want to be on the white, and they want to be. Basically, you want Thailand to play all 6 balls, and then you've got a bit like Greg did in his final. You want them to play out quick because the long ends it's so hard to do the knocking or the moving around and nudging. So anything in and around the jack is happy days.
So it's an important follow-up ball for Nakamura now for Japan. They need to be, like you said, David, almost ping-pong. Just keep it going between them, Thailand and Japan.
Well, Thailand want it to be ping-pong. Japan want to just nail it. Frankly, it needs to be bang on, and then you want Thailand to waste all their balls, and then you got a chance.
See what Nakamura can do here for Japan.
I mean, it's right in front of him, so and he's got that. The red's a nice guide. If he can in off that red. Line, come off to the right.
Yeah, it looked initially like it might be, but it just did swerve
He just pulled it as he threw it. His shoulder dropped on the left side. He lost his core, as my physio would say, and his shoulder dropped, and it just came off to the right. Unlucky, but he struggled up there against me a little bit in terms of getting that first ball in. So it's not his favoured position, I don't think. And he's still quite a new player, quite young. He's only 20. I spoke to him in call room. He said he was only 20, so he's got a bright future ahead of him. But yeah, needs to get some experience quickly and bang this one in.
He certainly had a good championships, and he'll gain, like you said, all this experience that he's built up, especially today on the show court.
Yeah, it needs to all come together for this ball.
Can he pull it off, Nakamura? This would be quite something if he could.
Yeah, keeps his shoulder still this time. He might get it. Yeah, that's better. Oh, the line's better, but he didn't throw it properly. You could see he just threw it straight into the floor. It's the problem with the overarm throw. If you don't get that pitch, it kills you.
It really does. It's the difference in how hard it can be in terms of throwing overarm and underarm.
And also the CP as well. The disability. He hasn't got the range that the twos have got. So to generate that power, it takes an awful lot more effort. It's not. He was probably doing full power then, near enough. And you just when you go full power, you sometimes lose that posture, or you lose the release, or something doesn't quite go right, and you end up throwing it into the floor. I've done it many times, so it's BC1 Union. Give him a bit of support.
Quite right, and he's had a fantastic week, is Nakamura. Shouldn't knock himself. See how frustrated he is, Taki.
Yeah, I mean, not wanting to be harsh, he put the jack there.
He should be trying to follow up. And
I mean, as a coach, you'd be saying, well, you put the jack there, mate. It's kind of your responsibility to get at least one close to it. And he hasn't done it. He's let his. I actually think he's been poor in this game. He hasn't taken on the shots he needed to. He's not the player I've seen before in terms of I've seen him play some cracking power shots, and he just hasn't. He hasn't brought that to the table, and it's just a real shame because if he'd have played some of those shots earlier on, they wouldn't be in this position.
Well, the obvious one, of course, was in that third end when he could have broke through that jack, and he opted not to.
Fourth end.
Fourth end. Sorry, yeah.
That's right. No,
mixing up with the.
There's many ends in Boccia. They all kind of merge into one after a while. But yeah, no, it's okay. He just, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, he's maybe struggling a little bit because he didn't get any court time as an individual. But it's they've had quite a few games in the team, so I don't think that's an excuse. But who knows? But just I don't. Just a shame really because Japan were well in this. At one point, I actually thought they were going to win it. They looked like they were well on top. Frustrating Thailand, if anything. And now they're just not quite happening. Well, if this goes on, actually, that's giving them half a chance now because brought the weight towards the blue, away from their red. I mean, you are relying on Thailand to miss every one of their next 5 balls, but who knows?
At least you give yourself a chance, and that's what Sugimura has done.
So yeah, that has taken it away. Yeah, it's still only 1. It's not, but that's good. It's a good ball now. But I mean, there's smiles on the Thailand faces, so I don't think they're too worried yet.
No, especially with that 2-point advantage, they'll know that Japan need at least another one to force it to the tie break.
Bit of discussion though, so it's not. They're taking it seriously, which is good. They have been known to sometimes not showboat, but just kind of relax into this last round because they know how good they are. But no, that's good. They're taking it seriously because there's still only 2 points. It only takes 1 ball to change it around, so it's good. I think they're all trying to tell him. I think it's like 2 versus 1 at the minute. Who should go? And I think both of them want box 5 to go, and he's sort of like, well, maybe one of you should go. Yeah, he doesn't look convinced.
Yeah, just a
say the least.
At least of confidence there. Thailand though.
Just because it's long, and I think it's just because we want someone to get it in, and they know it's a key shot, so they're just having a debate on who should go. Oh, and he's managed to convince the other guy to go. Well done, good man.
That's the one he wanted. Vonk's up now. The ball in his hands.
It doesn't really matter, I don't think. I don't think it matters who goes. It's just who feels confident with it at that point. And it's good that one of them's like, okay, fine. If you don't fancy it, I will.
Uses the other ball.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
Tried to use the...
Yeah. I think the blue was obviously trying to move the blue out of the way, but I don't think the blue was in the way in the first place particularly. So I don't know about that. But I guess it's made it safe though now. It's going to be a safe error. Like it's going to be really hard for Japan to move the jack back to that blue. So maybe they're playing the pragmatic approach, getting rid of any possible banana skin.
Especially with no blue balls behind as well.
Yeah. He's gone lofty. Yeah, that's why he didn't fancy it. Okay, interesting. Thailand. That's 2 balls that haven't really done anything, I don't think. Like, I mean, the shot for me would be just lay up to the blue. Even it don't have to be on the white. Just lay up to the blue. And if you don't fancy it, why not use your BC1? BC1 Union coming out again.
Well, there they are. They're the ones that try and lay it up for you, and again.
Yeah, you see, I think BC1's got a nice shot there. Anything just past that short blue. So, just thinking about maybe Sarah's just spotted that maybe they're trying to block out the BC2 with the ball left, but I mean, I don't think it has blocked him out particularly. I mean, it just made a nice, pretty pattern. Sorry, I like to, you know, state the obvious sometimes, but yeah, pretty patterns aren't much coping, Boccia. You just got to get a ball close to the white.
Exactly, you can make as many patterns as you want. If you're not closer, it doesn't really mean much. And who predicts? The guy who does a lot of the work in terms of laying it up and making it all happen.
To be fair, he set it up for him he set it up in the last end. He set up the chance. He put that when the ball was open. He put it on, put the Japanese under pressure, and then meant that his twos could then do their thing. So yeah, he's vital to their team and how they work.
Who predict? Looking to lay this one up. Let's see what he can do. Goes for it.
Okay. Well, see.
Would you believe it? This is
Yeah.
going right down to the wire.
God blimey. Can you imagine another tie break?
I don't know if my heart can take another one, David. I'm not going to lie, but
I like another tie break.
It would certainly add to the tension and the drama that we've seen.
Keep me on the mic for a bit longer.
Championships. It's been a pleasure to have you on, David. No, it really has. It's always good to get an insight of a number one player in the world.
He's trying to block him out. I don't think that's far too short. So defensive. It's very unlike Thailand. They haven't really, apart from the fifth end where they were really clinical and they really took it on. They've been a bit defensive. I'm surprised. They're normally so aggressive. Maybe it's the floor. Maybe the fact that it's quite quick. It's just messing with their heads a little bit. But yeah, just lack of aggression. Both teams, arguably, just lacking a little bit of that final killer blow. Which is ironic because they're both in the final. You'd expect them both to be quite, but yeah, that's good. I mean, as a slightly biased spectator, bodes well for us. You know, if we can match their level and then improve on it, happy days.
Sugimura, the hopes of a nation on his shoulders, the captain's armband around.
Tough shot. He's got a tough shot.
It's a tough shot.
I mean, but it's kind of the case now where you just hit and hope.
Yeah.
Full power, as straight as possible. If he gets if he gets his wrist fully through the ball,
Wongsa
and clips
hardly
away.
could even look. Here we go for the World Championship.
It's too short.
And it's too short. And Thailand are the world champions in the BC1, BC2.
Tough shot. Gave it everything. I mean, I'm surprised he didn't throw a little bit harder, but you know, he's probably trying to be clever and just laying dead weight, which is a tough shot at that, isn't it?
Certainly was. And what a final. It sent us all the way to the final end. And the final with drama, it twisted and turned, it gave us so many different aspects, errors from both sides. Thailand weren't really at their best, you would say, David, as well.
I think both teams, they left something on the court, but they are the best two teams in the world at the minute. No one's going to deny that. And it's quite nice that it was a tight game. Bodes well for the future of the team sport, you know, that it's close and tight and everybody's beating each other. You know, they're both going to be the ones that everybody's going to be aiming at. And yeah, it's good that it was a tight game. Both can improve. I think all the teams can improve a little bit over the next couple of years. So going into Tokyo, we can be a bit more, you know, feisty as a team as a whole. I think the standard's been quite good, but yeah, I think compared to the pairs, I think we do, the team game is maybe slightly down at the minute compared to the pairs in terms of the standard, so it gives us a scope to improve going into the next 2 years. And obviously there's, you know, we've seen in this game that there's definitely, they haven't hit the ceiling. There's definitely more that both those teams can go, and you know, I'm hoping for our team to maybe get to the ceiling before they do.
Well, thank you very much, David, for coming on the commentary. It's been great to get your insight on the game and how you'd have approached each shot. And we wish you all the luck for the next couple of years into the Paralympics, and also huge congratulations on your BC1 gold. It was thoroughly deserved. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Well, one final done, and it was a terrific final as well. Thailand run out 6-5 winners in what has been a fantastic, intense game here on the show court. We have 2 more games for you to round up the championships here at the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool. It's the pairs BC3, Greece versus Australia, which is set up to be an absolute classic. Scott McCown will be here for me to help me guide me through the BC3 pairs final, and then our last game of the Boccia World Championships here in Liverpool. It's Slovakia against Thailand. And it'll be Peter Maguire who are alongside me for that one. Well, we have another interview for you as I spoke to Andrew Parsons, the president of the IPC, talking about this week here in Liverpool and the future, and of course those crucial Paralympics in Tokyo 2020. Our next game's at 3 o'clock. Please do join us for that one. It will be a classic. Don't go anywhere. 2 more games to go, 2 more world champions to be crowned. Well, I'm joined by Andrew Parsons, the president of IPC, and the first question is, what a week it's been here at the Exhibition Centre. You must be delighted with how it's gone.
It's been a fantastic week. A lot of good performances put together by the athletes. A very nice setup, so it's a very new concept of showing boccia, or making the people, the spectators, to experience the sport of boccia. So it's been a fantastic week.
And we've had some great feedback with the coverage that it's got. Is that something you're going to try and push forward for all parasports in the future?
Well, it's something that we are supporting our international federations to do, and IPC in our role as international federation also to think in creative ways of how we can attract more interest from the media, and also more spectators and people following it through social media as well. So it's a combination of efforts so that we can have bigger audiences at the venue and at home.
And we've seen some great athletes, of course, here this week. What's the plans for the next generation of athletes for the future?
Well, I think because the Paralympic Games are becoming bigger and bigger and bring bigger audiences through the different social media, again, broadcasters, and we are always breaking records in terms of tickets sold, tickets being sold. So I think we have bigger generations, and of course we have many kids with impairment watching and wanting to be the next Paralympic champions, world champions. So I think we have to keep that and building profiles of these athletes, because you want to be in a sport where you have an idol, you have a hero. It happens with football, it happens in Formula One, it happens in every single sport. So I think we have to work on our heroes, on our icons, and it's what we're doing with the Paralympic Games, with the organizing committees, and also with the national Paralympic committees and the international federations.
And we're only 2 years away, of course, till the Paralympics. How are preparations looking to make it the best games ever?
Well, this is what we are challenging Tokyo to be the best games ever. I keep telling them it's the line I would like to use it at the closing ceremony. But the organizing committee is doing a very good job. It's being a very smooth process with them. Also, the private sector is very engaged in Tokyo and in Japan as a whole, and also the government sector as well is putting a lot of effort, because they know that the Paralympic Games can leave a long-lasting legacy, even in advanced countries such as Japan. So it's not only about accessibility in the transport system, and so Japan needs a cultural change in the way they perceive persons with an impairment. And we have seen that in London, we have seen that in Rio, we have seen that in Beijing. So we know that the Paralympic Games, if we provide the best platform possible, the athletes will, with the performances, they will provoke that change. So it's a unique experience, Paralympic Games. So it's what we are working together, and also the broadcasters in Japan. So I think everything is coming together very smoothly, and we are now inviting the Japanese people to provide a great atmosphere at the venues. And
finally, Andrew, not just the Paralympic Games, what are the aims of the IPC for the future after Tokyo?
Well, I would say that our strapline now is an organization for all. We have, I would say, top 15, top 20 countries that are very well established, have very good pathways. We need to go to the second or the third tier of countries now, and to the four corners of the world, to Africa, to Latin America, some specific regions in Asia, the islands in the Caribbean, the islands in the Pacific. So they have people with an impairment there, so it's only fair that we can support them in providing pathways for these athletes to compete from grassroots to elite, and maybe become leaders in the Paralympic movement after the retirement as athletes. So we have a lot to do. The Paralympic Games, it's only every 2 years if we count winter and summer, so we have to fulfill the 365 days of the year with events like this around the world. And it's what we have been doing for a while, and we want, of course, that the Games in Tokyo can be a catalyst to spread the movement in Asia.
Well, Andrew Parsons, thank you very much for speaking to us, and we look forward to the Paralympics and beyond. back to the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool. It's the 2018 BISFed Boccia World Championships. It's our second final of 2. It's the BC3 pairs. It's set up to be an absolute classic. As we see Greece take on Australia on the show court. Already had one final for you this afternoon. Thailand against Japan that took us all the way. Fascinating affair that twisted one way, then the other. Our 3 bronze medal matches earlier on in the day. China beating Brazil 6-5, South Korea beating Hong Kong 3-2, and Hong Kong beating Germany 7-1. I'm delighted to say that we are joined by Scott McCowan for this one. And I know, Scott, you are absolutely chomping at the bits for this one. This is set to be a classic.
Yeah, this is going to be a fantastic game. So excited to see who comes out on top here. Greece have been and done it all before, but Australia, relatively new to this stage of a final at the World Championships, but they have played some great boccia and definitely deserve to be here. These 2 teams have been the 2 best, there's no doubt, and I think it'll live up to the billing.
Well, of course, we all know about Gregorios Polykronidis. Such a great player. And can we still talk about that final? It was so good.
Oh, of course we can. We can talk about that till the next World Championships.
What a final that was. I'm sure he would love to add another gold medal. And we can't actually rule out the important role that Anna Intenta has in all this. She provided Gregorios with the chance to roll in those final balls for the win.
Yeah, and in the previous game to get to this, I thought she was absolutely fantastic. So yeah, it's not just a one-man show. Both players have been playing very well, as is the case for Australia too. In fact, Spencer was the player of the game against Great Britain.
Yeah, you were really impressed with his performance, weren't you?
Yeah, I was,
Scott?
yeah.
Spencer Cotty's really lit up the show court.
Yeah, he's came on a lot in a relatively short space of time. And yeah, he definitely matches Dan now, and that makes them a formidable pair.
So yeah, let's just confirm those lineups for you. From the far left, it is Anna Intenta with Gregorios Polykronidis in between the 2 Australians. In between the 2 Greeks is Daniel Michel. On the far right is Spencer Cotty. So we've seen these players a lot on the show court, so they won't be too phased by this as such. Of course, it is still a final, and the pressures that go with it.
Yeah, and I think it'll be that more than the show court that could be the difference, perhaps. Still new territory to Australia. Obviously, Dan securing bronze in the individuals, but there's a heightened pressure, I think, making a final compared to the bronze medal match. Don't think anyone would disagree with that.
Well, let's have a quick look and see how they got to the final. Greece, they beat Hong Kong in the semi-final, whereas Australia beat South Korea. A bit of a shock, really. It was, even though Australia have been playing really well, South Korea are a formidable side in the BC3s. Just a quick look at it.
Yeah, quite one-sided semi-finals when you look at that. But I think in boccia, though, 7-0, 6-1, it's not quite like in other sports. But still, only a couple of points here and there soon add up to 6. You'll have to be that little bit better in some regards. But yeah, we wouldn't have expected Australia to beat South Korea probably coming into this championship. We certainly wouldn't be as surprised now, having seen what Australia's played like this week. And it sets this up perfectly, I feel.
It sets up a really intriguing match. It's be great to see how the game unfolds, and it will be Australia to throw the jack first. Spencer Cotti has the jack.
Yeah, both these teams will play similar jack position in terms of a shorter jack. But who knows what surprises we might have in store as teams try and get the advantage. And we know that Daniel Michel, in particular in individuals, when he faced Gregorius, tried one or two things that were different to what he normally does. So we know that he's not averse to changing things up.
See how he follows it up, Spencer Cotti.
He's been absolutely dead on target with the laying up in the tournament so far. And that group match against Great Britain started with a perfect one. Can he do it again? Just about.
Nearly perfect, but he's pretty good. To be fair, Spencer Cotti starts well for Australia.
And again, I'm reasonably informed that it's Daniel's birthday today, as is Stephen Maguire and Zheng of China.
Well, celebrations going round. I'm sure Spencer would love to add a gold for his birthday. That'd be the ultimate birthday present.
Yeah, the birthdays don't get much better than that. Obviously, we know it was Gregorius' birthday earlier in the week, and his birthday weeks went quite well so far.
Yeah, that wasn't a bad birthday, was it? First look at Gregorius in this final. Does well just to break away the red ball from Australia. See the communication there between Anna Intenta and Gregorius Polykronidis.
Yep, Gregorius, the captain, makes the decisions in this pair. And it's Anna that's going to go here.
She just has a slight view of the jack.
Yeah, that was a good shot to take that ball off. And now it's about getting control of the jack. Once again, as our ramp assistant and mother prepares the ball. You can see here, good view. The jack. Oh, and that's a mistake. Just a bit hard. Allowing a chance to go at it here, Australia.
Yeah, not the right pace on it from Anna Intenta, just bouncing off the jack.
And if you've been watching the boccia throughout this week, as we now reach the climax of the event and you're inspired to give boccia a go, whether you want to mix it up with the professionals or just have fun and keep fit, boccia has something for everyone. I'd advise everyone who's looking into that to visit the Boccia UK website. You'll find details of our partners. It's www.bocciauk.com/contact. And I'm sure there'll be lots of people doing that, having seen some of the quality on show this week.
Yeah, it's been really great, hasn't it, to give these guys the chance to perform on BBC and showcase their skills, and that's a fantastic follow-up.
Yeah, that's a great ball. And at the moment, it just looks like they're never going to miss these shots.
Yeah, they just look so relaxed and composed, and it's just like another game to them.
Yeah.
It really is fantastic to watch. Of course, just a reminder, it is 7 minutes per pair, per end, and it's 4 ends in total.
And so far, every player showing, they're not overawed by the occasion. And whilst the silver's good, all these pairs are coming into the tournament looking for gold, and even when you're in the final, that's still the goal. And even now, 4 years after mine and Great Britain's appearance in the World's final against Korea in the pairs, still think back to what might have been. Doesn't leave you that, so these teams want to get the job done.
You see the shot there from Polygranidis, just dragging the ball around the jack. So
Yep.
2 in front, 2 behind.
I think the idea being move the blue away, which allows the red to be taken to the right better, because obviously if the blue had still been there, it would have jammed on it.
If I can push this red round the jack, there's a really good chance to nudge it towards those blues at the back.
Oh, good shot.
This is exactly what she's done in 2. Brilliant stuff from Anna Intenta.
I think the blue's closer, so that's not ideal. It allows Australia to take advantage again. So they have a discussion about who's going to play.
Spencer Cottee to go next for Australia.
And a silver medal was exactly what Australia picked up in Montreal, their last outing in the World Open. So they want to go one better here. Obviously already a bigger achievement considering the quality of players and teams on show. Lost out to Brazil there, and considering how Brazil have done here, that just shows you the standard and the level now.
Just trying to secure that red onto the jack.
Yeah, good knock on. But the only slight issue with that shot is that you can't quite make the angle perfect from there, and that's probably what the debate was about. Because of course Dan could have played, but just the way the setup, Dan's already used a soft ball, so he might want to keep one back.
There is that gap as well in between those 2 reds.
Yeah, and that's always the debate you're having. You've got to consider everything, the end, the score, how you're playing, who's got balls left, what balls they've got left. So many things to consider when you only have so many seconds to really make a decision, because it takes long enough to set each shot up.
See that Anna Intenta's going full power here.
Yeah, either to take the red off or move the jack back, and going for the red, I think.
Look at that.
To hold 2. Are both touching? They might be.
Well, they might just be.
And that's a difficult escape, because if you roll up to that, you're more than likely to still have the blues touching. So at best you'll get, well, you might maybe 1-1, but 2-1 more than likely. If you hit one away, the other one's still going to be there. So it's not a straightforward answer here. And I don't think getting the shot back in one is a possibility. So plenty to consider. And that was a good play there. And they needed something like that to get try and get up on the ball count, Greece.
Yeah, they did, and now this next ball makes it all square in the ball count, so it's going to make up a interesting end to this.
So
first
clearly
end.
Going for power. What exactly the shot is remains to be seen. And that has not worked at all.
Just nudged it back into the ball of Greece behind the jack, so that's really not what Daniel Michel was surely not intending.
Yeah, he caught a bit of the red, Spencer's soft first ball, and I don't know whether that impacted things, but no, they're kind of still where they were. There is separation on the left one, but there may have been already. It was too difficult for us to tell. Yeah, I think they were both touching, so he has got that at least, but not a lot's changed.
Daniel Michel to go next for Australia. Playing bronze in the individual BC3. Watching this roll in.
Oh, good shot with that ball. Hard ball, very difficult to control, and that's very delicate. As referee Chris Fitzgerald scans the scene to see who to play, and it's a red to play again.
So it must have just, well, obviously it just took a slight nick off. Maybe it looked very slow, but the pace maybe just even too much.
Very difficult to leave it against the jack because they hold their shape, so you try and get two spherical objects to touch. It's a very small contact area where they would meet, so sometimes they just roll back. Whereas a softball can kind of absorb a little bit.
30 seconds left to play the final shot for Australia.
Yeah, pressure on Spencer. And that's part, the weird thing about it is, because it's Australia didn't actually have to play too many power shots, they've actually been left with their hard balls to do some approach play. And that's a bit of a quirk of the setup sometimes.
Just rolled it in and secured that point onto the jack.
I think there might have been a mistake there in terms of the ball choices, because they maybe should have used one of those hard ones earlier for another shot, because that was difficult. And I think there's a chance here of, because it's a hard ball that's against the jack, of Gregorius taking that away and blue holding two. The situation could even get worse, I don't know. The saving grace is the two reds to the right. It's hard to get the red to leave that's on the jack.
So it's any player that can pull off this shot.
Absolutely.
Polokonidis, the man who has been the best BC3 player for me this week. I know a lot of you watching would agree.
What's he got here? Ooh, not quite. Has he got the one? Oh, he might have.
Might just have got the one. That is. It looked bad for Greece initially, but
good shot.
Great shot. And they go into the second end with the point advantage.
It wasn't exactly certain how that was going to pan out, but Greg always seems to come out on the right side of those shots. He knows exactly what he needs to do to get the touch just right. And he banked on the fact that that rock of Australia's, the hard ball, would come off easier than the blue behind, and maybe he had to sacrifice the other blue, but he'll be happy with that.
formation. Referee, and it is Greece who will go into the second end with the advantage.
Yeah, and the momentum. That was definitely a steal. No doubt.
How can Australia reply? They've lost the control of the jack as well, which we saw a lot of in the opening match. China and Brazil just couldn't get any control in the Team BC1, BC2 bronze medal match, and they've lost out on their own jack, Australia, so good chance for Greece to capitalise here.
Yeah, and the Pavua World Open champions with a great start. Taking the initiative and the momentum.
Just the one thing that always stands out for me about Polykronidis is just he's so calm. Whatever the result, really.
Yeah.
He could be 3-0 down, he could be 6-0 up. It's the same sort of expressions and emotion, and
yeah,
he might be not feeling the same inside, of course,
no.
but on the outside it's certainly looking that way.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you want to try and create that image of calm in all situations, whether you are or not. And yeah, so often holds his composure to the last, and it's just been so consistent this week. Can't recall a bad end that I've seen, and I've seen a lot of Greece on the show court.
Similar sort of position again for Polykronidis that we've seen throughout the championships.
If they go on to win the gold here, it'll be the perfect start, and Grigoris has returned to the pairs fold, winning gold in Pavua, as I said, and then another here if that was the case. Not bad. Oh, and speaking of not bad, that's not bad either. The fact it's absolutely brilliant.
He just keeps on supplying with us some brilliant moments, and that's a fantastic start again from Polykronidis. Will the guy actually play a bad shot?
Maybe you've put the curse on him, but if there's anyone who might outdo the commentator's curse, it'll be that man.
Yeah, certainly make sure it rebounds off him. What a start from Polykronidis and Greece. How can Australia reply? Spencer just needs to carry on the form he got from the games we've seen on the show court.
Yeah, that's right. He's got the confidence of that to keep him going. And he didn't play badly in the first end, but the trouble is I just felt maybe one decision was a little bit questionable, of just leaving themselves those hard balls at the end. But it was just because they actually didn't have to use them to get balls off. Left them in that situation, but sometimes even then you got to maybe think, did I get one of these away? Try a different, it might not be the ideal shot you want, but just for later down the road. As I say, they were right in it.
Going for a wide angle, tries to take it away, and he's successful in trying to create a better angle.
Yeah, good shot. And up to this point in the week, we've seen Spencer take these on when it's been like this. With that very soft ball that he opened up the game with.
Such a wide angle that Spencer Cotty's coming from here. Such a difficult job to do.
Yeah, and having seen 3 fouled balls in the previous BC3 match, we know the difficulties that difficult angles can cause you. So they've got to make sure they've got everything right here. And that actually was quite a quick release, but it was fine.
Really
and that
nice.
was even better. Delightful ball.
And he's carried on the good form he's shown, Spencer Cotty, and what a start to the second end.
Yeah, that's all they can do is keep playing like this and hope that Greece's level drops at some point. They're going to get an opportunity. I always think in these big games there'll be one opportunity comes along at some point if you're playing well.
Intenta, the ramp is literally just straight over her head.
Yeah.
Such a difficult angle to come from, just looking directly upwards.
Yeah. Both Australia players having a good look as well. Good shot.
Nicely done from Anna Intenta.
It was just sticking out a little bit, which allowed them to hit it into the jack and flick it out. But I think that blue is closer. So once again, not ideal for Greece, and they got away with it in the first end. I don't know if they'll get away with it another time, and this needs to be perfect now.
Well, the opportunity's there, isn't it? Just in between the blue and the red to nestle it into the jack.
And Spencer will use his third and final ball. And we spoke about this in a previous game about you generally want to try and avoid leaving one of your players with all the balls remaining. Sometimes needs must. Don't think needs must here because Dan could easily play the shots. This is a choice. They want to go with this particular shot. Just got to make it count. You've got to make every shot count in the final. Really.
Such an awkward angle for Spencer as well here, just having to come so low, but here he goes, and he nudged it in.
That's not quite there.
It's not, no, it's that angle's from overhead just giving us the confirmation that it's not quite what he wanted.
And it's red to go again. That was fortunate. A stroke of luck there, which they probably deserve because they didn't get much in the previous end.
Yeah, they certainly didn't. No chance now for Australia.
Although Greece might be feeling hard done to. You could argue, I suppose, when you look at quite a few of the smash shots that have opened up and left themselves closer. But you create your own luck, as they say. And ultimately, I always feel the best team wins in the end. Felt that with every game I've seen so far.
Oh, just nudging it on, but maybe not close enough. Let's have another look. Will be Greece to go next.
Yeah, just taps it in. And that's good. I mean, the gap between jack and red allows them to use the jack as a shock absorber again. But that's obviously quite a hard ball in comparison to the other reds, which is another reason that shot Spencer played was a high level shot. And this time they've made sure that Dan and him won't be left with hard balls by Spencer playing out. But Greece got the lead on the ball count again, and so often we seem to say that.
And we all know what Polychronidis can do when he has balls in the basket.
Yep. And see, every international event he's entered this year he's won, be it singles or pairs, so that's not bad.
It's not a bad record at all, and he's such a great player, and I'm almost certain I know he'll use all his experience and to try and win this goal for Greece as he goes in. But still, it's Australia now touching the jack.
Yeah, he's managed to separate them and move that round. Well, say separate, he's actually touching from a gap, but what I mean is he's managed to move it off the other red. They were kind of in line with each other, and they can get that out now. Lining up again in that trademark style.
One eye closed, his wife Katrina, the assistant.
Yeah. Not sure who's going to play here. Both players adjusting the ramp, which they're allowed to do it in their own time. It's joint time that the pairs have.
Interesting from Polychronidis. I don't think that's what the intended outcome was. He'd have liked.
Yeah, but it was so far away that it does make you think that there was some intent behind that. I'm just trying to work out whether they thought use that short one to hide another ball that's played subsequently, but I don't think Anna can get into that jack from there. But the perspectives can be so different when you're actually in the box rather than looking at a screener from this high vantage point we find ourselves in.
Please do stick with us for the rest of the afternoon. It's not just this game, we've got one more final as well coming up in the pairs BC4, Slovakia against Thailand, which I'm sure will be another brilliant game, and what a way to round up the championships.
Yeah, two great BC4 pairs.
And Intenta plays it through the gap, but not the correct way of going about it. She probably would have wanted to go right more than left.
Yeah, that wasn't right, and that's two for me. Shots that haven't worked out. And I did say about that opportunity comes along, it might be coming for Australia here. The ball count in Australia's favour. Greece down to 1.
Well, an important one for Greece if they want to keep hold of their lead.
And I don't know whether Greg with the last ball was just concerned about the angles that Australia had, and he put that short one in to block them and then hoped that Anna could tighten things up. I don't know whether that was the plan, but either way, still an opportunity. But that was a good last ball to hide it behind the blue Greg played, just in between those two reds. I think Dan will get that out.
Daniel Michel has had a fantastic BC3 tournament.
And that's the thing, is that Dan had all the balls, so that blue ball is not really, I'm guessing that was an attempt by Greg to maybe shut it down, but as I say, Dan's got the ball, so it's not really a factor. And Dan will be trying to get that blue out in a 1 hopefully, and then maybe get another in for 3, but I don't know, maybe it's not on because he's quite low down the ramp here.
Went through it and nudged the blue ball of grease onto the jack. It did ricochet off.
Yeah, and I suppose you can use that blue as a stopper now. It's kind of one of those shots where you could have done either. You could have hit it really hard, got rid of it, and made sure, but it made the next shot tougher. Or you could go for the more difficult shot first, and then keeping the blue end makes the next one easier. So it's kind of 50-50 there. I went the other way, but that's just preference rather than anything. I think they're both okay.
Just wanted to go and have another look. Just a quick glance from Daniel Michel, just to make sure he knows what he's working with.
Yeah, he's got time. Plenty of time. And the other thing about that shot is he maybe tried to leave his hard ball in, but he didn't succeed. Here's the other hard one. Oh, good shot.
Good shot from Daniel Michel, yeah. Brilliant.
So that's not moved that blue back, but it is 2, and I wonder if, of course, if the other closest blue, if it was still nearer than the third red, then that would be why he would opt to leave that there, because there'd be no point. So that's why he's just tried to get the 2. Yeah, I think that's right. That the dark blue would have been closer anyway, so that's why he didn't clear that blue out. So the right call. And he was in complete control there, and that's good response from Australia.
2 for Australia, and we're going to the third end with Australia managing to turn this game around. They were 1-0 down. It's 2-1 now to Australia.
Yeah, great play.
What a game we have on our hands as well.
Yeah, they have. Australia was very good there. Greece, a couple of little balls, not quite going right for them, and they were punished. And they'll feel a whole lot better about things now. I feel they've got the lead on Greece at the moment. Yeah, not just in the score, but I mean in the actual play.
Yeah, it's the first time we've not seen much control from Greece. Australia really putting the pressure on, but that's what you get when you put 2 great teams up against each other.
Yeah.
Or pairs, I should say.
And it starts to get serious now at halfway. If it wasn't serious already, of course.
Well, we've not seen a 0.1 on the sides jack. Australia now have the possession.
Yeah, and a big error on this end can take it away from you.
Does always feel like the second to last end, whether it's the third end in the pairs and individual or the fifth end in the teams, it's always a crucial one.
Yeah.
Into that final end with a 1 point or more lead. Three and a half for Daniel Michel. Of course, that could be longer for, it will be longer for Anna Intenta and shorter for Spencer Cotti. Important follow-up ball now for Daniel Michel. He wants to start this third end well after coming from behind and scoring those 2 points.
Yeah, and it was the third end where we started to see a couple of misses in the final in the individuals. After 2 really good ends, and then, well, the fourth end just exploded into, I don't really know what to describe it as.
Well, it was mesmerising to say the least from Grigorios Polykonidis, and an end of boccia that will live long in the memory in the World Championships and the history of boccia.
Yeah, Ho Won Young missed the first ball on this end. Will Dan do the same? Well, it's not great.
It's not great. It's decent to say the best. He has left it open.
Yeah, and you might be sitting at home thinking, well, he's touching the jack. Looks like a good shot to me, but at this level, the way these players can play, that's a straightforward shot that's got away from him, and that's what he'll be thinking right now.
He really wants to be following up that second end with a good start, and it's not what Australia needed.
Yeah, it means either player can take it off, and they'll do it in just one. They don't even have to use the hard ball if they choose not to, but they probably will anyway, but just gives you so much more options. And the fact that it can be now cleared further out of the head, so it can be less of a factor later on. All those little things add up to make it frustrating. Of course, if that was a maybe 6 or 7 meter jack, that would be a whole lot better, but when you're playing short, you've got to get it right.
They're intended as well to break them apart, and now it's back to square one.
Yeah. And if Greg can, or Anna really, they can both lay up this if they can nail the angle here, put the pressure on. But it will be Gregorius. As we've said many times, the ramp, of course, not permitted to touch the ground in the opponent's box. It can overhang that line, cannot overhang the front line, and the ramp assistants are not allowed to look on the court or communicate with the players. Strictly only to follow instructions rather than give them.
Of course, we saw the extraordinary scenes in the Portugal-Brazil game on show court on Wednesday. Who would have thought a stool would cause so much drama?
Oh,
what a follow-up shot.
Fantastic.
Paulo Granidis, that is, again, I'm lost for words sometimes with the greatness of this man. He's produced some brilliant moments this week, and that's another one.
You just know that if you don't do that, he's going to do it back. And so it proved. So a lot of the time it's not about can you get closer or can you get the angle, it's can you nail the angle. If you can't do that and your opponent can, you're going to be using a whole lot more balls than they are.
Certainly are. And he's put the pressure back on Australia now. Got to get this next one right of Australia, otherwise they could be soon racking up the ball count.
Yeah. The ramp assistant Ashley placing the ball to the very top. Dan with his head right back, using that mouth pointer. Clears his red out and opens things up a bit, but not a great deal. Still touching.
Not as much as the previous end from Australia, and Greece still in the driving seat.
I don't know if he caught that exactly the way he wanted it. Couldn't quite be sure. But it wouldn't surprise me if he had, and the blue just didn't move very far because it was so good.
Four balls left for both Australia and Greece. See that. And Michelle going for it again.
Yeah.
Got to get this one right, hasn't he?
Yeah. Because Spencer's blocked out. Oh, did he mean that? I don't think so.
I'm not sure either. I think that was a misjudgment, that, from Daniel Michel.
Just trying to watch his face to see if we get a reaction. He's quite stone-faced himself, and when he plays, so you don't always know.
Yeah, gives nothing away.
But I mean, it's opened it up for Spencer now. But I think he's left that knock on for Greg. And Anna will probably be able to see too. It's opened it up for everybody, really. Greg to go from the top of the ramp. And yeah, that looks like the knock-on's the shot.
Can he put it off again?
Oh yeah, you bet he can.
Absolutely brilliant once again from Gregorius Polychronides.
And the key thing about that is he knows that Dan's played too, so he stuck that right in front of Spencer. Now you can't always control exactly with that distance where you put it, so it's not that he's fully intending to put it right there, of course, but he's probably just concentrating on getting it on that jack, but that's the way it's worked out.
It just seems to work out for Gregorius.
Yep.
He's such a clever player.
Sometimes it'll be deliberate, sometimes it won't be, I'm sure. Can't tell unless you were to ask him. I know myself, sometimes I'm looking at that, considering it, sometimes I'm not. Although the key thing is to look like you do all the time.
Just look like you meant it.
Yeah, you'll always accept it. But no doubt, great shot.
Yeah, it certainly was, and it puts the pressure back on Australia.
Yeah, and it's level on the ball count, but it doesn't feel level. It feels like Australia are under the cosh. Under pressure. And I feel like Australia are deciding that one will be enough here. They don't have enough balls to do anything with that, and they're shutting it down.
Yeah, just trying to cover up the angles now. 2 balls remaining.
This is difficult. It's so hard to defend an end in the modern BC3 game because the players play with so many hard balls, and it makes it hard to defend with them, stopping them in space, short of the jack, and they're easily moved. And Greece will be licking their lips at the prospect of getting back in here with Australia played out. What's he got here?
Well, just blocking it off, but
yeah, not too bad. But they've not got a ball close enough for me. And right now, Greece could just go up the side to the jack. They've got more than 2 balls of room there, which is more than enough at that distance. So now, Spencer, with it all on him, has to get one of these close for me.
he's been brilliant in the pairs competition so far, and it wouldn't surprise me if he pulls it off, but it is so much pressure. And the final, and he's missed it.
Right at the crucial moment, Spencer's missed one. And that is the pressure of the final right there for me. That would be a straightforward shot, normally. And the way he's played, but just gets away from him. So crucial. It's moved the red a little bit, but not a lot, and it's right there for Greece now.
Well, a chance for Greece to really take a stronghold in this game going into the final end. 3 balls remaining. And crucially, Polychronides has a couple as well.
And he shakes his head, Spencer, because he knows how big in a shot that was. Everybody that plays the game's done that at some point. Just going along nicely. But I mean, they were under pressure, but in terms of they hadn't missed up until then. And in a rare one, sometimes it's not your fault. You line it up and something happens, the ball kicks, you release it wrong. There could be a multitude of reasons, you'll never know the answer sometimes. But you do always feel that Greece or Gregorius seems to have less of them than anyone else.
See what Anna Intenta can do. Goes down the side.
That's as it's scoring. I don't know. It's a little bit long.
See from the overhand camera whether that's closer. Let's have a look on the replay.
Oh yeah, he's got lots of room. I think that is. Oh no, it's
might not be. You know.
Well, and that's an error because you want it. The worst thing you can be is long there. There's nothing you can do about it now. You had to be short there and push it up. Potentially, that's a mistake.
Still 2 more chances for Greece.
Because you can't. I mean, I think it might be 2, but you can't really.
That's better.
No, that's actually 1. Yeah, I think it's still. I think that's 3 now, but not sure.
It's going to be tight. Could just be 3 actually, so far.
Yeah. It won't change the shot for them regardless because he can't really do anything with the back one. It'll either be scoring or it won't. And it's gone now, he's got to carry on. And we said that Australia would get an opportunity. They did, but they've given Greece back a massive one here.
They certainly have, and if there's one man you don't want to be giving opportunities to.
And of course, they have the jack next, Greece. They'll play just over the V again, and Anna's been pretty relentless on the first ball this week.
Yeah, it's really important to notice actually. It's not just all been down to Polychronides. Anna has certainly played her part.
Oh,
might not be.
Oh. Well, there's a rare one you don't see a lot, and that's definitely off target. No doubt about that. Just turned, and this could be a big measure. A very big measure. 3-2 or 4-2. Or even, well, you know, even 5-2 could still be. I don't think it will be 5-2, but all these little points make a difference. Oh, it's actually a lot clearer than I thought, I must say.
Certainly does look a lot closer.
So that's 3. And they're asking the blue to be moved out of the way so we can see it clear, and that's fine. You just got to make sure you don't touch the jack.
It's 3. Did be 4.
I think it must be now, looking at how easy that was. Oh. Wow.
What an end for Greece. What an end for Greece. Well, they are so close they can almost touch it. 4 for Greece. What an end. And they are in the driving seat going into this final end of this final. Australia 2, Greece 5, and they even have control of the jack. Australia need to pull off something here if they're going to stop Polychronides getting his 2nd goal of the week. Just a final reminder, of course, there is one more final still to be played, and it's set up to be a cracker at 4:30 on the show court. Our final game of the 2018 BISFed World Boccia Championships, and it is the pairs BC4 final as Slovakia take on Thailand.
Coach Ken gives his final words to the Australia pair. It's a big team talk, that. But essentially, they're waiting on Greek errors because it's the Greek jack. And Australia need to do a Gregorius on Gregorius.
Very nicely put, Scott. It would be sensational if they could pull this off against the man who did it only a couple of days ago.
And if that were to happen, then I give up calling this game.
That'd be truly amazing if they could do it, but we've seen it all this week.
The big difference here is it's in the Greek hands, and they won't put it out the back of the court. That I do know. They'll keep it short, keep it tight, keep it in front of them, and at that distance it's very hard to get. Well, free for a tie-break, of course, but even at that, the way that Greece have been playing, I can't see it. But the first ball is so crucial, and if ever there was a time, but the pressure would get to you at the final of the World Championships.
3 meters for Anu Intenta, right in front of her.
Dan looking down. Still looks a little disappointed. You could expect that, but
Just got to keep fighting right until the end. You never know.
Yeah.
Incredible might happen, and Greece might make mistakes, and you've got to be there to pounce.
That's it. You want to leave it all on the court, so you gave everything. Still shaking his head a little bit. They've played so well to this point. Regardless, both these pairs have had phenomenal championships. Oh,
hello, right.
There we go.
We called it, and is this a chance for Australia? And you can almost see them getting a bit giddy. And they just need to calm themselves down.
Yeah, that'll put a smile on her face. Seen something like that. But as you say, you got to calm down and play the ball now. It's only an opportunity if you stick it on there. But he has done throughout this game, sorry. Just that one shot, really. The crucial one in the third end. Right at the end.
Can he do it one more time? Spencer Cottee. What a start this would be for Australia, and what a dramatic final few stages this would be.
What's he got for us? Tension mounts. Now Anna has the job of trying to shut that miss out.
Here we go.
Yeah, that's the one.
Brilliant from Spencer Cottee, and what a start for Australia in this final end.
And that's the first sign of a little bit of tension from Greg there on his face. To me, he now has at least a thought that things could still go awry. But a long way to go, and they're still right in it, and one on the jack means nothing as we approach the hour mark.
Yeah, we talk about Australia need to be composed. Greece still, at the moment, 3 points up. It's still theirs to lose. So
absolutely.
Just need to keep themselves calm.
See, they've been in closer games than this on the last end with their jack and come through, so it's not something that will phase them. And because of the softness of that ball on the jack, there's not really a chance of that coming off, so I think this will be an attempt to cut the jack round behind the blue. Certainly the shot I would be playing at this point. Good shot.
Nicely done for Anu Intenta after the brilliance of Spencer Cottee. Just to nudge it behind.
Just maybe going a little bit long, but you can't really control for that because it's such a small area you're hitting. Sometimes you just got to get it out of there and give yourself a chance. Of course, with the lead that Greece have, it's just about getting Australia to play, essentially. Sometimes you're banking on your opponent not absolutely nailing it, because if they get it a little on they give you a little of the jack, you'll be able to get it off comfortably. But that's a dangerous game to play with Spencer Cotty the way he's been laying up this week.
It certainly is. Australia need to play these balls to perfection if they're going to have a chance. Can they do it? You can hear a pin drop.
Oh, pretty good.
It's good.
Pretty good.
Conti. He's still applying that pressure. He really, really is, and setting up a fantastic finale.
Yep. But the longer the ball count stays level, the lower the chances are of a Australia revival. Got to get Greece playing and playing fast, and this will do that to some extent.
Yeah, the communication from Greg to Anna.
Yep.
So important now.
And at the moment, it's okay. Greece still the favourites in this end, in this game. Things haven't turned yet. Sometimes it's just the fear of the unthinkable happening that could be enough for performances to drop. Start to worry, oh, what will people think? How embarrassing would it be for that to go? It's silly, really, because there's no embarrassment in it. But
there we go, a reply.
Great shot.
But I agree, you should never overthink things, especially when you're in the game as well. We've talked a lot about the mental side this week.
It's easy for those mental demons to come in. Got to try and keep them out. But it's not easy. And that's a good shot, that. And that could be decisive, because it's right in there.
Yeah, it certainly could be in it.
And I don't think Greece are going to try too hard to get that red away. They're just going to shut up shop.
Is that gold medal feeling ever closer for Greg and Anna?
Don't know if he's got a line into that between the red and blue, but if he has, that would be the shot.
Nearly.
Yeah, he just tapped that on to get the shot and leave that in, which is nice. So he's got 2 in the scoring zone now. So for Australia really to get the points needed, they have to move both of them so it looks remote. And they've got the really soft red at the front that's in front of the other blue. So there's quite a lot of things in the way here, making the comeback unlikely.
Torch out again from the referee, just making sure.
Torch not doing it.
Another look.
Even the little feeler gauges.
Looks like it will be Australia. Although I just want to have another look. Oh, they might be both touching actually.
It's tight, clearly.
lot of pressure on the referee, all eyes on him.
Yeah. And that was the equidistant sign. The bat on its side. And in those situations, it's the player that's just played that goes. If it's still equidistant, then things are a bit different, but we'll wait and see. And that's fine, it's not really important to Greg and Greece whether it's 1 or not, because whether it's 1 to red, 1 to blue, 1-1, it's still a win for them.
Yeah, no points difference or head-to-heads.
So they're still going to be defending.
One-minute clock sounded.
And the hard ball low down on the ramp here as he goes to the defence. Can he squeeze it in? Oh, he can.
Oh, it
just came out again.
Initially, look, it almost just went round the corner.
But has it changed the situation?
Let's have another look from the overhead.
I don't think it has.
No, I don't think it's changed much.
But they'll have to check again. It's Chris Fitzgerald. The referee gets the torch out. And it's a red again. Or not again, sorry. Of course it was blue previous shot.
Like you perfectly described. Scott is the equal sign, which means that...
Yeah, so they weren't able to change it. So it alternates until the situation changes. Either the balls aren't equidistant, or you can get sometimes balls equidistant, but it's a different ball that's came in. That's a rare scenario, but it does happen. So what can Australia do to figure it out here? I must say it's difficult. I'm trying hard to find a potential option for them to make this a game, but they're not appearing to me really. It's just so hard to get both blues out of there and have enough space to get yours in.
Just taking his time is Spencer Cotty. Just need to compose himself. Just gone past the hour mark, 63 minutes gone. It's been an intriguing encounter. Of course, Greece have had the success from Polychronidis. Can they add another gold medal?
Stretching up here, Spencer, to the top of the extension to play the power shot. Not a lot happened there.
No, not much change.
And that shows you what I mean about how difficult it is to get those balls out. There's just not much going to happen. And I said when that dark blue went in there that looked crucial, and so it's proved.
So we'll go back to Greece. So we are still both balls touching.
And the fact that it keeps going back and forth and alternating is another problem for Australia, because they need successive shots. They had to get Greece out early, and they've not. I mean, well, they're not bad, but needed to be even more of a lead in the ball count at this point. And it looks like the first ball miss from Anna will not prove costly. Oh, and it's just got worse. That's a good shot.
Really nice, clever play from Anna Intenta, just blocking it off now.
And we now have 5 blues, closer than the second red. And you need some sort of wrecking ball, a real wrecking ball rather than the Korean wrecking ball that Ho Won Young has used so well this week. You need something massive to move all those blues away.
Michelle, and he's going to go for it from the top of the ramp.
Yeah, they're going to keep trying, obviously. There's still you'll always think there's still a chance.
It's in their court now, 3 balls to go.
1 away. The other 2 still in there.
Should be 2 remarkable shots to send it to the tie break. And have a look at it.
Yeah, well, I mean, to get that dark one out, it's going to take 2 at best. And they only have 2. So this game is gone. Even for the most hopeful Australia fan, you feel.
We have seen it all at the World Championships, so you never know, but I do agree it looks like the gold medal will be heading to Greece.
Yeah, not the birthday present Daniel Michel was hoping for, unfortunately for him. And you see he's opened it. He's actually done quite well there, but with his last ball, he needs to somehow find 2 extra balls and roll them all down the ramp towards the jack, which of course would be impossible.
It's looking like it has gone for Australia, but they've tried to finish strong.
Yeah, and now at this point you're thinking, let's just win an end. Get something to take away, because they've contributed to this game immensely, played exceptionally well, but Greece have been the better team, better pair, the worthy winners.
There we go.
That's the game.
It's Greece, who are the world champions in the pairs BC3. It's gold for Grigorios Polychronidis in 2 categories. What a performance from Greece. They're so good. They are so consistent. And they are worthy champions against Australia, who put in a good fight. They've had a fantastic competition themselves. And they shouldn't be disheartened. Played really well. Spencer Cotti has been a standout player for Australia and really lit up the show court.
Yeah, phenomenal achievement for Australia. For Dan, bronze and silver. But for Greece and Greg, it's a gold medal, 2 golds for Greg. Phenomenal achievement. And once again, proving he's the man and Greece are the team to beat.
Well, what a final. What a day. Here at the World Boccia Championships in Liverpool.
Yeah, well played to everyone involved, and well played to all the BC3s. It's been a phenomenal tournament. I've enjoyed every game on the show court. And yeah, stay around for the BC4 final, because that's going to be another great game.
It certainly will be, and another one will surely be another classic. And our final game at the World Championships, who would have thought it? It's been a brilliant week, and we've seen some fantastic games. Just another look at the scorecard, and it was the damage done in that 3rd end, wasn't it, Scott?
Yeah, that was the key end, and it just got away from them at crucial points. See that they went to move the jack. Sorry, went to move the ball, moved the jack instead, which opened it up. And then when Greg got on, there was just no way they could get it off again. Had to defend. Defended okay, needed to get a ball close to the last one. Spencer missing that one, and then the possibilities for the scoring was there, and they took it. And how many times have we seen it this week? Greece and Greg, last end, see it out, do the job.
Exactly. What a performance from Greece. Thank you very much, Scott, not just for this match, but all week, for your brilliant input. It's been a pleasure to have you on commentary this week.
Yeah, thanks very much. We had a great time. Really enjoyed commentating on all the games, and yeah, it was a great experience. Thanks very much.
Absolute pleasure, Scott. We've got one more game for you this afternoon. It's the pairs BC4 final. It's Slovakia versus Thailand. Don't go anywhere. That'll be coming up in a couple of moments' time. John, what a fantastic week it's been so far at the exhibition centre. You must be absolutely delighted with how it's gone so far.
We are delighted. We aspired to put on the best World Championships ever for Boccia, and I think we've succeeded so far. The competition isn't quite over, but the support from the city has been fantastic. We've had great spectators, and the standard of competition has been excellent.
And back on home turf, how much preparation went into getting the tournament here in Great Britain?
We've spent almost 2 years in the planning. We've put a lot of innovation into the design of the sports hall here and into the presentation, including through broadcast media. And it's been a huge effort by a massive team, but it's all come together well.
And Boccia is a rapidly growing sport. You must be delighted with the progress it's made over the last couple of years.
We are. Since the last Paralympics, there's been a change in the competition cycle, and there are lots more competitions on the calendar worldwide. But the absolute pinnacle is the World Championships here in Liverpool, so we're very proud to host it here.
And Great Britain, of course, have a strong squad, and we saw David Smith win the BC1 gold. You must be delighted for David and the rest of the team.
Well, we're so proud of David, and we're so proud of the rest of the team as well. We're not without chances in the team and pairs competition, and we're keeping our fingers crossed for some more medals later in the week.
And for anybody who's been watching this week and is interested in the sport, how do they get involved in the sport of boccia?
This is a great sport for anybody to get involved in of any ability. What we need to train in people is consistency of throwing accuracy and then strategy to go to the top of the game. You need to think 3 or 4 moves ahead. If you'd like to get involved, we want anybody to play boccia. Look at our website, Boccia UK, and we can put you in touch with any of the home country organisations, and they in turn can get you into a members club.
Well, it's been a fantastic week in Liverpool. What's the future for boccia looking ahead?
Well, we're looking to develop our world-class players even further, and we're really hoping for more medals in Tokyo and then Paris and beyond.
Well, John, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us today, and let's hope for another fantastic 2 days of boccia.
Thanks very much.
Boccia is a Paralympic sport and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? 2 sides compete against each other as individuals, a pair, or as a team of 3. One side has 6 red balls. The other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. It is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. Individual and pairs play 4 ends. Team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympics at the New York and Stoke Mandeville Games in 1984. Nearly 30 years on, London 2012 plays host to this event here at Excel, right in the heart of London's Docklands. Boccia, the stats. Boccia comes from the same family of sports as boule or bowls. In the Paralympics, it is played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball, weighing approximately 275 grams and measuring 27 centimetres in circumference. They can be rolled, thrown, kicked, or released down a ramp. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes, in which the competitors must remain during play. Botcha Essentials. The aim of the sport is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to a white target ball called the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls on each end. Individual and pairs matches consist of 4 ends, while team events are held over...
Welcome back to the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool. It's our last game here on the show court, and it's our 3rd final of the afternoon. It's the 2018 Boccia World Championships, and it's the pairs BC4 final as Slovakia take on Thailand. And I'm delighted to say that I'm joined for this one, our final game of the World Championships, with Peter Maguire. It's been a brilliant World Championships. What a week it's been.
Yep.
And I'm sure you'd love it to be a fantastic last game.
Definitely. The final as we've got here. And like to go out with a bang. You know, Slovakia has a lot of twists and turns coming out of this tournament, but when it's mattered, it was just the goods. And same for Thailand. Many twists and turns also. Tussles and tribulations as well. And I didn't think I'd be able to see all that. So,
no, it's been a brilliant week, and we'd surely love for this one to be an epic encounter. Well, just to confirm the 2 sides for you. For Slovakia, Samuel Andrzejczyk and Michaela Balkova. And for Thailand, it's Pornshok Larpin. And Richiki Somsuk. And let's just have a look at the route to the final for both sides. With Thailand beating Germany in a really close game.
Great game to watch.
And of course, the Germany side containing Boris Nikolai. And Slovakia, they beat Hong Kong 5-1. And of course, earlier on in the day, it was Hong Kong who went on to beat Germany in the black bronze medal match. Well, it's our first look at Slovakia on the show court, and we've all heard about him, Samuel Andrzejczyk. But just how big of a player is he for Slovakia?
Yeah, he digs deep when it matters, and that silver Paralympic medal he has really shows credit what he has. And when it gets tough, it really gets tough. And Michaela, she really pulls him back, which is a great thing to have. He's sitting beside you there. Larpin's partner here, I'm not really experienced sitting beside him myself, so I'd like to see what happens once he's thrown his balls. And over to Thailand myself. You really win the game, sit in the call room, just sight them out.
Well, they have one gold medal today in the Team BC1, BC2 against Japan. Can they get another one against Slovakia? This is set up to be a brilliant match on show court. Our final game of the week. Can we get a fitting finale for what has been a brilliant Boccia World Championships here in Liverpool at the Exhibition Centre? Just one word quickly, Peter, on how good the championships have been this week. Back in Great Britain, you must be delighted of how it's gone.
Very delighted. You know, people come through like Boris unexpectedly, and that's what we want to see at World Championships over and over again. Here we go.
Here we go, our final game, and here's Somsuk to throw the jack and follow up. 3 meters is the call.
So crucial here. Wrong side.
It is, and it's opened the gap up for the jack.
Sam will be feeling confident here. You always get that boost. Your opponent just slips past that jack.
Crowds have been great this week, and they've stayed behind to watch what is a really intense encounter. Can Slovakia get off to a good start?
Oh, too hard. Overcooked that.
It bounced off the jack, and it's still open for either side. It will be Slovakia to continue.
Can actually see with it being dark around the court, but it's very packed there. A lot of people enjoying this.
You certainly are. And why not the final game of these championships? Oh, brilliant follow-up. And you can see Samuel really enjoys that one.
Yep.
Michaela Balkova.
Larpin has the power here. Will he drive hard through, open things up again? Will ask his partner to do something himself. He's keeping the ball with Larpin.
Oh, look at the power to break that away.
Superb.
Samsonuk. Just breaking it free. It's definitely worth another replay. Brilliant stuff.
The speed and power of that there.
It's a follow-up from Larpin.
Yep.
2 brilliant shots from Thailand.
Excellent. Looks like Samuel's a little bit hindered. The front red there. And Michaela will have to go into this. Try and open up the red in the jack again. Oh, he's nominating himself to go. He's setting up. What can you see?
Just composes himself. Goes for it. Not the connection. See, as soon as it hit, he just winced.
Yeah, it was a high risk shot. You had to get it perfect. The bounce and just the weight. The line was off. These floors are pretty springy.
Just taking his time. Samuel Indrajic. Just composing himself.
He's going for it again. Or is he going for not that red? Not the red.
Yeah, he's knocked it and it's pushed it behind, so the jack's more open.
Let's Michaela in now. Maybe should have did that shot before. Only 2 balls left now. Power that Thailand has. I'm sure anything to put on here will smack right and open up a part again.
She went through the gap and she's nailed it. Brilliant from Michaela Balkova.
Yeah. See how Thailand respond. Knocking it back.
Yeah, does it well. Great response from the Thailand crowd. Players and supporters. You see members of the Team BC1, BC2 team saying Gamper, Alpredit and Vongsa all watching on.
Up that side of the court, it's just all red, green and white. Not red, sorry, it's blue at the bottom. I see the red banner. Anyway.
I'll forgive you, Peter, it's been a long week.
That's that. Just pitch this ball up. Take control.
Goes through the gap and does that as well. Nicely played from Balkova.
Yeah. Needed it as well. Be nice to have your ball sitting behind there, a little softer, but you had to make sure that ball was going to connect with the jack.
Look at that. Brilliant. And look at the reaction. That was brilliant from Larpin.
Smelling all those faces there. Really loved that.
That was Absolutely sensational. The pace and the power and the accuracy he got on it.
He knew that jack ball was going that red.
Still has a ball remaining, so he could double that advantage.
Will he try and push up the other red, set 3? More riskier. Harder to control.
That is sensational from Larpin for Thailand and secures the 2 points.
Great start for Canada.
And they build up some momentum. It's the first time today, it feels like in a long time, that the side has taken control of their jack.
Yeah, they're a little bit shaky early on those other games. Nerves.
In particular that China versus Brazil game in the Team BC1, BC2. Just no one taking control.
Yeah. It was like a gentleman's game after you, sir.
Yeah. Did anyone really want to score a point?
Yeah. Slovakia contingent now cheering them on.
Need all the support they can get. Is their jack to place? Thailand supporters respond.
The line judges and the referees are kind of struggling here with the crowd so close. They're looking out for communication from coaches and that. It's great to watch. Oh, cracker shot, he's nailed that right on it. It's a great response to the first ball there, Samuel.
Boy, did they need that as well.
Yeah.
Oh, sailing past. You saw the power he generated from Somsenuk.
See, I don't think he should have went first there with the angle of that ball. He's going straight into the blue. I think it should be Larpin from the back of his box. Maybe what they're using is he knocks him down, he builds him up. Those kind of tactics.
Lay the foundations. I'll score the points.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go from Larpin.
Always got to take 2 to move that. Has to go again. Maybe we can see all the jack from the back of the box. Just roll in, but again, Samuel can knock that red out of there, has the angle. Thailand shouldn't be too aggressive in Slovakia's jack ball here. They're already 2 points up.
From Larpin, he does really well.
Let's have a look. I think he knows the shot. Samuel should just push that ball. And the jack ball should go behind the blue. And if lucky, it stays in there too. He really needs this one. Tension so tense.
It is, it doesn't feel like you want to move, it's that tense, the atmosphere is so quiet. Can Andrzejczyk raise the roof?
Yeah, it looks like he needs to go again.
He'll be happy with that. It's very close, but he might just have got control of the ball again.
That fell through there. Okay.
Thailand to throw. Interesting. Let's have another look. Oh, it's so close.
Yeah.
That really is very, very tight.
Did the hard work, opened up. Just unfortunately didn't get a chance to lay in.
Goes with a lob and nudges it. The ball is Slovakia closer.
Yeah.
Interesting shot from Thailand there. 2 more to go.
It shouldn't have been him to throw. It shouldn't be him again. Lappin's got a better angle in. Rest between that blue and white ball.
Goes for it again. Oh, nails it this time. Brilliant from Samsonuk. What a reply and what a follow-up shot after the disappointment of the first throw.
Yeah.
Sensational.
That is good. But I just think what they're trying to do is keep Lappin holding balls.
Can Slovakia apply? They're ahead of the ball count, so plenty of time.
What would he do here? How will he respond? You get in? Great, great. That was it.
Very nicely done.
Sitting 2 now. But again, Lappin just has to push that red on. But it might be 1-1. The end of the end. He's happy. Sort of.
Definitely sort of. It's not going his way so far in this second end. Important last ball for Thailand.
Yeah, he just has to push up. Hopefully sets his ball. Tucked in behind it also.
They look happy with it.
Does close the scoring circle. And makes it really hard to get another point in there now.
And it should be as well.
I think just 1 red so far.
Yeah, only red, 1 red.
Need this point to get back in the game.
To use these next 3 throws very wisely.
Samuel could, well, the lob is risky. You just take away the blue behind. Really need to land right in that white. Also to shift that to. It's really hard to push into this red, because again, that will just cannon the blue away. You have to sit on top. Lots of spin. No,
Missed
no,
it
no, no.
completely.
She was very lucky she didn't take that blue out.
That seemed really wild, actually, from Balk
Yeah.
over there. No control in the shot.
You need the point, but you don't want to give the game away. At the same time, it's too risky. If Samuel's still holding the ball, should be pushing up the front blue, create a head that you can roll up on.
Gone for it again.
I think that's in our favour, missing those two shots.
Really could have worked against it. She was very lucky, actually, indeed. Drashik just wants to have another look. Last throw for Slovakia in this second end.
He's pushed on to the blue now.
Yeah, and it's looking like it might be split points. Just need to double check, maybe. Let's have another look.
I'll guess one blue. Put my neck in line. It's hard with these angles up here.
Oh, you might be just right, maybe. No.
Get torches out. One blue. Yeah. Martins wants to measure. You just doing this to frustrate Samuel, or just want to compose himself? Calipers pretty thick. Yeah, it's touching there, it's knocking down.
A smile on the face of Andrzejczyk for Slovakia.
Back in the game.
Certainly they are back in the game. It's 2-1 to Thailand. And we're now on to this third end, which can be so crucial. Will be Thailand to place the jack. A defiant roar from the Slovakian supporters and staff.
The atmosphere's kind of shifting also. Anticipation, excitement, the nerves kind of settled.
Yeah, it's real anticipation for what's to come. It does feel that there is that feeling that this third end is going to be so crucial.
Yeah.
To deciding who will be world champions in the BC4 pairs category. Larpin do?
Just has to nail this.
3 metres. Oh. You can see that he's a bit frustrated with that one. It was right pace, but still opened up. And a lot of viewers might be wondering why that isn't the greatest shot to play. It just leaves that angle open, doesn't it?
Leaves open, also creates a bigger head, bigger target for your opponent to come into. And once that ball is sitting nestled between a white and a coloured ball, it's a lot harder to shift than just a white and a coloured ball sitting itself. Those balls weigh 275 grams each, so just try and shift 750 grams. Like that. Oh. No.
It's okay for Slovakia, but not great. Still chance for Thailand to have a go at the jack. Just wants to have had a better angle at it for Samuel and just talk to his partner Michaela.
Yep, that's done the job, I think.
Yeah, it's just pushed the blue round, blocking off a bit of the angle for Larpin. Still full sight of it for Samsonuk.
She was smashed through this again. It's in there, you can see it now. But the Slovaks can't. Maybe Samuel has a little angle. It's not tidy.
It looks like Andrzejczyk will just have the slight view of the jack.
Prefer to be left-handed going into this.
Yeah, coming across his body. Real skill.
He's got it.
Landed it perfectly. Look at that roar and reaction from Samuel Andrzejczyk. It's a brilliant response.
Just shouting, that's a win.
He wants that gold medal. He really does.
You can roll up, try and be defensive and still get a point here. And just open things up, just smack it hard.
Just look what he's trying to do, and he's done it again. He did it in the first end, and he's pulled it off again for Thailand. All that work that's gone into those throws for Slovakia just undone in one power shot.
Just need to start again.
That's what the game of bocce can do. It just swings in roundabouts.
You can see it now. Can see him get a clear path through. Just has to watch his back wheels, don't touch that line now.
Doesn't want to be giving anything away at this crucial stage.
Linesman down, just keep an eye on things.
Oh, wow. That bounce off the initial blue ball from Slovakia has just nudged it onto the jack, and that was brilliant. Maybe a bit of luck in it, but brilliant nonetheless.
Take all the luck we can get. That's what every athlete says. Well, kiss.
Look at that. Brilliant stuff from Slovakia.
The power. Blink and you don't know where the balls go.
Look at that, just straight through the gap and just nailing it off. Again, do all that work and it's just undone in a simple power shot.
Yeah.
When I say simple, it's a lot of effort has to go into it. And pulled it off really well. Still got to have the accuracy to do it.
Does lap and have an angle in. I'll let you go over. Maybe push that red through. Bounce over.
Oh, superb. He nearly had it.
Yeah, it
was a superb effort though.
Yeah, if it didn't connect with the red, I think it would have laid straight into that jack ball there.
It was a brilliant effort though. Got to admire the...
Very close. I mean, perfect.
The audaciousness of to go for that throw. Brilliant from Larpin, but still a chance for Slovakia.
This point crucial for Slovakia. Taking a point in the opponent's end, making all equal, going to final end. You have control. You shouldn't think about that, but I would be. Especially in a final.
What have you talked to me about all week? Gotta have a clear mind.
Yeah.
Especially in the final. Oh, yeah, that's a nice response from Andrzejczyk, and he's pumped up. He's ready for the battle.
Again, he shouts, that's the one.
That's the one that potentially, you never know, could send them into the final leg, final end all square.
Just try and block out Michaela now. This final ball.
Ooh. Took a big deflection off the jack.
Still helping. If Michaela managed to take out that red, you know, the red will still be the next closest ball. It's in the mix.
How important could this throw be to finding the outcome of our next world champion?
If you can move it and just stay there, that'll be your 1 point up advantage. Those balls will be hard to grip right now. Sweaty hands.
Not enough.
Not enough.
Good effort nonetheless. Goodness me, is this close. We go into the final end all square. He still has us gripped until the very end, these World Championships. Well, what a brilliant championships has been so far, and we've got one end to go. And if you've been inspired by what we've seen this week, Peter, how do people get involved in the brilliant game of boccia?
Well, here in the UK we've got Botcha UK, the website botchauk.com, and if you want to contact anyone in the home nations, you just go to /contact, and all the details of everyone your local areas there. From SDS, Botcha England, Botcha Wales and Northern Ireland.
Brilliant stuff. Well, I thoroughly recommend you go and check that out. It's been a superb week. And if you've loved what you've seen here, give it a go yourself. Guaranteed you'll fall in love with the game of boccia.
Sport for everyone.
Certainly is.
You play with your gran.
I'll certainly take it back home with me, and I'll give me all against my grandma. I'm sure she'll give me a tough game once she gets to grips with the game. But all our eyes and attention is on the final end here in the last game of the Boccia World Championships. It's the pairs BC4 final. It's Slovakia against Thailand, and it is all square.
They're feeling, but I'm shaking with adrenaline. So tense.
It is very, very tense. You could cut the atmosphere with a knife. It's brilliant down there on the show court. The glow, the tension, the atmosphere.
It's a crucial ball here. As I said earlier, just clear your mind.
5.5 for Slovakia.
Overcooked it.
Sailing past. That's the nerves for you.
It's not what you wanted after taking control of that last end. You just plop this on, let your opponents do the hard work now. You only need 1 point to win this championship. See disappointing Michaela's eyes. As she settle herself again. She's beginning to twitch. Left off Michaela now.
Still a chance. No one's been able to take control in those first 2 shots. It was a bit better from Larpin, but not spectacular to say the least.
The Jettle's creeping in. She has a second chance here now, Michaela. We're great ahead to come in here and attack. She can come in the same weight now and just sit between the red and the white. Now can I lift her confidence after seeing that?
Oh, look at that. Brilliant from Michaela Balkova.
And they need to respond with all that power they've got. Open things up.
And if anyone can break them apart, it's this man, Samsonuk. He's done it twice before. Can he do it again?
Stuck together there. I think the sweat in the hands meant to act like glue.
A bit of PVA.
So back here we just sit and praying now.
Oh,
He's got in there. He's got in there, doing the work. Get another one. Then Lappin just push that jack back towards that red. It's a lot harder to move. It's sitting behind the jack. No, it shouldn't change. It should be same man taking the shot on. They have to land right in this white.
Drama until the very end. It's so tense down there on the show court. Can Thailand pull off something special to take the gold home?
Paralympic bronze medalist in Shui. He's got this in there. Oh.
The right length.
Again, it should be Thailand in box 2 here taking this on. Just push that blue out of the way and let it lap and go in. He's lining up now to do it. Should have did it sooner. Save himself a ball. Now Lapin's only one ball to deliver after this.
Can they break it apart? He
Oh,
misses.
no.
Would you believe it? Would you believe it? It's gone sailing past.
Now he's sweat. He just has one shot, one opportunity here. Just really land square on this jack, push onto the red without moving the red.
Slovakia hold their breath. Can Thailand save themselves? This is potentially the last throw at the World Championships. Oh, and he hasn't done it. And Slovakia are the world champions. In the BC4 category, you can see the smiles on their faces.
You can't believe it. He's asking, really? Have I won?
He's only thrown twice. Would you believe it? And Slovakia have done it.
No more.
No more. And 2 right.
Great partnership together, those two. Yeah, really got well.
Nice embrace. What a performance from the pair. What a great game though. It really hooked us until the very end, and it turned out that Thailand needed to make the mistakes.
Yeah, just the short choices this on Thailand. I think him box 2 should have moved in a lot quicker, open things up. Robert coming on now.
There we go. Our final game at the BISFed 2018 Boccia World Championships, and it was another tense affair, a brilliant game that had us gripped all the way to the very bitter end. And it is Slovakia who will take home the gold medal. It's 2 points in the end for Slovakia to win the game, 4 points to 2.
Great game, great to see. Slovakia not only won the Paralympic gold medal, now have a world medal after that. Same team.
Well, there we go, our final game at the Boccia World Championships, and here are some of the highlights from what was a very tense affair.
Shots good.
Some brilliant play from both sides. But don't go away, as the medal ceremonies are not too far away. We'll have the medal ceremonies for all 3 categories, and of course the closing ceremony as well. So don't move away, as the medal ceremonies and the closing ceremony not too far away.
Goodbye.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympic Games in 1984. In the Paralympics, it's played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball. Boccia balls can be rolled, thrown, kicked or released down a ramp. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sport assistant on the court and deliver the ball using the ramp. The sport assistant is not allowed to look at the court or communicate with the athlete. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. The aim is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls in each end. Individual and pair matches consist of 4 ends, whilst team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack, then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer to the jack than the opposition's nearest ball. Boccia balls also get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result, the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point each ball that's closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. Boccia requires strategy and pinpoint accuracy, where just one good ball can make all the difference.
Boccia is a Paralympic sport and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? 2 sides compete against each other as individuals, a pair, or as a team of 3. One side has 6 red balls, the other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. It is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. Individual and pairs play 4 ends. Team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympics at the New York and Stoke Mandeville Games in 1984. Nearly 30 years on, London 2012 plays host to this event here at Excel, right in the heart of London's Docklands. Boccia, the stats. Boccia comes from the same family of sports as boule or bowls. In the Paralympics, it is played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball, weighing approximately 275 grams and measuring 27 centimetres in circumference. They can be rolled, thrown, kicked, or released down a ramp. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes, in which the competitors must remain during play. Botcha Essentials. The aim of the sport is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to a white target ball called the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls on each end. Individual and pairs matches consist of 4 ends, while team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack first, followed by one of their own red balls. Then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer than their opposition's, or they run out of balls. Boccia balls often get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. Watch out for the jack or nearest scoring ball being moved. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point for every ball that is closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia, the competition. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. 104 athletes will compete for gold in individual, pairs, and team competitions. These have been divided into 7 events based on classification class. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sports assistant on the court and deliver the ball using a ramp. The sports assistant must never look onto the court or communicate in any way. Boccia requires strategy, intense focus, and pinpoint accuracy when just one good ball can make all the difference. Prepare to be bowled over. Let the games begin.
My name's Nigel Murray and I've been playing boccia competitively for around 17-18 years now. I first became aware of it through my work. I work with people with disabilities and I went along to a disability sports taster day where I first saw boccia being played. So I thought it was a sport I could take back to people I supported, work with, and that's really my first introduction to boccia.
There's 4 categories within the international level. There's BC1, which is for cerebral palsy throwers, the most severe cerebral palsy throwers. BC2 are the more able cerebral palsy throwers. BC3 uses a ramp or assistive device to propel the ball because they're unable to throw it. And my class is BC4, which is for any other neurological condition.
The BC3 category is for people who can't naturally grip and throw a ball, so they use an assistive device or a ramp, and we have them bespoke made for us. They also use a head pointer to release the ball, and the degrees of accuracy that these guys can get are unbelievable. And partly that's about communication, so there's a ramp assistant or a performance assistant who sits on the court, who's very much part of the playing staff here rather than support staff.
Play with leather balls. So, they're quite soft. Everyone has a jack ball, and each team has 6 red balls and 6 blue balls. and the object is to get as close as possible to the jack ball. But unlike bowls, you don't alternate shots. So like, I would throw the jack ball, then my first red ball. And blue would continue playing until they get closer. So technically they can be out of balls before the next red ball's thrown. And then at the end of the end, if two reds are closer than the blue, it's 2 points, etc.
I don't think there's a sport in the whole Paralympic movement that represents the Paralympics more than boccia. They couldn't do any other sport. They can't play wheelchair rugby, they can't do Paralympic athletics, they can't do the swimming. But this, for anybody with the conditions that are severe enough to direct them here, but they're sporty and they're competitive, this is an outlet for that. So I think it's wholly representative of what the Paralympic movement should be about.
Boccia to me, it's my living, it's my work, it's what I do professionally. So obviously I want to be the best at it for as long as possible, win as many competitions as I can, sort of leave a legacy in this country.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympic Games in 1984. In the Paralympics, it's played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball. Boccia balls can be rolled, thrown, kicked or released down a ramp. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sport assistant on the court and deliver the ball using the ramp. The sport assistant is not allowed to look at the court or communicate with the athlete. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. The aim is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls in each end. Individual and pair matches consist of 4 ends, whilst team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack, then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer to the jack than the opposition's nearest ball. Boccia balls also get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result, the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point each ball that's closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. Boccia requires strategy and pinpoint accuracy, where just one good ball can make all the difference.
Boccia is a Paralympic sport and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? 2 sides, a pair, or as a team of 3. One side has 6 red balls, the other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. It is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. Individual and pairs play 4 ends. Team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympics at the New York and Stoke Mandeville Games in 1984. Nearly 30 years on, London 2012 plays host to this event here at Excel, right in the heart of London's Boccia, the stats. Boccia comes from the same family of sports as boule or bowls. In the Paralympics, it is played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball, weighing approximately 275 grams and measuring 27 centimetres in circumference. They can be rolled, thrown, kicked, or released down a ramp. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes, in which the competitors must remain during play. Botcha Essentials. The aim of the sport is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to a white target ball called the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls on each end. Individual and pairs matches consist of 4 ends, while team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack first, followed by one of their own red balls. Then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer than their opposition's, or they run out of balls. Boccia balls often get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. Watch out for the jack or nearest scoring ball being moved. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point for every ball that is closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia, the competition. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. 104 athletes will compete for gold in individual, pairs, and team competitions. These have been divided into 7 events based on classification class. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sports assistant on the court and deliver the ball using a ramp. The sports assistant must never look onto the court or communicate in any way. Boccia requires strategy, intense focus and pinpoint accuracy when just one good ball can make all the difference. Prepare to be bowled over. Let the games begin.
My name's Nigel Murray and I've been playing boccia competitively for around 17-18 years now. I first became aware of it through my work. I work with people with disabilities and I went along to a disability sports taster day where I first saw boccia being played. So I thought it was a sport I could take back to people I supported, work with, and that's really my first introduction to boccia.
There's 4 categories within the international level. There's BC1, which is for cerebral palsy throwers, the most severe cerebral palsy throwers. BC2 are the more able cerebral palsy throwers. BC3 uses a ramp or assistive device to propel the ball because they're unable to throw it. And my class is BC4, which is for any other neurological condition.
The BC3 category is for people who can't naturally grip and throw a ball, so they use an assistive device or a ramp, and we have them bespoke made for us. They also use a head pointer to release the ball, and the degrees of accuracy that these guys can get are unbelievable. And partly that's about communication. So there's a ramp assistant or a performance assistant who sits on the court, who's very much part of the playing staff here rather than support staff.
Play with leather balls. So, they're quite soft. Everyone has a jack ball, and each team has 6 red balls and 6 blue balls. And the object is to get as close as possible to the jack ball. But unlike bowls, you don't alternate shots. So like, I would throw the jack ball, then my first red ball. And blue would continue playing until they get closer. So technically they can be out of balls before the next red ball's thrown. And then at the end of the end, if 2 reds are closer than the blue, it's 2 points, etc.
I don't think there's a sport in the whole Paralympic movement that represents the Paralympics more than boccia. They couldn't do any other sport. They can't play wheelchair rugby, they can't do Paralympic athletics, they can't do the swimming. But this, for anybody with the conditions that are severe enough to direct them here, but they're sporty and they're competitive, this is an outlet for that. So I think it's wholly representative of what the Paralympic movement should be about.
Boccia to me, it's my living, it's my work, it's what I do professionally. So obviously I want to be the best at it for as long as possible. Win as many competitions as I can, sort of leave a legacy in this country.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympic Games in 1984. In the Paralympics, it's played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball. Boccia balls can be rolled, thrown, kicked or released down a ramp. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sport assistant on the court and deliver the ball using the ramp. The sport assistant is not allowed to look at the court or communicate with the athlete. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. The aim is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls in each end. Individual and pair matches consist of 4 ends, whilst team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack, then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer to the jack than the opposition's nearest ball. Boccia balls also get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result, the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point each ball that's closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. Boccia requires strategy and pinpoint accuracy, where just one good ball can make all the difference.
Boccia is a Paralympic sport and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? 2 sides compete against each other as individuals, a pair, or as a team of 3. One side has 6 red balls, the other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. It is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. Individual and pairs play 4 ends. Team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the BISFed 2018 World Boccia Championship BC1 BC2 Team Event Medal Ceremony. Please welcome your medalists.
Welcome back to the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool. It's now time for the medal ceremonies to begin, and we start with the Team BC1 BC2 classification. It was another great competition. Some great sides involved. It was Thailand who reached the final against Japan, and it was a thrilling game that gripped us all the way to the very, very end. Some great players in both sides. In the bronze medal match, it was China against Brazil. And again, a similar scoreline of 6-5 to China. It was another cracking game that Brazil almost forced to a tie-break in the final end. Some really good players in all these sides, Peter. And some players that I'm sure we'll see a lot of in the next couple of years.
Yeah, really strong. As you see as well, they're all from the Asian part of the world here. So again, dominance of Europe is kind of being diminished. These up-and-coming countries, and it shows great strength with Japan coming through, Tokyo 2020 coming. Enjoyed this. That's what they're all here for now.
Bronze medals go to China. Another fantastic tournament for them. Players such as Kai Sun, Guan Yang, who have performed brilliantly throughout the championships. Kai Sun and Guan Yang both got to their respective finals, and they've now claimed a bronze medal to go with their silver medals. They've wanted a gold, but bronze and silver is not a bad week.
It's always nice to go home with something. I have to.
Nation that will be looking forward to the Tokyo Olympics. Of course, they held the Beijing Olympics in 2008, 10 years ago.
They struggled in this category back in 2008, but I think they found a place in the world now.
And your silver medalists representing Japan.
Japan, your silver medalists in the Team BC1, BC2. Brilliant side, including Yuriko Fuji, Takumi Nakamura, Takayuki Hirose, and Aitaka Sugimura. A really good side. A side that will keep on developing as they look ahead to Tokyo 2020.
That's Botcha UK's chairman, John Downs, just presenting those medals that are all worked really hard on it. Great smiles on the face. Just pipped at the end, but really pleased to have the medal.
European Championships from Japan, silver medalists. bronze medal out, handed the silver medal out. It's now time to crown our world champions.
And now, the gold medalists and new world champions representing Thailand.
It is Thailand who are the world champions of the Team BC1, BC2 classification, and what a team they have. Vinsanu, Rubridix, Warren Singh, Gamper, Shripon Bongsa, Taya Tatong. A great side, aren't they, Peter?
Yeah, especially with Tatong being classified BC1 into BC2 category. I thought he'd struggle with that, but coped well, amazingly well. That was great qualities.
Look at the smiles, they're so happy. A brilliant occasion. Sayan Gamper, he's so used to this. He's a brilliant competitor. So much power in that arm. A worthy champion. 2 gold medals for him. What a week. It's not been the championships that we'd all hoped for Bongsa in the individual competition, but it's a gold medal nonetheless. The team classification, another great player.
These are the ones to beat now. I'm sure a lot of people will knock on the door, try to get those medals back.
Also been Timani as well. Player in the side. Huge congratulations to Thailand, the world champions in the BC1, BC2 category. Silver medalists, Japan and China bronze. Now time for the national anthem of Thailand. Congratulations to Thailand, the world champions in BC1, BC2, thoroughly deserved. We're looking forward to seeing how these 3 teams shape up for the Paralympics in 2020, 2 years away.
They'll come round quick. So there'll be a lot of training along the way, but they'll not even notice time flying by.
Do stick around with us for the next 2 medal ceremonies, including the BC3 pairs and the BC4 pairs. See your world champions being crowned on the show court. Do stay with us. Next up we'll have the BC3 pairs medal ceremony for you. Don't go anywhere.
Stay with us. The BC3 pairs final medal ceremony will follow shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the BC3 pairs medal ceremony. Please welcome your medalists.
Medal ceremony of the BC3 pairs next, and a brilliant competition. We saw it in the individuals, how talented they are. These were three brilliant sides we saw in the BC3 category. It was Greece against Australia in the final. Greece came out 5-3 winners. Brilliant final. And that man, Polykrinidis, on your screen. Oh, what a week he is. South Korea against Hong Kong was the bronze medal match. A tight affair, it finished 3-2 to South Korea, and they claimed the bronze medal.
Nice to see Greece back on top here. Back in 2004 Paralympics, it was Greece that were the best in the world. Then South Korea came on and dominated this sport in this category for years and years. They have done for so long. Didn't think anybody would give back.
Ladies and gentlemen, the bronze medalists representing the Republic of Korea.
Your bronze medalists, South Korea, including Awan Jong, the gold medalist in Rio. He's settling for bronze in the BC3 pairs. Brilliant player. He's made his comeback after 2 years away, and he's picked up a silver and a bronze. I'm sure he'd like back-to-back golds, but for being 2 years away, I think silver and a bronze is pretty good.
Yeah, he's taking something home. Can't expect to be the best with that big delay in experience. It's been worked hard all over the world.
Yijin Choi and Junyup Kim, we've really enjoyed watching over the course of the championships. Another side from Asia who will relish the chance of playing in Japan, playing in Asia at the Paralympics. Time for your silver medalists.
Representing Australia.
Another fantastic team. Michelle and Spencer Cotti, two standout players for Australia. And Michelle's picked up the bronze medal in the individual BC3s. He's now picked the pairs BC3. At only 23 years of age, he is definitely one we're looking forward to seeing over the next couple of years.
Yeah, young man in sport. He's learnt a lot and got to the top pretty fast. So let's see if we can hold on to it in the years to come.
Andre Simpson as well, picking up the bronze medal. Spencer Cotti, he's been terrific in the BC3 pairs. He's lit up the show court. Exciting team for Australia. They knocked out South Korea, who were favourites to get to the final. Big things are expected from this team over the next couple of years, and we're excited to follow their progress to Tokyo and beyond. Cotti. Look at the smile on his face. Absolutely delighted with his silver medal, and why not? He's been brilliant on the show court when we've seen him.
Your silver medalists, Australia!
Here we go, silver medalists, Australia in the BC3 pairs classification. Worthy recipients. And now it's time to crown your world champions.
And 2018 world champions, representing Greece!
And that man in the middle, what a week he's had. Not forgetting Anna Intenta, who played a vital part in the result of this gold medal. But we just can't hide away from the fact that Gorios Polykonidis has given us memories to last a lifetime. He has been absolutely brilliant this week. 2 gold medals for him. I don't think you'll forget this week in a hurry.
No, not at all. It's phenomenal to see. Enjoyed every minute watching him play. It's a credit to Greece. He just keeps coming back time and time again with those goals. Some tears in his eyes earlier, and then the individual medal he got. I'm sure this will be emotional for him too.
Certainly will be. And won't stop smiling for a long time to come. Konstantinos Masouras as well played his part in the pairs BC3. What a team, what a player, what a captain they've got. 2 gold medals for Gorios Polykonidis. Fully deserved winners.
And you see also the ramp systems, they get a medal too, just like a guide for the cyclists and the blind cycling in velodrome.
They certainly played their part, and they've all been brilliant this week. The World Champions. National Anthem of Greece.
Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for your BC3 pairs medalists.
Your world champions, Greece, brilliant championships they've had. Huge credit must go to South Korea and Australia. A superb tournament, not in just the team and pairs, but the individuals as well. It's been fascinating to watch and really lit up the show court. And that man, slam bang in the middle. I'm sure he'll want to roll up that court and take it with him.
Yeah, it'll be a nice memento having that. Not many can say they are the world champion multiple times. It's great to have that here today.
Congratulations to all our medalists and the world champions, Greece. Our third and final medal ceremony will get underway very shortly, and it will be for the pairs BC4. Please stick with us. We'll see you in a couple of moments' time. Now time for the Pairs BC4 medal ceremony to begin. Third and final medal ceremony of the day and of these championships. And another classification that has been simply brilliant. Slovakia played Thailand in the final, and it was a game that went all the way to the very bitter end. In the final end, errors from Thailand led in Slovakia to take home the gold. And in the bronze medal match, an error string performance from Germany, and in particular Bastian Keller in the opening two ends, led in Hong Kong. They romped home with a 7-1 victory.
I really enjoyed that final match. Really close, right to the final end. That's what the viewers want, what I want. You're entertained all the way.
Certainly do, and it was a cracking final and a cracking competition as well. Hong Kong, your bronze medal winners. Superb performance in the bronze medal match against Germany, a 7-1 win. Yan Lu, Yuk Wing Lung, Wan Han Wong all playing their part in a brilliant performance. Again, another Asian side that will look forward to the Tokyo Olympics and will be building for it. Bronze medalists, Hong Kong in the Pairs BC4.
And the silver medalists, representing Thailand.
Another fantastic side from Thailand who will be looking to build for the Tokyo 2020 Paralympics. They were looking for 2 golds this afternoon. They got one. They came very close to claiming another. If it wasn't until the final end, might have just done that as well. But a great side, and they're worthy of their silver medals.
Yeah. Just unfortunate, the approach, breaking down that last end. Short choices that kind of hindered them getting over that finish line. But for middle opponents, I'm sure what they've learnt here, take back, really push for gold next time.
I'm sure they'll be very formidable in the Paralympics in 2 years' time. They'll be a team to look out for. Great week here at the Championships. Looking forward to their future progress. And now for your world champions, Slovakia. A brilliant championships. What a win for Slovakia. A great side. Kayla Balkova we saw on the show court in the individual competition.
Eventually they struggled here, this World Championship, but they came together, did what they have to do in the years.
Samuel Andrzejczyk, brilliant player, isn't he, Peter?
Yeah, his experience, power. He's become unstoppable in the pairs. And we'll have to find his weakness, push him to develop, evolve again.
The world champion, Slovakia. Brilliant championships and worthy winners. We'll now have the national anthem of Slovakia.
The national anthem of Slovakia.
medalists for the pairs BC4. A brilliant classification, a brilliant competition this week. Worthy winners of Slovakia. 4-2 win against Thailand in the final. So confirmation, your silver medalists are Thailand and your bronze medalists are Hong Kong. Well, what a week it's been at the BISFed 2018 World Boccia Championships. We've had some great action on the show court. We started with 119 athletes and we now have 7 new World Championships. It's been the BISFed 2018 World Boccia Championships. From myself, Peter, Scott and the rest of the team, have a lovely evening. Good night.
Boccia UK, John Dowson.
Thanks everybody. What an event. What a fantastic week we've all had, and how quickly all this time has passed. We set out to raise the level of presentation for the championships, and I think we probably achieved that. The layout, the show court, the competition timetable with the sequence of finals, the ease of moving around the centre and between the centre and the hotels, the broadcasting, the commentary, and the social media activity which has rocketed. We've had record hits on the live results service on the BISFed website, which crashed 3 days ago because of the sheer volume. I'd like to thank all of the athletes for putting on such a great show during the entire week. I'd also like to thank all of the volunteers and officials for all of the work they've done, both visibly here in the hall, and for their superb work behind the scenes, which has been stunning. Nothing's been too difficult. I'd like to thank Liverpool City Council for making us so welcome, and to all the staff here at the ACC for keeping us going. Venue. And I'd also like to thank our sponsors, and particularly UK Sport and the National Lottery, because without their financial support this event wouldn't have happened, certainly not on this scale. If you remember, I included in my opening speech a plea to you all for feedback on how you found the experience this week, because we've experimented in so many areas. And we ourselves, in organising this, have learnt so much. We already have a list of probably, 50 things that we could do to improve presentation, format and so on. Many of you have approached me during the course of the week and given me some feedback, which has been really helpful. And I'd encourage you, once you've thought about your experience this week when you get back home, if you could get back in touch, I'd really appreciate it. Just with your thoughts, particularly on areas where you think we could improve. We always like feedback on where we've done well, and think about the improvements as well. We'll feed all of that back in the closing report to BISFed to help them with the planning for the next event. So with that, I'd just like to thank you all, and Godspeed on the way home. Thank you.
We look ahead with excitement to our next BISFed event in Oslo, Poland. 5th to 12th September. But here in Liverpool, please welcome back Only Boys Allowed.
Thank you, boys aloud. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to start proceedings this evening with a bit of formal business, because most of you will know that for the first time we held this week an election for an athlete to be a representative of all the other athletes in BISFed, helping us to take this game to the next level. We had 86% of those eligible to vote do so. That doesn't happen very often in elections. There were 4 candidates, and I thank them all for putting themselves forward. And I'm going to announce the winner, who is Kwan Han Yong from Hong Kong. Last Sunday at the opening ceremony, I said we had a dream that we would be able to produce a stage worthy of a world-class performance, and it was up to the athletes to give us that performance. John asked us a minute ago if we'd give some feedback. Here's the first bit. I think we've seen a truly world-class performance. So well done to all the athletes, and thank you for doing that. I think Boccia now is truly on the world stage. And I don't think it's possible to produce this kind of event without some extraordinary work from a huge number of people. There are 3 in particular I'd like to thank. John Dowson, of course, Chair of UK Boccia, who has led the organising committee. Thank you, John. And the rest could be a very, very long list, but I want to single out 2 people in particular. Duncan Tunbridge, who Tunbridge was, of course, the competition manager, and it is thanks to Duncan that we have this innovative layout. So thank you so much. And the second person is John Timms, who has led the event management company, who has made it all happen on the ground. John, to you and your team, thank you very much. And lastly, we're honoured to have with us today some very special guests. I can't name them all personally, but in particular, I'd like to thank and welcome my good friend, who is now a member of the board of the International Paralympic Committee, Tim Renish, and his lovely wife Val, and Tim's guide dog Pip. You're very welcome here. And finally, we are truly honoured today to have with us the President of the International Paralympic Committee. I've known Andrew Parsons for a number of years now, and he and I have become good friends. He is a true champion of boccia. He loves the game, and you're going to hear from him next. Thank you very much indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome International Paralympic Committee, Andrew Parsons.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, David is right. I am a fan of Boccia. I just love your sport. It's just such a pleasure, such an honor to be here and see what amazing display of skill, of strategy, of athleticism. I am honored and thrilled to be here this evening. Congratulations to all the athletes here, to all the staff, all the volunteers, all the officials, classifiers, spectators, the choir. It's a fantastic event tonight for me. It's very special. Boccia is a sport that represents the four values of the Paralympic movement: determination, courage, inspiration, and equality. The Boccia players really Boccia players are determined, are courageous. Maybe you don't see yourself as courageous, but everybody else does. With that, you inspire the world, and you promote equality through sport. And this is the main reason why the Paralympic movement exists. So I'm thrilled to be here tonight. David, thank you very much for inviting me to be here. The IPC, we work together with BISFed every step of the way to develop even more this amazing sport of Boccia. Count on us in every single program, in every single new initiative that the IPC develops. And I hope to see you again in Tokyo. With who wants to compete in Tokyo from the athletes around me tonight? The Argentinians, you don't want to compete in? No? In Tokyo? No, you don't want. Then you forget about Argentina, no? Mexico? Israel? Italy? No, you don't want? Who wants to compete in Tokyo in 2 years' time? I just can't wait to be with you all in Tokyo, where for sure the organizing committee, the country and the city will deliver amazing Paralympic Games. As amazing as this World Championship. I had never seen a setup like this for Boccia. It was amazing. I stayed so focused on the competition in every move, in every match that I was here because of the sport presentation. So congratulations on BISFed. You are taking this sport, you are taking this sport forward. Count on the IPC again. Let's celebrate, let's enjoy, count on us every step of the way once again. Congratulations to BISFed, congratulations to the Boccia family, to the Boccia community. I am one of you. Thank you very much. I was about to forget. David asked me to do a special thing. It's with a bit of sadness that I have to do that, because I don't want this competition to end. I would like to officially declare the World Boccia Championships, Liverpool 2018, closed. Please